Rangers in the Europa League.
Live on Sports Sound from BBC Radio Scotland.
There's no substitute.
Welcome to European Sports Sound with me, Kenny McIntyre. A huge night for Rangers as they look to book their place in the knockout stage of the Europa League. They face a Manchester United team that has been put together for hundreds of millions of pounds, but have, by and large, massively underachieved. In contrast, Philippe Clement's side have delivered some very special Thursday night performances.
It's a long ball forward for Dessers. He's going to give chase. The goalkeeper's committed. Dessers goes right down. He's in the post, but it will surely be knocked in on the rebound. And Rangers have the opening goal through Bayrami. It is the perfect start inside the opening minute of the match in Sweden. Malmo 0, Rangers 1. He shoots on the post and end. Rosberg Gosling scores. That's the one in the Europa League. It's Malmo 0, Rangers 2. What a start to this Europa League campaign.
Perfect start to the campaign, perfect start to the game also.
Away from Barrett, a cross goal must be, it is. Fofana once more to the back post, but it's Sherky who's made it once more. Rangers are falling apart. It's Rangers 1, Lyon 4.
Really harsh result, and they show their quality, a quality that we don't face in Scottish football. So we need to raise that level with our European games.
Cherny near to the box for Lawrence, he shoots and scores! Rangers 1, FCSP 0. Cherny's on to the edge of the box, moves forward on the right foot, goes for goal! And Ibrox goes wild because Rangers have doubled their lead against the Romanian champions. Diamondi gets Cherny away, driving forward, right hand side, he's inside the box, it's opened up, he's onto the left, and he scores! Ligaman's onto it, he's driving into the box, he still has it right foot, and scores! And it is Rangers 4, FCSB 0.
Big win, obviously. That's exactly what we need.
Then it comes, it's headed back towards El Khabi with his back to goal, he scores! Brilliant turn, a brilliant goal from El Khabi! The big danger man for Olympiacos fires it home in off the underside of the bar. Dessers at the edge of the box, sits a defender down, shoots and scores! Rangers level! Rangers level in Greece. Olympiacos 1, Rangers 1.
We have 10 points now, and I think that's a really good start to begin with. Good points, good games as well, so we can build on that.
Leaves it back to Cherry, deflection, goal! Rangers in front, and it is that man, Václav Cherny! Nice 0, Rangers 1, Diamondi's got a goal! Diamondi has done absolutely brilliantly there. Surely Igman for a third Rangers goal, he cannot miss, he does not miss! Just listen to this, it is Nice 0, Rangers 3. Carroll goal was a cracking goal. And Nice do have a goal back. Igman with the opportunity to make it 4. That is wonderful from Hamza Igman. A touch of absolute class. Nice 0, Rangers 4.
If we would have scored more goals, then it was really close to perfection. We see everything gelling together better and better.
Rangers come forward, it might break to Igman. Towards Madison, little dummy chance for Tottenham, equaliser! Kulusevski scores! And it is a cool finish, and it is Rangers 1, Tottenham Hotspur 1. The 11 points will be enough to get a knockout playoff round spot. They next go to Manchester United on match day 7, the penultimate match day of the league phase. It's a point closer to the knockout.
It's about having this hunger and desire every time. It's getting better and better, and that's what we want. Football is about wanting to win. This club is about that, and that's the spirit we're going to need the next weeks, the next months. That's the way we need to continue.
Welcome to the show. Really looking forward to this one. Neil McCann is alongside me in the studio, and our team is in place at Old Trafford. Stephen Thompson, Tom English, our pitch-side reporter Kerry Nidsan, and our match commentator Liam McLeod. Good evening to you, Liam. We'll have the team using around 45 minutes time, but set the scene for us there and the task that faces Rangers tonight.
Well, we're sitting in this famous old stadium of Old Trafford, which has been the scene of some incredible European nights of celebration for Manchester United. It's not really been the case either continentally or domestically for them recently. Ruben Amorim is the latest to follow in the tall shadow of Sir Alex Ferguson. He's the 6th full-time appointment
since the great man retired as manager, well, over a decade ago now. So it's been tough for him. Just the 5 victories. He's lost 4 of his last 5 here at Old Trafford, which is absolutely unbelievable when you consider the amount of money that's been spent on this squad at Manchester United. It really has been spectacularly underperforming, and this stadium still holds that aura when you look around it. Even if the team doesn't, the rain is teeming down. It's not the strong winds that we're going to be seeing over the course of the next 12 hours. It develops. But the rain is teeming down. The flags over on the Sir Alec Ferguson stand at half-mast as the club continues to pay tribute to the great Dennis Law, who is also he's the cover star of the Manchester United programme this evening, and a fabulous picture of him in the red Manchester United colours with the white collar. Dennis Law, 1940 to 2025. His loss keenly felt by, of course, those who knew him, but even those who didn't, who hero worshipped him down the years, and even those who didn't watch him play and have watched old videos of him performing as he did, the Ballon d'Or winner, the man from Aberdeen. So again, both clubs paying tribute this evening, I think, to Dennis Law. But Rangers will fancy their chances here, Kenny. They've been excellent in Europe this season. We know that, as Celtic have been, as was demonstrated again last night as they sealed their place in the knockout stages of the Champions League. Rangers looking to just confirm that. It looks highly likely that they will be playing knockout football. They're in a great position, still sitting in the top 8 coming into this week's Europa League fixtures, and of course if they finish in the top 8 they can do what they did last season and skip the knockout playoff round, which used to be known as the last 32. So the incentive huge for Rangers. They're going to have to do it without Mohamed Diamonde. He's suspended this evening, and of course he's shorn of several others as well, including Niziala and Hadji, who are not in the European squad. I'm probably regretting that now, given what's happened in the last few weeks. But yeah, they come here, Kenny, in good spirits, I suppose, Rangers, and they'll be looking to continue this European adventure next month as well. And they've got that home game against Union San-Gilloise to come a week today, so they'll be looking at that and eyeing up 3 points there. So if they can get a draw here, even possibly a victory, and if it was a victory, it'd be a first in England since they famously beat Leeds United thanks to those Hateley and McCoist goals way back in 1992, then they're going to be in a terrific place, and top 8 is achievable for Rangers, and that'll be the target for Philippe Clement.
Yeah, we'll look back on that night, 2 nights, 92-93 against Leeds United a little later in the programme. Liam will bring us the team news around about 10-7. All the action, of course, all the European action right here on BBC Radio Scotland. Good evening to you, Stephen Thompson. Your thoughts ahead of this game. What chance do you give Rangers?
I think you give Rangers a good chance. I mean, I've been at all their away games so far in the Europa League this season, and before every one of them you're kind of looking at the opposition and saying, no, this is going to be a tough game. Rangers are going to need to be at their very best to get something from it, and they've come through each test with flying colours. Really, really strong away performances, the complete opposite of what we've seen in the Scottish Premiership in terms of away form. But this Rangers team seem to be able to raise their game when it's required. You know, you look to the Celtic game not long ago at Ibrox, nobody before the game gave them a chance, and you know, they put in an incredible performance like they have done in these European games right throughout the campaign, only losing that one game out of the 6 that they've played. So I think they come here and they'll be confident, you know, off the back of the Spurs game as well, where they more than held their own against a kind of top English Premier League side. They'll be confident coming here. Manchester United are clearly not in a good place at all. Their home form's particularly bad. They've lost 4 of their last 5 games here in this stadium, so they're not exactly in great form. So I doubt Rangers would have a better time to face a club like this, because, you know, for Manchester United it's way below, miles below the expectation levels of the support and the club in general. So I think Rangers have got a good opportunity tonight. It suits them in these European games because they don't have a lot of the ball, and they're quite good at sniffing out counter-attacks. In the games that we've watched, and Neil will tell you, the defending from the opposition in the away games has been at times just absolutely comical. Manchester United expected to defend a bit better. Rangers are certainly going to have to defend well in spells this evening throughout the game, but they're capable of scoring goals in Europe, as they've proven. So I think they've got a really good chance, and if they were to get a draw, as Liam pointed out, it would put them in an incredible position going into the next week's game, their last home game against probably the weakest team in their group.
Yeah, Stephen mentioned Tottenham Hotspur. They're currently 2-0 up away to Hoffenheim, 25 minutes played there. Is this a tricky one to predict tonight, Tom? Rangers generally very good, Stephen was saying, in Europe. United, a team that look all over the place at the minute, yet they have some top players.
Well, they've got a lot of players that are brought in for an awful lot of money, and whether they're top players or not, I'm not seeing it. You know, they're not performing like a team full of top players. Top transfer fees, Kenny, but that doesn't mean that they're good players, and doesn't mean this is a good team. You know, the proof of the pudding and all that, we can see it. Defensively, they've been all over the place. You know, Brighton 3 goals against them, Wolves scored twice, Bournemouth 3, Spurs 4, Nottingham Forest 3. So they are a team that are easy to score against. I know those teams are very good sides, most of them. But they're porous at the back. Their spirit is really poor. Their morale is really poor. I think if Rangers get off to a good start tonight, this stadium will turn and it will be vicious against them and against the manager. So that's what I think what Rangers have to do. They can't. I mean, and against Spurs, they didn't play like the jersey. You know, they kind of came out and they had scant regard, really, in a good way, for Spurs' aura and all the Premiership team and full of, you know, top players. They just came out and they tore into them, and that's what they have to do tonight. Forget about the fact that this team is put together for hundreds and hundreds of millions of pounds. That doesn't matter. It didn't matter against Spurs, and it doesn't matter tonight. So it's all about attitude for Rangers, and if their attitude is the way it was against Spurs, I think they've got a chance of taking something here. I think they've got a big chance of taking something here.
Neil McCann is alongside me in the studio. How confident are you feeling, Neil, that Rangers will get a positive result?
I'm optimistic, but I know, Tom, you're saying there that they're not good players. I think they are good players. I think Man United have shown that they're not a good team. I still think they possess very, very good players there. I think they've got a top-class manager. And there was a lot made of his post-match after the weekend,
yes.
Which was interesting. I've watched a couple of wee bits after that, just to try and get a feeling of whether it was a bit of remorse in that from the manager, what he was getting at. And actually, I think what my take was that he was including himself within it. But the initial comments were aimed very sharply at the team. He said that he said to the team as much in the dressing room as he said to the outside world that they're performing like the worst Man United team in history. That's a very damning verdict of his tenure as it's gone just now. I know it's been really poor, but I think it's the dressing room seems really weak in terms of the strength within it and the resolve. And I think when you've not got a togetherness and you've got a fracture running between the lines of your football team off the pitch, when they come on the pitch, when things are going against them, Kenny, there seems to be a lack of that quality. You can dig in as a group and really be together, and I think that's what's shown with this Man United team. But they can be very Jekyll and Hyde. I think they can play very, very well in spells, and the way Rangers are going to shape up tonight, I know Nsiala has become a really good figure in that defensive line. He's done well, but this is a step up again against Manchester United, and because he's going to be missing tonight, Diomande is going to be out. That back four is going to worry me. So that optimism that I've got for Rangers getting a result, because as Tomo said there, they've been sensational in the Europa League, and particularly away from home, but the optimism has to be tempered with, I think, Man United, with the players that they've got, if they can get that bit of team togetherness at Old Trafford, this could be a really, really difficult night for Rangers.
Well, we'll get your thoughts on what you think the team will be. We'll get the official team news before 7 o'clock, Neil, but we heard there a look back on the campaign so far. Why do you believe the away form in Europe has been so good in comparison to domestic away performances?
Right, first of all, I want to back Tomo up there. Malmo were shocking. Absolutely shocking. I was completely taken aback when we watched them that night, how poor they were. I mean, that was a very low standard team. that you would see playing in a domestic game, maybe in the lower levels, never mind a European competition, but Rangers took full advantage of that evening. I didn't think Olympiacos were brilliant. I thought they were weaker from the season before. Nice were appalling. But again, Rangers had to have the ability to capitalise, and I think they were always shown in those games that they were good enough to hit on the break, set up in the counter-attack. But at times we were watching those games, Kenny, I mentioned the away games, it was like a disbelief at how easy it was for Rangers. And then they got that little bit of feeling when they got a couple of goals, and suddenly the confidence was starting to shine with the group. Egeman was starting to show up. I felt that in games that there was definitely I don't know, maybe they were better because they were underdogs. Maybe people actually getting into that competition and going away in these games or playing against Spurs, thinking, you know what, I'm not sure how it's going to go this, and then all of a sudden they were allowed to flourish. And as I said, but I think the poor quality they were up against gave them a really good starting position to build on within this group, and it built momentum, it built confidence, because they haven't been able to replicate it domestically away from home. The home form's been brilliant, but it seems to suit them. I'd be really encouraged to see Dessers playing tonight up top. If I was Philippe Clement, I'd be tempted to play Dessers up top and Egeman round about him. I'd love to see that from Rangers tonight, because I think Dessers has shown at times, although he can cut a frustrating figure, that he can stretch a team, and Egeman is so important to the side just now because of his continued development.
Hold fire on that for now. Let me get your whole team in just a minute or two's time, right? Let's get the thoughts on that. Just in terms of home and away performances, Tomo, what's been the outstanding performance for you so far in this European campaign?
Well, you'd probably have to go with Nice, wouldn't you? As poor as Nice were on the night, Rangers were absolutely phenomenal. Scored some good goals. I think the home game against Tottenham, that performance was also very strong. You've also got the 4-0 win at home, but for me it would be the Nice away game, and I think that gave the players a massive boost as well. There only has been one game in the group, and that was Lyon. Liam's giving me a face because he doesn't like it when I call it a group league.
Yeah, Lyon outclassed Rangers that night, didn't they?
Yeah, they were phenomenal. They're two white players. I couldn't believe how good they were. But yeah, that was the one game where Rangers struggled a wee bit. The rest of the performance levels have been so high, and that's the kind of thing with Rangers. You just don't know how are they so capable of putting in these poor performances away from home, and then been able to raise their game against big European sides and put in these phenomenal performances. They're just an absolute. No wonder the manager's been pulling his hair out at times this season, because you just don't know what you're going to get. But in Europe, you have to see it.
Do you think, Tom, it could have been somewhat of not a disrespect, but maybe the teams that they'd faced in this competition maybe looking and thinking, we should win this comfortably. This is not a brilliant Rangers side, and then they've been caught out?
Possibly, maybe kind of not giving Rangers the respect that they deserve, but it's just trying to work out why Rangers are able to do this at this level, which is a much higher level than in the Scottish Premiership. And then in the Scottish Premiership, is there a mentality issue? Is there, everybody's been trying to work out what it is with this Rangers team domestically away from home, but in Europe, as I said, they've proven that they're capable of raising their game and putting in top performances. They'll definitely need another one tonight, but then, if you're coming in general terms, if you were thinking of Rangers this season coming down to Manchester United, you'd think they'd get a hiding, but I really don't think that would be the case tonight. But you rightly point out, and you're right to rubbish Tom about him saying that they weren't good players, because this.
You're buying into the hype machine, boys.
No. Listen, Tom, there's some top players in the Manchester United.
Where's the proof of that?
Well, what they were doing in their last club, Tom.
Well, what are they doing? What are they doing here?
You don't become a bad player because it's not working. I think it's symptomatic because that's a bad team, as I said. And Amarin's coming into the side. He said that he won't change, and that's his prerogative. He wants to play in a certain way. But I don't think you can use Tomo's words there, rubbish of players, and say that they're not good players.
So
maybe inflated transfer values I'll give you.
So what we have here then is that we have a lot of top players who've been brought together, and all of these top players in this team are a poor team.
Yeah, you're not functioning as a team.
So but explain that to me.
Well, I tried to there because there doesn't seem to be a mentality, a group mentality. There's clearly a fracture within the dressing room, and when you become individuals or little cliques or groups, it seems like to me, then when you go on that pitch, there's no unity. There's no the manager can shape you up as much as you want, but unless you get a team spirit about a right good group of players, it's like everything else, Tom. I would much rather have a team of players that is absolutely going to empty for each other in a football club and be mediocre or of average ability than a full team of players who have got top ability and they don't work for each other, because those individuals will come short. They might win the odd game, but that's shown for me in Manchester United.
But I'll tell you what I see, right? And I see a lot of transfer fees that are through the roof.
Yep.
I see players who on a given day suggest they're decent players.
Yep.
But then what I see is players hiding. I see players with bad mentality, with a prima donna attitude.
Yeah, that's what I'm
saying. And this club is full of them. To me, that doesn't make them a top player.
You don't. Bruno Fernandes, Tom, not a top player.
8 goals, 11 assists in his 31 games so
Fernandes is good. Fernandes is good.
Good. I mean, I'd hate to see. Right, name me somebody else that's good. The guy is better than good.
Dalot, good. Mazraoui, Hoyland, Garnacho, Anthony. These guys have all played recently. Are you telling me all these are top players?
I think they've got top ability, is what I said, Tom. They're good players, but the attitude is missing right now.
But I don't think you can separate that away, Neil.
You can,
I don't think you can, because if you don't have the right attitude, then you cannot, in my view, be considered a top player.
No, listen, I understand that. I understand what you're saying, but where they are at Manchester United, some of these players right now, the attitude, some of them is stinking. You talk about Rashford, stinking. Yeah. Would you say he's a top player?
Not at the moment, no.
No, I'm not asking you at the moment. I'm asking you, would you think he's a top player?
I think he has reached a level that is excellent, but right now and for quite a while, I think a very average
you're dancing
player.
In circles. I think Rashford is a top player, and his mentality is off right now. His attitude is stinking.
But do you take my point that you cannot be considered a top player if you have that destructive thing in you, like he has. Like Anthony has, like Garnacho has, like so many of these players, that they have this thing in them, this arrogance about them, this weakness in them.
There's so many reasons for this, Tom.
I'm sitting looking at a pitch where Roy Keane and all these guys excelled.
Yeah,
they're top players.
Yeah, and what about the attitude?
The attitude is 100%.
Yeah, but what about the team spirit?
Yeah.
And what was it driven for the manager? And it was completely, if you didn't pull your weight in training, never mind. Because I've seen all the podcasts and all the rest of it, and the thing becomes clear about that club and the iconic nature of why it became that size under Ferguson was that you were not allowed to have a stinking attitude
because they were top players.
Yeah, I understand that, but these players are bought and spent fortunes by that club to bring them to, because the scouting department and everything, their ability would suggest they could be a top player. And I get where you're coming from, because I'm all in that. Yeah. Generally, the way that recruitment is going now, Tom, is completely different to what it used to be.
Oh, I know
You're getting
that.
Plug and play stuff now, and do you know what a computer can't tell you? What's in their heart and what their attitude is.
These players, a lot of them get managers sacked.
Yes, I agree with that.
They get managers. They might get this one sacked before too long. This one he's pulling his hair out already. He's only in the door 5 minutes.
Yeah,
excellent track record previously. Comes here, has to deal with these guys, and all of a sudden, he's saying that the worst team in the history of the club.
Well, I don't know if you saw his interview.
I did.
Recently,
I know he's run back
himself in that. So it's good that he's had to try and take some of the heat himself. But I think he has to fix that dressing room, and other managers have come in and tried. And I think if I remember right, Mourinho said, by the way, he'll get the next guy sacked, and he was absolutely spot on.
So if you're a player, Neil, in the dressing room, and you are driving home from training, you hear it in radio, you see it in the TV, you read it in the newspapers, online, whatever, that your manager is saying you're part of the worst team at that club ever. How are you reacting to that?
He's trying to shame them, right? He's trying to get to their inner pride to say, well, you need to go out there and show them. It was a way of doing it publicly. He maybe regrets it or whatever. But you know what? There's a lot of fans, I think, have come out and said, look, the guy's spot on. You as a manager have to motivate your players. Now, you can't really... It's like the carrot and the stick, isn't it, almost? It's like these guys are earning absolute fortunes, and I don't grudge them anything. I mean, that's just the way the football has gone. But now it's like, if I get left out of the team, does it really matter? So he's trying to say, what, you're going to be down here as one of the players that are involved in one of the worst teams that this club's ever had. This is Manchester United. So I think he's tried to poke the bear there.
Would you have done it, Neil? Would you have done it in your management days or in the future if you're a manager?
I wouldn't have come out and said it like that. No, I wouldn't have.
No.
But in the house, in the dressing room, Tom, I've certainly.
That's what I found weird about it. To do it publicly. I mean, you've all had managers in the changing room, and you know what's said in there remains in there, and the boys might have a wee moan about it to each other when he goes out of the room. But to do it like that, I mean, the boys would have been straight on the group chat, absolutely
because they're weak.
Yeah, well, that's the flip chart of that, Tom. That's the one you turn over and say, right, what are you going to give me now? Are you going to go and cry to the board? Are you going to go and cry to your agent? Every one of them can't leave. Yeah. I mean, so what you're going to do? You're just going to put the tools away?
I know. It either goes one or two ways, doesn't it? Either get a reaction, or the boys are even more going to put the tools away. So it's like, it's a dangerous game to play, really, but especially with his record since he arrived at the club. But maybe he's right to call it out, you know, and put it out there for the whole world to see, and that he's actually saying this is not anywhere near the standard that's required moving forward.
Like if you look at their record, right? If it wasn't for those late goals by Amad Diallo, it's still 22, he's still only a young player, against Southampton and Man City, they'd be 0 wins from their last 9. Man United, 0 wins from their last 9 if it wasn't for a kid coming out rescuing them. So, like, yes, I mean, what I will concede is that they are talented players, but that doesn't make them top players. Because
put the fishing rod away.
No, because you know, listen, you guys know a lot better than I do, that talent alone doesn't cut it.
Exactly.
It does not cut it.
No.
And this is, they're trying to get, in my view, looking at them, they're trying to get by on talent, and they haven't got that dig, that professionalism, that drive about them.
I think you can accuse them of not being a top professional. See, when you see things that I've seen, we were talking about Marcus Rashford, but remember that one where he's just walking and the guy's just jogging away from him, and he just I mean, that would blow my brains out. I can imagine some of the managers I played under dealing with that in the dressing room, but again, that comes down to your professionalism, your personal pride, what you're going to look back on. But as I said to you, I think football has gone to a certain degree now where is there that care and that emotion. The great Man United teams like your Roy Keanes and all of that, they had flair players in their teams, but the first thing they always looked for was, what's your output, what's your work rate? Like your Beckhams and your Ryan Giggs, they were flair players, but by the way, they put the work in. And now I think the recruitment, they're recruiting these players for pure ability, and I think it's completely wrong. I think there's a lot of different facets to spending that type of money, but the stat drive on these players now is dictating that these players, they can play for Man United, they can work under that type of coach because he plays a certain way. But what they don't remember is the engine, because you can't, no stat machine can tell you what the engine is and what drives you inside.
I think we've reached a kind of a happy medium here, haven't we?
Maybe. I mean, do you think that the team, should they then look forward and sign players that are like captains, leaders, people that take responsibility? You know, because obviously their model hasn't worked for a long time now of signing kind of talented players that they think are top players, but have they got the mentality to play for one of the biggest clubs in the world? Maybe the issue for a lot of them is actually dealing with being here and the expectation of this club and the size of this club, and they can't cope with it. So moving forward, you would think that he'd be looking to sign players that are the players on the pitch who you look to, who will roll their sleeves up, who will not be afraid to take the ball under pressure, who will put in the work that's required.
Yeah, and that's what, if we take it to tonight's game, and well, it seems like a Man United discussion, but it's relevant because they're playing Rangers tonight, and I think if they are to produce that type of performance, that team performance which they've been churning out down south in the English Premier League, then Rangers have a very strong chance of getting something tonight.
Yeah, but these same Rangers players have been questioned over their ability, their attitude, their character, haven't they?
Well, away from home domestically, aye, absolutely. Yeah. At home, no, they've got the jobs done, but and the performances still haven't been of the level it was against Celtic, but they've still got the job done more often than not at home and in the European football, so that can't be levelled at them in Europe. But
how are you lining your Rangers team up tonight?
I'm not sure, Kenny, to be honest. Obviously with the omission of Hadji, you would imagine that Barami will play. I would like to see him off the left, Cherney off the right, and I'd like to see Igaman.
That's an interesting one, yeah.
And then you're clearly looking at Barron and Raskin to be the little bit more of a disciplined role there, to sit in front. Does Yilmaz continue at right back, or I think he has to bring in James Tavernier?
Aye, he spoke with the media yesterday, didn't he? So you would imagine that he's going to play tonight. So,
and that means proper. Or does he play Tavernier at right centre back and put Yilmaz right back and Yefty left back?
Nah, he'll go. I think he'll go Tavernier.
Is Balogun fit?
Aye, Balogun.
Right. Well, Balogun's fit.
Tavernier, Balogun proper. Jefty. I wondered whether he might play Yilmaz ahead of Jefty, played by Rami 10, Cherney right, and just have Igman up on his own. But I think you're spot on with the two sitting midfielders. I don't think he's really got any other option other than to play those two tonight sitting there. So it'll be interesting to see. The other one you've got to talk about is the goalkeeper. So is Butland going to come straight back in after having been out?
I think he was hinting at that. Yes. Let's just hold fire on that for a minute. We'll get the official team news in about 20 minutes time. Delighted to say we've been joined by the former Leeds, Spurs and England goalkeeper Paul Robinson. Good evening to you, Paul. Thank you for your time. Your thoughts on this game tonight? What has been the problem with Man United this season?
Good evening all. First, where do you start with that question? I think there's been a lot of problems. I think the inconsistency has been the biggest thing and the most frustrating thing from Ruben Amorim's point of view. He's come into this huge football club that's clearly not where it wants to be or where it should be, and then he sees them perform the way that they did against Liverpool at Anfield and got the 2-2 draw. Other results that they've got, they went to Arsenal, got the one on the penalties, and then Ruben Amorim was interviewed after the Liverpool game and he said, you must be delighted. He said, no, I'm not. I'm frustrated. I'm unhappy. And why? Because I don't see that every week. I don't know where that level of performance has come from, because it's not what I'm seeing week in and week out. And I think there's a lot of players in that dressing room now that don't fit into his system. He's absolutely adamant that he's playing this 3-4-2-1 system. There's no space for Marcus Rashford, as we know in that. There's no space for Garnacho in that. He's not a wing back. He's not a number 10. So do you know what? Is there a little bit of naivety from the manager coming in, being absolutely adamant that he's sticking with this formation, but in the short term it's not working because he hasn't got the personnel to do it? There's so many subplots and questions around Manchester United at the moment, which makes this game even more interesting this evening.
How big a gamble did he take, Paul, with the comments around the players being part of the worst Manchester United team ever?
Well, he's kind of banged it into reverse a little bit, hasn't he, the last 24, 48 hours, saying that he maybe regrets what he says. But I don't buy into that. I think as a manager, when you sit there and say, you want headlines, I'm going to give you one, here it is, you think he's pretty much in control and knows exactly what he's saying. I think the thing is consistency. If he said that in the dressing room to the players as well, if there's a discrepancy of what he says to the players and then says that in the media, then he's got a problem in the dressing room. But I think he was more than in control and knew exactly what he was saying, to be honest.
If Philippe Coman gave you a call and asked for advice on the best way to get at United, what would you say?
Exactly that. Get at United.
Right.
Get at United. I've seen James Tavernier this week in the press and the manager Philippe Clement saying that they're not going to sit back, they're going to take this opportunity and they're going to go at Manchester United. And I've seen Rangers a couple of times this season. In fact, one of my good friends is a Rangers fan, and after the Old Firm I spoke to him and I said, where did that come from? I said, I'm not seeing that performance, the attitude, the application, the desire, the will to go forward, the pressing and the way they beat Celtic. And do you know what he did? He just turned around to me and he went, well, it's Thursday, isn't it?
Yeah,
European games.
Good point. Yeah, Thursday's a certainly worked for Rangers. You're way too young, Paul, to remember the Rangers Leeds United games 92, 93. We're going to look back on them. We also, of course, had the Rangers Spurs game a few weeks ago. What an atmosphere there that night. Scotland-England club matches, they're always very special. There's always an extra edge, isn't there?
Yeah, absolutely. I think being just in Manchester today, you see the amount of travelling support that Rangers have got with them. Not they've just come down from Scotland, but all over the country, all over Europe. The few that have got tickets inside Old Trafford tonight will be double, trebled by outside the stadium. I think the atmosphere building up around the city today has been excellent. As you say, the England-Scotland rivalry's always been there, and it'll be a fiercely contested game on and off the field tonight.
We've been having a bit of a debate, Paul, in the first half hour of the programme around about the quality in the Manchester United squad, whether in fact you can class them as top players, because there are so many question marks perhaps around the character, the attitude. Where do you sit on that?
Well, that's been one of the big questions, hasn't it? Their attitude and their application and levels of performance on a consistent basis. The manager's clearly come in and he doesn't think that he's got the players that are able to do what he wants of them. It's nothing new though with Manchester United. We all get hoodwinked into thinking, Manchester United, this giant football club, the global superpower it is, and it is because of the success it's had in the past. But we're not living in the past now, but we're guilty of comparing Manchester United of old to the Manchester United of now. So we expect the benchmark that's been set years ago to be maintained and to be levelled. Actually, we're not dealing with Manchester United who are competing for Premier League titles. They're not competing in the Champions League. The Manchester United who are getting beaten at home by Bournemouth, by Brighton, and that's the level that they're at now. And we've got to judge them there, and they've got to build and get better from here on.
A prediction from you, Paul?
Listen, I think it'll be a great game tonight. I really do. I think Rangers will be absolutely up for it, and if they attack Manchester United and go for it, I think there'll be goals. I think it'll be a high-scoring draw.
Well, let's hope for goals tonight. Thanks very much indeed for joining us on Sports and Paul, the former Leeds United, Spurs and England goalkeeper Paul Robinson there. Let's then hear from a man that was discussed there, the Rangers captain James Tavernier. He spoke with the media yesterday.
Obviously we've lacked the consistency probably this season, the way we wanted to go out and play. But I feel that obviously in Europe we've really handled ourselves really well. I think that obviously this competition's always been good for us. Rising to the big challenges. Really looking forward to the game and what it's gonna bring. Everyone who's asked to play a part are gonna give 110% for the club and the fans, and we'll give it our all until the final whistle. But we're just going to stick to our game plan and stick to what we know best, and we're going to try and get right in the faces, and we're going to try and get after them, and obviously we're going to try and take our chances and try and hopefully keep a clean sheet. So that's our aim ultimately, to come away tomorrow with 3 points, and hopefully we can get a clean sheet and a few goals. I've only played here once a long time ago in the Carling Cup and lost, so obviously I'd like to come here and get a good win, but I'm really excited. It's obviously a massive occasion, but it's a massive occasion every time I lead the team out. If it's the weekend against Fraserburgh, or if it's against Man United, it's always a massive and an honour to lead the team out to any single game. So really looking forward to it.
James Tavernier there, Neil. How tough do you believe he's found it being in and out of the team after being a mainstay, a key player for such a long time?
Incredibly tough, and I think he's always had to live with the criticism that he's not a top defender. I think a fullback that offers you that amount of goals and assists is quite incredible, and yet it's always but probably followed that, and that is he's poor defensively. And I always try and balance it out that if you're set as a 1v1 and you're in a good position, so say you're in your last third and you're set up as a fullback and the ball goes out to a winger, he's actually not bad, he's actually decent at going 1v1 when he's a set position, but he gets caught out of position so many times because he's so high up to try and offer that ammunition to strikers or become a goal threat. And I think that is probably because he's not been hitting the goals and maybe not the assists, that the level of scrutiny has increased on him. He's found himself out the side. I think Philippe Clement played a pretty aggressive, if not even a dangerous game when he started playing Sterling to the right back, because he offers you a more robust full-back profile rather than that kind of swashbuckling one, and I think it's almost right I'm going to give up on a wee bit of that. But when he's come back into the side, everybody says, oh, he's back and that's the Tavernier from old. I actually didn't believe it had dropped off that much. I think it was a team thing as well, that maybe the instruction could have been different to James, I don't know, or maybe just the team function was poorer. So I think you have to consider all of that, but without question, as club captain, he would have been steaming mad, never mind disappointed, Kenny. And he would have probably been quite hurt as well. Not anyone is immune from being dropped, don't get me wrong, but I didn't think his performances as if he just put thrown the toys out the pram and just chucked it. I didn't see that. I think he did dip, and his performances would suggest that, plus the fact his goals dried up and his assists. So therefore then, what is he getting scrutinised most on is his defensive qualities. So I think he would have been really, really annoyed, but he's back in there. I think he's back scoring goals, getting assists again, and everybody's opinion is he's back to being his best.
Yeah, we're expecting him to play tonight. The team news in around about 10 minutes time. For now, let's look back on an incredible European experience for Rangers, one where they also had to face one of English football's biggest clubs. Season 92-93 saw the inaugural Champions League. It certainly kicked off with a bang. Let's reminisce with John Brown and Stuart McCall.
When you look back, you've definitely got to say what was going on, because we played CSKA Moscow. They were a decent side. To hear the stories of them going over to Marseille and getting beat 6-0, something happened there. But also Mark Hateley getting sent off at Ibrox against Bruges. He was banned for the Marseille game. The two Marseille games, we never had both Hateley and McCoist playing together in either one of them, and that was crucial. I think if we had both of them playing together, we would have won one of their games, and that would have been enough to have made the Champions League final the way, because it was a head-to-head. The last game didn't really matter if you won one of those games against Marseille. Fantastic to get there, and great experience. You look back and you think how close you came, but it was a great run.
How big for the team was it, those two games against Leeds, and coming through those games the way that you did?
When we flew to Manchester, we got off the flight, we were staying somewhere halfway from Manchester
just
to Leeds.
Aye.
But I always remember Bobby Charlton was at the airport going round all the players. I don't know if you remember this, saying every individual name and all the best. I think he was flying somewhere and he just met Walter, Archie having been Alec Ferguson's assistant when he was down there, so there was something there, and it just gave us, I felt for myself, gave us a lift.
The English media didn't even think it was going to be a contest.
Yeah,
I think when the final whistle went at Ibrox, even the supporters, it was we'd won 2-1 and we'd been knocking on the door. We should have probably got more goals, and it was as if to say, Poof. But what I remember as well, on the night before the game, in the local paper, they went round all the lead Scottish players, Billy Bremner, Peter Lorimer, Eddie Gray. They were sort of saying it wasn't the fact that Leeds will go through, it was by how many. And I think that sort of irked us. And again, all right, Rangers managed to win 2-1, but Leeds will win 3 or 4. They sort of just disregarded us, which was a bit unfair.
I think the bit for us too was guys like Stuart, who'd played down south, and Mark Hateley, who was desperate to get back into the England squad, and just felt as though they're up in Scotland, forget about it, they're no good enough to handle it down here. And I think that spurred us on too, and with guys that I felt man for man could match anything on the Leeds pitch. And I think they played that tune Eye the Tiger, and Ian Durrant was shadow boxing the big guy Smith, the centre half, in the tunnel before going out. And we were, half of our team were singing the song because it was a great tune. So I don't know if they thought they were going to intimidate us, but what they done was they got us going.
Yeah, I've got to say that's probably one of the best midfields personally I've ever come up with. Like Gary Speed, Gordon Strachan, Gary McAllister, and little Batty, David Batty played, so top class international players. And I think Bomber probably had one of his best games in a Rangers jersey. Andy Gordon was outstanding, and we rode his luck again at times, which sometimes you've got to do. I think it was brilliant when we went 2-0 up, and you try to think in your head how many goals do they need, and you try to calculate it. That was it. Cantona scored later on, and again the goalie was going berserk. I think he'd had a tenner on a clean sheet, like it normally does. But we'd lost. We'd come in, we've won. Everyone's delighted, and Gorham's in corner like punching. Is
that right?
Yeah, because he'd lost the goal. I mean, he was outstanding.
It was fantastic. But if you speak to Andy Gorham, he would say, listen, the majority of the saves I was in position, I'm expecting to save it. But with guys like Eric Cantona playing for them, I never realised how tall he was. He was well above us. And Walter and Archie's doing their team talks saying, don't be deep, try to stay up the park and make sure if you don't win the first one, we get the second ball, which we did.
I think I remember you saying before, John, that you felt you almost won the Leeds game in the tunnel. Do you not see you saw it in their eyes that they'd gone?
I thought I saw it in their eyes at Ibrox. Although Gary McAllister had scored that screamer, what a goal, and the silence was eerie. In the tunnel at Ibrox, something that Walter and Graham Souness look into their eyes, and if they can't stare you out, you've won half the battle. And we were looking at some of the Leeds United players, not the Scots guys, because Strachan, McAllister knew the game, but some of the other ones, I thought, they're worrying about this, and likewise when we were at Ellen Road, I just when you seen Durante shadow boxing their centre half who's towering above him, and you've got to remember, I think Durante won the header on for Mark Hateley off the guy who was staring out, so I think that played a part, and it just gave us all, but we honestly felt as though we're going down there and we'll definitely score. What the end result was going to be, we didn't know, but we felt as though with Hateley and McCoy we could beat any team at that time. The first guy to meet us as we walked into the dressing room was Sir Alex Ferguson, and there's the Man United manager, and he went round the whole dressing room how proud he was the Scottish team knocking out the English champions, who knocked them out for winning the title, the old First Division. I didn't see Gordon or Gary McAllister at the end of the game. I think they were embarrassed being Scotsmen down there that Scottish teams knocked him out, but I went into the club bar, I asked the guy, can I phone my dad? My dad says, have a great night. Now Eric Cantona and David Rocastle came into the bar. I think there was only two of them. Stuart came in and had a beer with us and said, well done for that performance. Playing Celtic on the Saturday, and we're flying back from Manchester, but Walter says, enjoy your night. Guys like Gary Stevens organised a nightclub with the classy 92-93. It was the Man United boys were all in this, the Nevilles and all these your Giggsies and that Scholes, and we had a fantastic night, and we've been told by Walter to be on the bus for 7:30. And we know we're not going to train from the game on the Wednesday to the Saturday. It was all about rest through that season. And I seen Stuart at the bar at 7:30 in the morning with a bottle of champagne. And Walter says, Stuart, what are you doing? And Gaffer, he says, get it down. So we finished the bottle and we went up the road, got to our beds. I think on the Friday when we went to Bellahouston Park, we had a walk round. I went into a wee cafe. It was pine, beans, ice cream, sodas. And we went to the Moat House Hotel on the Friday afternoon, and we went to Parkhead, and Ian Durant scored the winner in front of what I loved. For the European run, you had all the European flags, and it was 18,000 in the Rangers end. That's what it held, to see all the fans with these flags, and we were undefeated, and to go there and Ian Durant scored the winner, it made it for me. My career, that period was just something that I look back in with immense pride.
John Brown and Stuart McCall there, Neil. You could hear from them just how much it meant to get the better of one of the giants of English football. The rivalry is very real.
It completely is. I haven't played in any of those games, but I think when it comes around, there's been some brilliant results by Rangers and Celtic against the English teams down there. And I think there's always been that looking down their nose at the Scottish sides. But I was looking through the team out of curiosity there, the Leeds against Rangers, and it is a very strong side. It's probably the worst side to play Eye of the Tiger against. Or in the tunnel when I looked at that team. I mean, Ferguson, McCoy, Hateley, Durant, Brown, McPherson, Gough, Robertson, McCall, Gorham. I mean,
they're right up
that's not who you want to be picking a fight with anyway, is it? Never mind football ability, but yeah, like it was a wonderful result, and some of the stories when you hear of that era, they could tell you would make your hair stand on end. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
But I tell you what, they partied hard, but they played hard as well, Kenny. And football has changed a hell of a lot. The behaviour of it, how you conduct yourself off the pitch and all that has completely changed. But the old-fashioned fundamentals shouldn't, and that's what we're talking about, going back to the start of the show tonight, about ability and all that. It's about what you do on the pitch, and what your attitude's right, character, team spirit, all of that stuff goes into it. But I could sit and listen to those guys talk all day long.
I love a bit of nostalgia. I love it. Such great characters, Tom. I think I've asked you this before, but having played in England's team, what was your experience of how they viewed the game up here?
Well, Neil played in England as well, but yeah, Yeah, I mean, they think the league's Mickey Mouse, don't they? And they're more than willing to tell you on a regular basis. But they all want tickets for the Old Firm game, I tell you that. Can you get us tickets for the Old Firm game? Which I can't, so sorry guys. But we actually went with, I think it was Cardiff. Yeah, it was Cardiff. We managed to get tickets for an Old Firm game. It must have been on a Sunday. Yeah, we maybe played Saturday and flew up, and a whole bunch of us went to the game and then went out in Glasgow. It was good. But yeah, I mean, I think they do. I think they treat our league as kind of an equivalent to the League of Ireland, they like to tell you. So they treat it with contempt. That's why it's always good when you are able to, have matches like the Spurs match where, Rangers showed and went toe to toe and showed that they were capable of coping with that in a kind of one-off basis. Whether they could do it over the course of a season in the Premier League, I doubt it, but in a one-off game anything's possible, just like it was, as you guys were talking about there in the 92 team. And Neil's right, the game has changed. I mean, it's hilarious that, isn't it? The boys Wednesday night out all night.
And it's remarkable, isn't it?
Back up the road,
I know.
no training, and a wee walk around the park, pie and beans, and then into the Old Firm game on the Saturday. Different class, but you certainly couldn't do that these days, I don't think. But that's what that team were, wasn't it? I mean, that's why I go back to Neil talking about unity and team spirit. I think that team, that kind of 9 in a row type team, they epitomised that. Togetherness, and it's such an attribute for any team, and they obviously had quality players, but their togetherness was just off the scale. It really was.
Yeah, great to look back on season 92-93. Rangers are away to Manchester United this evening in the Europa League. We can now get the team news from our match commentator Liam McLeod.
Thanks, Kenny. Yeah, the Rangers side is pretty similar to the one that started against Spurs at Ibrox. The return of James Tavernier to the starting 11, the return of Jack Butland to the starting 11 is a major boost for Philippe Clement. The change is from those matches, or that match against Spurs sees John Souttar drop out. Of course, he's been injured ever since, and Mohamed Diamonde's suspended. So the Rangers side will be Butland in goal. It'll be Tavernier will be playing at the back with Balogun and Proper, and Jefty over on the other side. Barron and Raskin, Czerny, Bayrami, Yilmaz and Egeman is leading the line for them, and he's been the star man recently. The bench, 2 goalies, Kelly and Munn, Dessers, Lawrence, Dowell, King, McCausland, Rice, Lovelace, Curtis. They've got Hutton and Nisio on the bench. That is the Rangers side for this evening. Ruben Amorim has made a handful of changes from the side beaten here by Brighton in the English Premier League at the weekend. They are sitting a lowly 13th in the table, which is quite remarkable given the size of the club and the amount of money that's been injected into the squad here. He's dropped the goalkeeper Onana, who's been making mistakes on a regular basis. The Turk Altay Bayindar comes into the team. It looks like a back three there of De Ligt, Lisandro Martinez and Yoro at the back. He's taken Mazraoui, Ugarte and Menu out of the team, so in come Garnacho, youngster Collier and the experienced Dane Christian Eriksen. So they're all in the side. Diogo Dalot over on the left hand side with the former Rangers loanee Diallo in there with the captain Bruno Fernandes. Xerxes, who's been booed off here, he's not a crowd favourite by any stretch of the imagination. He had a decent season with Lewis Ferguson at Bologna last term, and as I said, Garnacho is in the side as well for the hosts. A massive evening awaits as Rangers look to try and push for that top 8 place.
Kick-off at Old Trafford is 8 o'clock, full commentary to come. Stephen Thompson, your reaction to that Rangers team?
Yeah, I didn't know the team, but I've actually called it, I think, haven't I, Neil, earlier on. So yeah, well thanks. Wee pat in the back for myself there. But yeah, I think Balogun coming in was a clear option. The idea I had on the left was Jeffy and Yilmaz in front, just gives him that wee bit more protection. And actually Yilmaz was doing fine at the right hand side, but it's too kind of more defensively minded on the left hand side. Barron Raskin was always going to be the two sitting. Bayrami, that's what's led to believe his favourite position is in the 10, so he'll play there. And Egeman, I know you wanted Dessers and Eagman in there, didn't you?
Yeah, I would have liked. I like Dessers just up there, just his power and pace to get in, and Eagman just to be a real thorn in the side, particularly if they're playing. You know, they've got that back three there. I would have liked to have just seen him just sitting in the little hole and just see what the back three would have done with them. But as I said, I'm not getting any complaints. I think you're right, Tom. I think Yilmaz can play that one further forward of Jeffrey. Because if you remember, it was at the Spurs game we were wondering whether it would be the opposite way about, where Yilmaz might have played left back and Jeffrey one up, but it was it's the way you've discussed it there.
What's key, Neil, for Rangers in this game tonight?
I think just as Paul was touching on, Rangers have got their best results, Kenny, whether it be in Europe or that last one against Celtic, when teams are open and they're prepared to come and attack, because they've got a very dangerous front line. Of course, Hadji is an enormous miss for me, because I think he's part of the catalyst for Rangers upturning in form and actually how they attack and how they play, but he's not in it tonight. But I think when teams open up, Rangers at their very best, they have to be able to attack with speed. Eagman actually doesn't look as if he can shift, but he's actually got a wee turn of pace that I wasn't probably aware of when he just broke into the side. I think his game awareness is good, so he's going to have a big game tonight. That link in it, he likes to bring balls down on his chest rather than any flick-ons. But the most important thing is that they really need to be disciplined out of possession. If they can be disciplined out of possession, or if they're going to press high, Kenny, I think they need to press this team.
Right.
And bring them under pressure, just like Paul was saying. But it has to be done with triggers. I don't think they can just be gung-ho, because I still think that Man United possess a huge threat. But the key is huge discipline. But when you get the ball and there's opportunities, have that bravery that they've shown in the European competition, and I think there's a result there waiting to happen.
Yeah, Tom, it could turn out to be a very good week for Scottish football on the back of Celtic booking their place in the knockout stage of the Champions League last night. It was nervy against Young Boys, that very late own goal, but Celtic had so many chances, 3 goals disallowed, the Engels penalty that was saved. You know, they got the job done. I know you were down there, but I was listening in last night, and it was nervy at times. It seemed to perhaps get to the players, the size of the occasion last night.
Yeah, like I was on radio beforehand confidently predicting, Celtic by 3 goals, and it should have been Celtic by 3 or more by the sounds of it.
Yep.
I've only seen the highlights, the Kyogo hat-trick of disallowed goals, missed penalty, woodwork, all the rest of it. And they stuck at it, and they eventually got the goal, and it was a pretty lucky one, albeit a killer pass by Hatate to send it Ida away. They clearly deserved to win the game. Okay, it was scratchy. It wasn't a landslide that I thought it was going to be, but they got 3 points. Doesn't matter. You move on. So they're sitting in a very healthy position now, and I think it sets it up for next Wednesday night down in Birmingham, doesn't it?
Looking forward to that.
But they go into that game having qualified for the playoffs and feeling pretty good about life, I'd say, at the moment.
And certainly for teams, Scottish teams at least, Tom, that this new format is working really well.
It is, yeah, absolutely it is. Especially when you get a draw like Celtic's. We have to caveat everything by saying Celtic benefited from a very favourable draw. They didn't come up against too many of the big guns in Europe. But they've taken advantage of that. They've done well. They've won the games they needed to win. They've got some big performances in Atalanta, Leipzig, and they've got the job done. And the format, absolutely, it favours the Scottish teams. I'm not sure the format is going to be here that much longer, Kenny, because you see some of the big guns struggling. It wasn't supposed to be this way. This was supposed to be a cakewalk for the bigger teams. Give them more games, i.e. more money, and let the big guns then shoot it out in the latter stages. I'm not sure we're going to see this. There might be letters directly to UEFA saying, right, let's reconsider this pronto.
It's a good point, Neil, isn't it? But I think for all of us here, I think it's generally been a very positive reaction, hasn't it?
I think the league set up for both competitions is brilliant. It brings a real freshness. It is one-off games, so there's not like, okay, well, we can shadow box here. away from home and then try and play differently at home against the same opposition and sort of get a better feeling for who your opposition's going to be and the types of players. It's a one game shootout, and I think the format has been really, really good. It's exciting. I spoke to Brendan Rodgers very early in Celtic's campaign, and I actually genuinely thought this is the way the group is shaped up with your game situation. This is very, very strong chance that you'll come out of this, and he absolutely agreed. He says, I think we've got a wonderful chance. So he says that Tom's right, it has suited the Scottish teams, it looks like anyway, Rangers and Celtic in particular, but I think it's brilliant.
Yes, I'll give you a laugh. I've just gone through the Man United bench, right, and how much they cost.
Go on.
Right, well, 20 seconds.
Well, 401 million is what the bench cost.
That's unbelievable.
It's staggering. And that's the challenge that faces Rangers tonight. Celtic did the business last night. Let's hope Rangers can follow suit this evening. Stay tuned. We'll hear from Fleet Come On, and we'll hear from some Rangers supporters right after the BBC Radio Scotland news at 7 o'clock.
Across Scotland with the latest news, sport, music and culture.
On digital radio,
BBC Sounds
and your smart speaker.
Play BBC Radio Scotland.
BBC Radio Scotland News, I'm Duncan Kirkhope. Good evening. The death of a 6-year-old girl in West Calder is being treated as murder. The bodies of a 36-year-old man and a girl were found in a house in the town on Monday. Police say the man's death continues to be treated as unexplained, pending a post-mortem examination which will take place in due course. A spokesperson said that officers from the major investigation team, as well as local officers, continue to carry out extensive inquiries to establish the full circumstances, and at this time there's nothing to suggest anyone else is involved or there is any risk to the public. An emergency alert has been sent to millions of people in Scotland ahead of a rare red weather warning issued ahead of Storm Eowyn tomorrow. It's the first time the emergency alert system has been officially used in Scotland. The Met Office said winds could reach 100 miles an hour in some areas and there could be a risk to life due to flying debris, power cuts and damage to buildings. First Minister John Swinney gave this statement at Holyrood.
SCORE, our resilience and emergency system, was activated this morning to coordinate help and to support Scotland's frontline responders, including police, fire services and the ambulance service. I will chair a meeting of the Resilience Room shortly after First Minister's questions today, and further advice will be issued to the public. Presiding Officer, red weather warnings like this are very rare. Our message is simple. Please follow the advice from the Met Office and the police. Take this seriously and stay safe.
The teenager who murdered 3 young girls in Southport last summer has been given 13 life sentences and told he must serve a minimum of 52 years in prison. During sentencing, Mr Justice Goose said 18-year-old Axel Rudakabana couldn't be given a whole life term because of his age. But our correspondent Nick Garnett says the judge said Rudakabana was unlikely to be ever released.
He said that it's very likely that he will spend the rest of his life and never be released in court, because the 52 years that he's been sentenced to is only the first point at which he can be considered for parole. If the parole board then listens to him and thinks he is still a danger to society, he will not be released then. And so it's very highly likely that he will never, ever step outside again.
Plans for a new national care service have been dropped by the Scottish Government. It was supposed to end the postcode lottery of care and ensure national standards, but after unions, councils and opposition parties withdrew support, the Government has had to abandon its plans. Labour's health spokeswoman Jackie Bailey said it was yet another SNP failure.
The National Care Service is no more. Not a single penny of the £30 million has been spent on care packages. That money would have delivered 1 million extra hours of care, stopped care packages being cut, stopped care homes closing. Yet the Minister knows that this bill will do little to improve social care. What a waste of time and money. The centrepiece of the SNP's legislative programme has been sidelined, a bit like the Health Secretary.
A teenager has been arrested under the Terrorism Act outside a mosque in Greenock. The 16-year-old youth was taken into custody outside the Inverclyde Islamic Centre this morning. The teenager remains in custody. The BBC understands he has no links to the mosque, and the police are investigating whether right-wing extremism was involved. During the course of the investigation, a second 16-year-old male was arrested in the Greenock area in connection with a separate alleged terrorism offence. He has been released without charge pending further inquiries. Supergrass, Tom Walker and Natasha Bedingfield have been announced as the headliners for this summer's Belladrum Tartan Heart Festival near Bewley. The Highlands' biggest music festival had already confirmed Texas and a performance by the beautiful South's Paul Heaton with Glasgow singer-songwriter Rianne Downey. This year the event is due to take place from the 31st July to 2nd August. That's the news. Now sport. David Curry.
Thanks, Duncan. Good evening. Kyogo Furuhashi could leave Celtic for French club Rennes, according to the League One club's head coach, Georges Sampaoli. The Argentine told a media conference that the Japanese striker could even play for his team this weekend. The Rangers chief executive, Patrick Stewart, and former captain Barry Ferguson laid a wreath in memory of former Scotland striker Dennis Law at Old Trafford a short time ago. That's ahead of tonight's Europa League match between Law's former club Manchester United and Rangers. It kicks off at 8. In one of the earlier kick-offs, Spurs are 2-0 up away to Hoffenheim in Germany. Son with both goals. Motherwell have signed goalkeeper Ellery Balcom on loan for the rest of the season from Brentford. He spent the first half of the season at St Mirren. In tennis, American Madison Keys is through to the final of the Australian Open after knocking out second seed Iga Swiatek. She will face defending champion Aryna Sabalenka in the final. And the Old Course at St Andrews will host the Open Championship in 2027. That's all for now. More at 8.
Thanks very much, David. In North Lanarkshire, it's very slow on the M80 going north from Junction 5, the Cumbernauld Lowood Junction turning to Junction 6, Cumbernauld Old Inns. That's after an earlier accident there. That's BBC Radio Scotland News.
Rangers in the Europa League.
Live on Sportsound from BBC Radio Scotland.
There's no substitute.
Welcome back to European Sports Sound with me, Kenny McIntyre. A huge night for Rangers as they face Manchester United in the Europa League. Kick-off at Old Trafford is 8 o'clock. Neil McCann is alongside me in the studio. Our team is in place down in Manchester. Stephen Thompson, Tom English, and our match commentator, Liam McLeod. And Liam, you can recap the team news for us.
Yeah, no problem. Rangers back to familiar lines after the Scottish Cup tie against Fraserburgh at the weekend, and a team more akin to the one that started against Tottenham Hotspur last time out in this tournament in December. And remember, they're unbeaten in their last 6 away Europa League matches, 7 overall, including their draw in Lublin against Dynamo Kiev in August. The Scottish record is 7, which was set by Steven Gerrard's Rangers team in 2021. So they are in good spirits coming into this one. The Rangers starting 11 is Jack Butland in goal as he returns after a spell out. Liam Kelly, well, it's his birthday today by all accounts, and he finds himself out of the team. And for this match at Old Trafford, it's not the best birthday present for him, but Jack Butland is the club's number 1. The back 4 captain Tavernier comes back in as well. Balogun, Proper, Jefte, Barron and Raskin in the middle with Diamonde suspended. Czerny by Rami and Yilmaz with Igaman leading the line for Manchester United. Altay Bayünder, the Turkish goalkeeper, comes in for just a 5th appearance of the season. Andre Onana's been dropped. The back 3, the Dutch international Matthijs de Ligt alongside Argentina World Cup winner Lisandro Martinez and Lenny Yoro, the teenager from France who played at the Olympics last year. The middle 4, if you like, the former Rangers loanee Amad Diallo, who's actually their top scorer this season. He has exalted that tally by virtue of that hat-trick against Southampton. It looked like they were going to lose to the Premier League's bottom side up until that late salvo and the treble from Diallo. So he's on one side, Diogo Dalot, the Portugal international, on the other, with young Toby Collier in the middle alongside Christian Eriksen, the 32-year-old Danish international and Danish football legend, with Bruno Fernandes, another Portugal player and midfielder who we have seen a lot of in recent times. Of course, came up against the Scotland national team as Dalot did in the recent Nations League. Alejandro Garnacho, the Argentine, over on the other side, with Joshua Zirkzee, the Dutch international, who's been much maligned this season. Just the 4 goals in his 31 appearances coming into this one. The referee is from Belgium, Eric Lambrechts, 40 years of age. He last saw a Scottish side when he took charge of the national team's defeat in Amsterdam against the Netherlands 10 months ago.
Thank you to Liam McLeod. Let's take a look back at the job Philippe Clement has been doing since joining Rangers on the 15th of October 2023.
Michael Beale has been sacked as Rangers manager after the team's home defeat by Aberdeen yesterday left them 7 points behind Celtic. It was the Ibrox side's third Scottish Premiership loss of the campaign and comes after a heavy Champions League playoff defeat by PSV Eindhoven.
Rangers have confirmed the appointment of Philippe Clement on a 3.5-year contract to become their new manager.
It's not about me, it's about the team, it's about the club, it's about the players, it's about the staff around the players. It's not about me.
Full time at Ibrox. Rangers comfortable victors in Philippe Clement's first game in charge. Rangers 4, Hibernian 0.
The fans go behind the team, so that is one of the biggest strengths of this club, that we need to have the next couple of months to win trophies.
Up towards Dessers, there it goes. Rangers have done it. It's finished. Rangers 2, Sparta Prague 1.
We made a really important step forward, but we don't have anything in our hands. Focus, concentration to try to get 3 points out of every game, but we know that football is a game that you don't always get what you deserve.
James Tavernier, here he goes against Roos, he scores 1-1 with a spot kick in second half stoppage time. Aberdeen 1, Rangers 1.
I know out of my experience that the season is a marathon. It's not only a sprint.
All eyes on the Serbian referee. It blows the final whistle, and Rangers have won in Seville. Rangers are into the Europa League. Last 16, a monumental victory for Rangers, their first ever over a Spanish side in Spain. Real Betis 2, Rangers 3.
I saw today what I wanted to see. I want to see a team of winners that never give up, and that's what they did today.
Rangers win the League Cup, and Rangers win their 28th League Cup, and first since 2011. Rangers 1, Aberdeen 0.
It's great after just 9 weeks together we can get our hands on silverware.
And there is the roar from the Celtic fans, and Philippe Clement tastes defeat for the first time as Rangers manager. It finished Celtic 2, 10-man Rangers 1.
I'm disappointed that we didn't get the points, but I'm more proud of them.
Swings the cross ball in, the header, it's in! Motherwell are back in front. Motherwell seek their first Ibrox League victory in 27 years, and it's Rangers 1, Motherwell 2.
Yeah, I wish we could win every game. That's our ambition also. But I learned in these 30 years of football, it never happened.
Maria takes the free kick, and it comes, it's come off the Rangers defender, and then off goal set. Benfica 2, Rangers 2. Benfica, Rafa Silva's in, and he scores! Benfica lead at Ibrox, 3-2 to the Portuguese champions in aggregate.
If I see where the team was not 5 months ago, but 2 months ago, they could not compete in this way. The team is still growing. To be first in your Europa League group, really competitive with a team as Benfica, I think the club can be proud about it.
Now it's Matondo, chips it towards goal, and the finish! And it is Rangers 3, Celtic 3. What an afternoon in Glasgow.
I think my boys did something special today. I think everybody sees this team is totally different than 5 months ago.
There's the final whistle. The first time in 25 meetings they have got the better of Rangers. Ross County 3, Rangers 2.
Of course, very disappointed because it was not good enough today, so I'm very disappointed about it.
Rangers spill more priceless points in the title race. 2 games in hand they had. They've picked up 1 point out of the 6 available. Defeat in Dingwall, a draw in Dundee. And just how damaging will these 2 results in the space of 4 days be to their title hopes? With just 5 games to go. Dundee 0, Rangers 0.
I think in October for all the fans the league was over. If we win the last 5 games, then they're going to be really happy, and we're going to fight hard until the end to be decisive in the league.
And the final whistle goes, and Celtic are champions again. Kilmarnock 0, Celtic 5.
We can now speak about all the negatives because we didn't become champion, but also a lot of good things has happened the last 6 months. It's not that everything has been negative. There were a lot of positive points.
Goes for a goal, takes a deflection, it's in! Aravina has scored for Celtic in the 89th minute, and surely now Celtic are going to take home the double. It is Celtic 1, Rangers 0. Celtic, Scottish Cup winners once again.
We can improve For next season in the club, we need to take the right conclusions, how to make it better to win next season. We're going to need a rebuild.
And it's Shaparenko with a cut back for Kyiv. And that surely is the final nail in Rangers' Champions League hopes. Rangers 0, Dynamo Kyiv 2.
Of course, financially, it's a big difference for the club, and it will be different for the transfers to come in also. We can only accept and look forwards to the league and to the Europa League.
Oh, that is magnificent! That is absolutely magnificent from the Celtic captain! And the first derby of the season is being comprehensively won by the defending champions. And it's Celtic 3, Rangers 0. And there's more than the length of the River Clyde between these two teams right now. This all came from the free kick. He shoots on the post and in! Ross McCausland scores! Match day 1 in the Europa League. It's Malmo 0, Rangers 2.
Marley Watkins with a strike! Marley Watkins with a goal! Kilmarnock 1, Rangers 0.
Played now 8 games, so there are 30 more to go in the league, and becoming stronger out of that, and to prove that on Thursday to start with that.
And Eagleman's onto it, he's driving into the box, he still has it right feet, it scores! And it is Rangers 4, FCSB 0.
We were all sick of losing. We wanted to stand up all together. Somebody told me also it's more than 20 years ago that Rangers win a group stage game with 4 goals difference. I'm happy that everybody can see that there's potential in this squad. We need time to get everything together, to connect everything together, and to get better and better.
Chance for Morris! Goal for Morris! It is Aberdeen 2, Rangers 1. Big chance, goal! It's Rangers 1, Dundee United 1.
Frustration about losing points.
Losing 13 points in the first 12 games, that's not good enough for you, is it?
No, it's totally not acceptable.
There is the final whistle. It is a remarkable evening in the south of France for this Rangers side, who have secured a second away victory in this Europa League. It's a really astounding achievement for a side that has been well below par in the league. Nice 1, Rangers 4.
Starting at Hampden, it created a lot of negativity from fans and a little bit toxic. You have a lot of new players, nobody knows their value, but this night can show a lot of people that there is a lot of potential in this squad and that we're working really hard to gel everything together.
That's another goal for Rangers. It's incredible stuff from Rangers tonight. It's Rangers 6, Kilmarnock 0.
Rangers 1, Tottenham Hotspur 1. The 11 points will be enough to get a knockout playoff round spot. They next go to Manchester United.
Very proud about the performance, so it's a big step forward. I'm also disappointed that we didn't take the 3 points.
Maida scores into the bottom left corner. And it is a 22nd League Cup for Celtic.
It's cruel to lose like that. It's even more cruel if after the game you come in your dressing room and your phone is overloaded with messages why we didn't get a penalty.
And the goal! And St Mirren will defeat Rangers on Boxing Day in 2024.
Eagleman with a strike, Eagleman with a brilliant goal. It is Motherwell 2, Rangers 2.
We throw away the points like we did against St Mirren with conceding 2 really poor goals.
But it brings back to Danilo. He sweeps it home, and it's Bedlam at Ibrox. They are putting their great rivals and neighbours to the sword here. Rangers 3, Celtic 0.
The arrears at the top of the table down to 11. Corners whited in.
Headers in, we see it.
And it's Hibernian 3, Rangers 3.
Shirley with a chance for the equaliser. Has to take it wide, but he scored. Rangers level on the counter-attack. It's Dundee 1, Rangers 1.
3 away wins in 11 games. You will accept that is clearly not the form of a team that is going to challenge for a title, is it?
No, clearly not.
And it is now Rangers 3, St Johnstone 1.
And it is Rangers 3, Aberdeen 0.
Rangers 5, Fraserburgh 0.
How do you now prepare for what is an absolutely massive game at Old Trafford against Manchester United?
The team worked really hard the last couple of months to be in a very good situation in this Europa League. This is a massive challenge, and this team can do special things. They proved that already the last couple of months.
A reminder there of Philippe Clement's time in charge of Rangers. Not an easy one to throw at you, Stephen, but how would you sum it up?
Frustrating, I think he's frustrated. You can tell that. I think the fans have been frustrated throughout his time at the club as well. I think last season, obviously, having themselves in such a strong position and then throwing it away, and then the cup final, going into this season, yes, he's had a rebuild, and there has been influences out with his control, i.e. Hampden, i.e. Senior members of staff not being in place. So he's had a bit to deal with, and you can sympathise with that. But when he's been on the ropes and you think, right, he's one result away from maybe losing his job, he seems to pull out a result, and I think the European form has undoubtedly helped him through the course of the season. He's been unlucky in terms of the League Cup final, I think, because they could easily have won that on the day, penalties, so that could have been a trophy in the cabinet, and it would have eased a lot of the tension and pressure that's on him. But I still don't think the product on the pitch most of the time is where it needs to be, and the big problem that he's got is he's playing second best to Celtic, and when you are with one of either of the clubs as a manager, second best never good enough. He's got one more opportunity to win silverware this season, which I think would just about get him through into next season. But before then, if this away kind of form domestically continues, then he might not be given the opportunity. So that's kind of where I am with Philippe Clement.
Yeah, Neil, he got the team off to such a great start, but when the title was there to be won, he couldn't get them over the line, and he made some interesting team selections at that point, as he actually did ahead of the Old Firm game. He's been accused at times of resting players. We've had this discussion, listening too much to the sports science people. How would you sum up things under Philippe Clement?
Well, I think he came up short when he got himself into a position where the title was virtually in his hands.
Yeah,
it was in his own hands. I think as a manager, you want that opportunity to say, right, it's in our own hands here. You're not reliant on anyone else to take points off of Celtic. You've got that opportunity, and he came up short then. And I think until that last game, I think the performance in the League Cup final was very good. I think showed a bit of character coming back in the game. He's right to be very, very angry with the penalty, but enough's been said about that. But he's got a case in point with that. And then that, as Tomo said, I think he was on the brink. I think he was on the brink of leaving his position in that Celtic game at Ibrox, and that performance came from nowhere. And not just the Rangers performance, the Celtic one as well. It was like the perfect storm, and they took full advantage and they were brilliant that day, as poor as Celtic were. But I still think there's an element of pressure on him. I think there's still an element of scrutiny on him. The European form is a very big positive, but this dance that Rangers are having in Europe is nice for the club to go away, get results, and still have that respect level within European competitions. But I'll say it again, Kenny, the only thing that matters to Rangers fans, I believe, is winning titles, winning Scottish titles, and first and foremost the Premiership. And that's what he has to do. He's in that wee bit there, he had a wee extract from one of these interviews, and it was saying the Rangers fans said it was over anyway, and now we're in this position. Well, when you get to the point and you don't come through with it, and they're going to be really disappointed. It wasn't like, we weren't in it, 10 games ago or something. And it won't be a pill that they can swallow right now either, because they look at that table and think Celtic are still miles away. We beat them. We battered Celtic, and we're still miles behind in the title race. So this European competition is great, and I can't wait to watch them perform against Man United, and hopefully Rangers win this game. But it doesn't fix domestic. I think that's all the be-all and end-all right now for Rangers, where it should be at. And once you start winning domestic titles and wrestling that dominance back from Celtic, the European stage will take care of itself again.
It's interesting, Tom O'Neill picking out some of his post-match comments, because that's been something I think that's plagued him in recent months. Some of the things he has said divert the Rangers supporters in terms of be it expectation, in terms of they feel, look, we must have been watching a different game here, because when you're speaking to the media, you're speaking to the fans, and these messages are so important.
Yeah, well, I think you're right. You know, so Tom's actually away just now.
Did I say Tomo?
He says Tomo.
Oh, did you?
That was a horrendous accent.
That was a horrendous attempt.
I thought you said Tom. He's Tom's like, I completely missed the question because I thought you were aiming it at Tom, and I was busy looking for him to try and get him for you.
The messages he gives to the fans when he's speaking in post-match media conferences, I think at times he's made things worse for himself.
There has been a few, yeah. I mean, occasions. I think the Aberdeen one stands out, doesn't it? When he said, what did he say? It was the best performance of the season or something like that. Yeah, there's been occasions. I think he's talked for me too much about playing every 3 days, because that's the expectation at the club, and other clubs have to do it and don't make as much fuss about it. He's talked for me too long about the new group. You know, he was still doing that November time. So every day has a turnover of players, every squad in the summer. So I think he was a lot of excuses, a lot of but he firmly believed that they're all valid. And I think people just get a wee bit tired of listening to the same thing over and over and over again from him. What has happened for him is that he talked about the group will kind of grow, and the young players, you know, he was criticised for his recruitment, but Eagleman's now turning into what looks like a great signing. Jeffy, another young player, has been a decent signing. So in terms of his kind of foresight, if you like, looking in and saying these players will all come good, that is maybe starting to happen in Ciala as well, obviously not involved tonight. So there is signs that his project, given time, obviously needs to add more quality. Will it start to improve? But the time issue isn't something that's kind of kindly given to managers when you're the manager of Rangers.
See, the thing is, I know what he's saying about he's got some valid excuses, but Kenny, you're right. Some of the things that he comes out with, Philippe Clement, after the games, I mean, we've all been in the game for 20-30 years. There's been sports writers have listened to managers after games for a lot longer than that as well, and it's as if he's saying things that as if it can wash past those boys without them actually saying, well, hold on a minute, that's not what we just watched. And I feel that the players are improving. See, if they're not improving and they're playing game after game, like look at Eagleman for example in the last 10-12 games, if he's not improving, then there's something drastically wrong. So he's going to improve by getting more games. Every player will improve. I have been pleasantly surprised by the boy's level of improvement in terms of his game awareness, because it was always looked to me as if, you know, one of these really talented little 20-yard footballers. Close control, beat people in a phone box, but could he play in the length of the pitch? And I think gradually he's improved. Yefty's still got a lot of proving in him, although he has certainly increased that level. But when it comes down to domestic football, and this is what I mean about his home record is brilliant.
Yes.
Right? It's brilliant. But it should be. It's Ibrox, and I've been in an away team, as has Tomo, and as other teams have travelled to Ibrox. It's not just the team you're facing, it's Ibrox you're playing at. It's the intimidation of the fans. The ball seems to get sucked towards your goal when you're playing against them, and sooner or later you succumb to that more often than not. It's when you go away from home, that's when a manager has to show his quality as a coach. That's when he has to come up tactically with the right decisions, either at substitutions or how you play. And more often than not, they've come short in that, and that's where the improvement hasn't happened. So the away form in Europe, as I said, as I pointed out, teams are opening up, they're playing against Rangers, they're playing their way. They're not sitting and saying, oh, we're going to try and counter-attack this Rangers team because they're really strong. They're thinking, Rangers, we'll batter them, you know, because we're leading our league where we are, and all of a sudden that speed or those players who are talented are expressing themselves, getting goals and getting brilliant results. But as I said, it's here where it matters, Kenny, to me. and it should be to...
Well, do you know what? That's a good point, Neil. So we're going to be joined shortly with some Rangers fans. We'll get their thoughts on that, and we'll also hear what Philippe Clement had to say at yesterday's media conference later in the programme. Let's hear now from the under pressure United manager Ruben Amorim. He spoke with the media also yesterday.
What I was saying is that you have to look really hard to find the team of Manchester United in 10 games that lose 7 games. And that is on me, because it's the same players doing worse with a new coach. What I'm saying is that we have to improve in the details, and I explained that. The way we play, we are too nervous with the ball, too nervous, really anxious. And then if you have a little bit experience in this game, when you fall in this type of context, it's really hard to go up, especially when you are a massive club. So that was my only point. I'm saying in this moment we are performing really bad, and our results are really bad in the moment. So it's everything together, the players, the staff, the technical stuff. So I'm not taking responsibility. I'm just pointing that I'm the biggest responsible of the performance and the results, because I'm the coach and I have that responsibility. We are more nervous playing at home than away, because we lost a lot of games, like 4 games in 5. So it's getting harder. The first thing in my mind is they cannot score. We need to score the first one. If we score the first one, I think that will change, and we will play better at home in the beginning. Imagine that tomorrow we don't suffer a goal in the beginning and we score and we play well, and then we go to Fulham and you can win it. That will change even the environment here and everything. So I don't know. What I knew since the first day is that when I arrived and I see it, I understood that changing things, we are going to suffer. For me, it was really clear. But in this moment, I don't want to say that it's going to take a lot of time. Our focus is that our players are here to play. We need to improve. We need to win games. To have that feeling of winning is really important for us. So let's focus on that.
What do you expect from Rangers?
We expect, like Harry said, a tough match, a lot of physicality during the game. I know that some players, important players that from Rangers that don't play, and we have to know the new players to understand the way they play. With the fullbacks are really high on the pitch. They have talented to score in the final third. So it's one more difficult game. Is really important for us because we want to skip playoff. It's really important to have time to train. So I expect the same thing that we faced in the last games. A really tough match, a lot of physicality with also the fans from Rangers making some noise. So we are prepared. Our fans are prepared. We want to win.
In many ways, the situation at Rangers just now mirrors the situation at Manchester United. A lot of turmoil on and off the park. Are you aware of what's been going on in Rangers? Same idea of the fans being upset at lack of success?
It's really hard. These massive clubs, and Rangers won a lot. I think it's the club with more titles in Europe. So it's really hard in these moments for any coach in any club. But I hope to improve my team before I feel the pain of the Rangers coach.
Ruben Amorim there. We'll hear from Philippe Clement shortly. Let's get some supporter opinion ahead of tonight's game. Hoping to be joined by a few Rangers fans. First up, Brian McLachlan. Good evening to you, Brian. How are you feeling about this one tonight?
Hi, Kenny. It's a bit of an indifferent feeling because we're away to Man United in the Europa League, and I think the best football we've played this season, factually has been in Europe. And away from home. So Man United, obviously they're definitely not in the best of form. Looking at the lineups, just got an awful feeling that Diallo is going to have some say in the game. I might be being pessimistic, but then obviously we've got Egamani who seems to be obviously on fire at the minute, so it really could go either way, to be honest, because I think it's two teams. I think, as someone had pointed out there, the parallels between Man United and Rangers now, they're in very similar situations, I think, as football clubs.
Yeah, thanks to you, Brian. We're also joined by Kieran Wallace, another Rangers supporter. Your thoughts, Kieran, on the team that Philippe Clement has gone with this evening?
It's almost like he's not got too much choice to pick from. When you look at the Rangers bench, it's filled with B-team players almost. and very indifferent from what we see domestically due to injuries, players not registered and such as. So it's very much like the team that came up against Tottenham Hotspur. I think we may miss Mohamed Diamande in the middle, but if anything, Conor Barron, it's a massive occasion for him, and hopefully he steps up.
Dougie Kinnear has also joined us. Good evening to you, Dougie. How confident are you feeling about a Rangers victory tonight? No, Dougie's not with us just yet. Let's get your thoughts then, Brian, on what's been the highlight, what's been the best European night for you in this campaign?
I think in this campaign, I think the Tottenham game was like a really, really pleasant surprise because we were playing a very strong Premiership team. Obviously our form has not really been there, so the way we played against Tottenham, a lot of my friends that are non-Rangers supporters are messaging me over, and obviously it was kind of a coming of age game for Igamani, where all of a sudden he was right there front and centre. So I'd probably say the Tottenham game, although we have had results against other teams, I just think playing a team at Tottenham standard and the way we played throughout the game, that was probably for this season probably my highlight, I would say.
Kieran, Neil McCann is alongside me in the studio. Neil's been talking about what Rangers fans will see as the absolute priority, and Neil's saying he's no doubt it's all about winning the league. Is that how you see things? That's what the manager has got to deliver?
I 100% agree with Neil on that one. It just seems that the manager's under so much pressure because of his domestic form, and it's almost that his form in Europe is what's keeping him in a job ultimately. But for Rangers fans, the bread and butter is winning trophies domestically, especially the league title. So for me, we went all the way to Seville in Europa League and had the time of our lives a few years ago. Winning in Europe's good, and it's good to balance the books with the financial rewards that come with it, but ultimately we need to get back to winning ways in the league. And let's be honest, they're the only team that's benefited from us doing well in Europe with the coefficient points is Celtic. With the automatic qualifications, they've been getting to the Champions League, so that's where we need to get to, winning the league and getting back in the Champions League. I think that's got to be the ultimate goal.
What do you think about the situation Neil, the manager, finds himself in? When the board have backed him, they did that a couple of weeks ago, we'll get the guy's thoughts on this, but what do you think he needs to achieve for him to be Rangers manager at the start of next season?
He needs to sort it away for him. He needs to give some indication that he's capable of setting a side out and getting them functioning, where they're winning away games and not dropping. I mean, you can drop points. Of course you can drop points, but it's the manner in which they've dropped points, the regularity of dropping points. It is an alarming away form for a team of Rangers. Now he's talking about players, and judge me, in October or November it was, and now we're in January. And Kenny, listen, I've been in that club, I've been in that jersey. Yes, people use the phrase it can be a heavy jersey. Aye, it is, because you're going in with your eyes open that there's been great teams before you and it's used to winning games. And if you're not winning games, you better be able to take some stick that comes with it. If you're not performing, you better be able to take some stick with it. And I'm not talking about just in the football ground, I'm talking about outside. You never stop being a Rangers player. And I know that we spoke about the Man United players, and it's a different world that we live in now and what they're earning. But in Glasgow and in Scotland, Kenny, you can never escape your performance from the weekend. And that's why it's so important that Rangers get back to winning titles again. Celtic are so far ahead in terms of the financial aspects, right? You talk about that. But I tell you what, I would never want my manager coming out and saying, you know, as if they're punching a couple of weight divisions up with Celtic, if you remember him saying it.
Yeah.
I mean, that's not what you want to hear as a Ranger. You want to say, I don't care, we're Rangers here, and we're playing against Celtic. And they proved that on their day, when they're right at it and Celtic are off it, they can put that type of performance in, get that type of result. But they need to be, Philippe Clement has to show the fans and the football club that he's capable of setting up a team away from home Because as I said there, and I touched on it, Kenny, coming to Ibrox where you've got Kieran and Brian and Dougie, if they're going season ticket holders or they're going along to Ibrox, you know that you can see teams actually, they might be really diligent and set up brilliantly, but sooner or later you can see them getting nervous. You talk about Amarin there, talking about the players getting nervous and things like that. Well, away teams come to Ibrox to get nervous. They've not got the same fear and not to get the same nerves because they don't play in front of that arena when they're playing at home. So therefore they can be a little bit more braver in their play and or maybe a wee bit more free in their play. That Rangers need to go and then break that down, and they don't have the strength from the stands to put that team under pressure, create that noise, create that nervousness. They virtually have to do that themselves, so as a coach and as a team, and that's where they've failed this year. Philippe Clement has failed to be able to get that team to come away from a tough game away from home with 3 points in the bag, and that's why Rangers are so far behind in the title race.
Right, Brian, your thoughts just briefly on the manager. What would it take for him to be in charge start of next season?
Well, I mean, I don't think under any circumstances that there should be a justification he can be the manager. I mean, if he won every game between now and the end of the season and won the Scottish FA Cup, I still wouldn't want him to be the manager next season. Just to be as quick as I can, to Neil's point, he's absolutely bang on. We've lost that. There's a serious mental weakness. I saw Liam Balogun getting interviewed saying about how it wasn't nice that the fans were saying bad things about serial debtors and stuff like that, and it stems from the manager, the continued excuse making, and this, as you said, about the financial gulf between us and City. It's just constant excuse making. We need to get back the character of what it is to be Rangers and the necessity that no matter what happens we need to win no matter who we play against, and I just don't think that's happening under Clement.
Brian, your prediction for tonight?
I'm going to go 2-1. Igamania to score the winner.
Oh, very bold. And for yourself, Kieran?
I'll be really honest, I'll take a draw right this minute, but a result for Rangers, a positive result, so I'll go 2-1 as well.
Well, let's hope there are plenty of goals. Guys, enjoy the game. Thanks very much indeed for joining us on Sports Sound. Rangers supporters Brian McLaughlin and Kieran Wallace there. Let's now hear from the man we have been discussing, the Rangers manager Philippe Clement. He spoke with the media yesterday.
Michael Beale has been sacked as Rangers manager after the team's home defeat by Aberdeen yesterday left them 7 points behind Celtic.
Yeah, just apologise, that was the timeline of which we heard, which was very, very good, but not worth hearing again. I don't think we're going to hear from the Rangers manager. He spoke with the media yesterday. We also heard from Ruben Amarin. He spoke with the media yesterday. It's interesting what Philippe Clement has been saying in terms of what's been going wrong this season, and you heard from the Rangers fans, they're not at all happy with some of the things that he has been coming out with. So let's now hear what he had to say when he spoke with the media yesterday. He's just going to speak in a couple of minutes' time. A few technical issues here, Neil. So this is a big night for him, isn't it, Philippe Clement? I think for a manager going down there, Man United are toiling. We know the money that they have. We know they're a Tom dispute sister. They're a team full of top players, but they're a team that are struggling right now. So actually we'll get your thoughts after, hopefully, we've heard from the Rangers manager.
It's about all team, all squads digging in together and getting results like they've been doing the last couple of months. We have our game plan like we always do, and that's clear for the team. Like I said from the beginning, I'm not somebody who believes in only parking a bus in front of goal and hoping that nothing happens and hoping to come one time on the other side and then to score a goal out of that. So we will play out of our qualities also, but of course we need to look also at the qualities of Manchester United. Like we did in the other European games the last months, and like I did before also with other teams. If other teams are in high confidence or in low confidence, or all these studies before. We had it a few weeks ago before the Old Firm that nobody gave us a chance, and the team proved what they can do in big moments. So it's about the moment, being there and be focused on ourselves, what we want to do on this pitch, not what the other team wants to do. We're focused on ourselves. It's just about us, and I'm convinced that our squad, our team can hurt every opponent. Yeah, we need to be very united. We need to work really hard. We need to work hard without the ball. Otherwise, these chances will not come. We need to do a lot of things right to get a good result here. But the team is here also in a good position in the Europa League because they did that already several times in Europe this season, but also last season. If I remember the Benfica games and the games against Betis Sevilla also, for example. So we need to get that kind of performance to get a result here, but everybody's very motivated for that.
You've spoken about the difficulties winning away from home in Scotland, but in Europe you've had good results away from home, haven't you? Why is it different sometimes?
We shot a lot of times in our own foot in these domestic games away of home, that we were dominating the game, that we were creating the chances, not scoring that moment, and then getting one chance against, and then making individual mistakes and getting goals against, giving a lot of belief to the opponent and chasing the games. A few games that we chased in too much rush. We learned lessons out of that. We spoke with the team about that. They did better also in the last couple of weeks. We need to take lessons out of those games, but we hurt ourselves a few times with individual things. We didn't do that in Europe. Let's continue in that way tomorrow.
If you're the top 8 finish, a victory tomorrow would be a huge step in going into the top 8. How much importance are you putting on that?
I'm only busy with getting the best out of the team, and the team is only busy with trying to win every game. And we're not looking ahead and calculating, okay, then we have 2 games less or 2 games more or whatever. I think they all like to play football. They all love to play football. So we will play all these games, and we will need to put all our hunger in every 3 days. This is a massive game to play. It's a nice game to play. All the players are happy if I see them coming into the stadium and looking around. You see also the pitch. Everybody wants to be on that pitch to play football because it's top quality. So let's go out and enjoy it and put all our powers into that. We have respect for every opponent, and we try to look what are their strengths, what are their weaknesses, and how can we play our own football. And of course you need to adapt and tweak things against every opponent. But the way we treat opponents, the respect we have for them, it's for all the same.
You must be confident, Philippe, that your players can embrace this big stage.
Yes, of course. They did a few weeks ago in this Old Firm, and they did in other games in Europe also. And this is again a really, really big challenge. All the spotlights are on them, and on the team and on the club. And it's a massive opportunity to play against teams of this size, of this budget, with the best quality players in the world. On the other side, it's a challenge for players, and it's what I know my team and my squad embrace those moments. It's also, if you're a small boy and you start to play football, you dream of being in stadiums like this and play games like that against good opponents. So they all love that I know. The team is doing better and better the last couple of months. That's what we need to show to write history here. It's, I think, a very long time ago that Rangers won at English Hall. So let's go for the challenge and give everything that we have. And that's what my team needs to do, to be fully focused only on that.
Philippe, come on there, Stephen. As we said, he got the backing of the board a couple of weeks ago. What do you think it's going to take for the board to see between now and the end of the season for him to be in place to start off the next campaign?
Well, Neil's right to point out that they've got to fix this away problem. But I actually think he probably needs to win the Scottish Cup, if I'm being honest. At this minute in time, you've got to say that Celtic are going to win the league. They've already got one trophy in the bag. If Celtic win a treble, and you've got a season, well, 2 seasons that picked up 1 trophy as Rangers manager, it's hardly a sign of success. So I feel as though he's got to lift a trophy. But I mean, the problems, a run in Europe would certainly help him. I think if we manage to get through into the kind of knockout phases, if you like, and have a decent couple of results, that would always help. But overall, and as Neil pointed out earlier on, when you're a Rangers supporter, it's the title that you want, and this season it's just been miles off it in terms of where they need to be. So they've got a decision to make, whether they think that he'll be able to progress and build, and he's talking about there, he can see progression. He thinks the team has improved over the last couple of months. I think they probably have from what they were earlier in the season, but it was only a month ago they were dropping all these points away from home in various games. So, as much as you can say there's been an improvement, they beat Celtic, and their home form's never been an issue. The away form is the Achilles heel for him, but I think he's got to win a trophy. I think he's got to win the Scottish Cup.
I agree with you. If he's still in that position, in his position, of course he would need to win the Scottish Cup. But I mean, if he doesn't address the first issue, which is the away form, I don't think he will be. You look at Patrick Stewart's statement to come out. I mean, there was a lot of people. Everybody's aware of what he said, but there's a lot of people thinking, no, that was a bit weak, and they were looking for him to sack. It wasn't weak in the slightest. That came from a very calculated man, I believe, that actually had enough messages between the lines to say, get it sorted, or I will deal with it, as his position would suggest that he would have to. So that's why I didn't even mention the Scottish Cup. But I agree with you, if he was still there and they did pick up there, then of course he would need to win a domestic trophy.
Do you think he'll definitely survive this season?
I don't know, Kenny. I don't want to get involved because I don't like talking about because I've been there myself. And what I will say, and that's what I'm asked to do on these shows, is actually give reasons for a guy being under pressure, and then not just saying, oh, he's away from, he's not winning. Well, what is he doing wrong? I mean, tactically, you have to do better. You have to come up with a better game plan. You have to have better answers with the team selection. Your substitutes have to be good. You need to change sometimes how you operate to break down opposition. So I wouldn't like to give an answer on that, but what I do know and what I'm prepared to say is that he is under immense pressure.
Right, talk to me then, Neil, about, because you have done the job, how tough, how all-consuming it is when you're a manager under pressure. I guess it must affect all aspects of your life.
Couldn't even imagine what it must be like to be an Old Firm manager, Celtic and Rangers, because it is an incredibly big job. But what I can say is that the responsibility is the exact same, because you're responsible for that team that takes a pitch on a Saturday, and your responsibility is not diminished because there's 40,000 or there's 3,000 watching you. The pressure is still there. They still want the same results. It is, you have to be obsessional. You have to be completely obsessed with a job. Speaking from a personal point of view, I know that there are going to be so many inconsistencies in the job that I had at Dundee and then at Inverness. But your job and how hard you work at it, you need to self-evaluate, you need to look at your team. And I lost my job very, very early in the second season. You look back at it and you're bitter about it, you think, because there's things that you wanted to change or whatever. But I can only imagine the scrutiny that you must come under as an Old Firm manager, because I've been a player, so I can relate to it, sort of. But what I will say is, being a player and being a manager of Rangers will not have any differences in terms of how the fans look at you. You need to win games, you need to win championships, you need to win trophies, and if you're not doing it, you're not good enough. And that's the bottom line.
Tom, you sat down with them last week. What did you see?
I saw a guy who was really up for the fight, very focused, very driven guy, who said he was embracing the challenge of it. Now, they're always going to do that, aren't they? They're not going to display weakness to journalists. But he did strike me as a guy who is very secure in his own position. He didn't feel under threat. He felt the backing of the board 200%, he said. So, that can change, Like the thing about Rangers, right? They're a work in progress, and Rangers don't want to be a work in progress. They want to be the finished article. They want to be pushing for the title and winning the title. They're not in that position at the moment. They're not good enough. Celtic are way better. So I know the lads are saying, they have to win the Scottish Cup. They're probably not good enough to beat Celtic in the Scottish Cup.
Why?
Because Celtic are better players.
Well, were they good enough in the League Cup?
Were who good enough in the League Cup?
Were Rangers good enough in the League Cup?
When?
Just there.
So are you saying that Celtic are not better than Rangers?
I'm saying that you're saying. Tom, what you're saying is Rangers are not good enough to win the Scottish Cup. What's your basis on that? Because they were good enough in the semi-final, they were excellent in the semi-final, they just lost out in penalties, and they were good enough in the last league game. So that's a nonsense comment.
Neil, are you serious? Celtic are streets ahead of Rangers.
I'm not saying
occasionally Rangers can put it up to Celtic.
So occasionally, would you say a cup game's occasional?
I don't think they're good enough to beat Celtic in one of the really important games. I don't think they're good enough.
That's a nonsense statement, Tom. It's
a factual statement.
What I would say
it's
is
a factual statement.
Right now, Celtic are ahead of them in the league.
How many big old firm games have Rangers won in the last 10 years? How many?
What's that got to do with anything? We're talking about right now. They beat Celtic at Ibrox comfortably.
Okay, the last season, 2 seasons.
I'm not interested in history. I'm talking about right now.
You're interested in who's winning the trophies, and Celtic are winning them all because they're way better than Rangers.
Have they played the Scottish Cup trophy yet?
I can't believe you're disputing that Rangers are miles behind Celtic. Even Rangers fans would say that.
You'll talk about a one-off game.
Tom, look, do you know what? I'm decent at this. I'm not disputing that Celtic are ahead of Rangers right now. What I'm disputing is your comment that Rangers can't win the Scottish Cup.
I say I don't think
good enough.
I don't think they're good enough to beat Celtic. No, I might be proven wrong.
Right. Well, on any given day,
Celtic win.
Well, that's
the
a cup
vast
game.
majority.
That's what a cup competition's all about.
The vast majority of old firm games, Celtic win them, Neil.
Yeah.
Why? Why do they do that?
The stretch of the season because they've been better. They've got a better squad, better quality on the pitch. But Rangers have shown that they can beat Celtic, and I'll just point to the last game. They can compete.
Very rarely. We're talking 1 in 3, 1 in 4, 1 in 5.
We're no disputing that, Tom. We know the figures. We know the stats.
So I'm saying if Celtic and Rangers were going out tomorrow to play a game, I would say the Celtic are going to win that game. Would you? Would you?
What I would say is, Tom, that you're lucky that Neil's not down here in Manchester and he's in the because I've seen him getting angry before.
The guns are getting flexed, I can tell you.
I can see it.
No, I'm not. Everybody thinks I'm angry. I'm
listen,
not.
I bet you that'll be vein in the side of your forehead. I can tell you right now. I can't see you.
Let's have a wee look. It's there. It's there.
I can't believe what I'm hearing from Neil. I just can't believe it.
You can't believe that I disagree with it. The Rangers can't win the cup final if they were there with Celtic.
But you're defying the evidence of this season, last season, season before.
Tom, you're creating something here.
Tom, what did you say ahead of the last Old Firm game? What was your prediction?
I thought Celtic would win, didn't I?
Right. And did Rangers win that?
You're picking one isolated game.
No.
I'm talking about seasons here. They've won one game. Celtic were awful in that game. Rangers
Tom, I'm very calm. What I picked you up on was you said Rangers are not capable of winning the Scottish Cup.
I said they're not good enough to win it. That's my opinion.
Not good enough. Well, I just disagreed with that statement, and I says they are good enough.
You're to disagree with it.
And do you know what?
You're fine.
We'll find out. We will find out. Let's talk about the game tonight then, Stephen. Kick-off fast approaching. What do you think is key for Rangers? I think particularly at the start of this game.
Well, you heard the Manchester United manager talking about he doesn't want to concede an early goal. He feels as though if they get the goal, the stadium will lift and the players will lift with that. So it's important that Rangers don't concede early, stay in the game, and I do think that they've got quality to score goals. They've proven that in European football this season. They pick their moments well on the counter-attack, but they're going to have to defend first and foremost very well this evening.
Despite United's woes, Tom, if Rangers can get the win tonight, how big a statement would that be?
It would be huge. Obviously, for European context, massive. Philippe Clement needs to give the Rangers support reasons to believe in him, and if they win here tonight, that's a big reason to believe in him.
Team's just coming out at Old Trafford. It looks magnificent down there. Certainly sounds very noisy. Neil McCann, what are you looking to see from this Rangers side this evening?
I want to see them start the game which the same way in what they've started all of the European games with a high intensity and aggression in their game. I actually thought that the Steaua Bucharest was the best game of the tournament so far for Rangers because of their intensity, aggression, attacking threat. I want to see all of those qualities. If they do that against this Manchester United team, and this is a Manchester United team from the weekend with a fractured nature of their team spirit, then they've got a real chance, Kenny.
In the 5:45 kickoffs, Alkmaar 1, Roma 0, Bodo Glimt 3, Maccabi Tel Aviv 1, Porto 0, Olympiacos 1, Fenerbahce 0, Lyon 0, Hoffenheim 2, Tottenham Hotspur 3, Malmo 2, FC 23, Victoria Pilsen 2, Anderlecht 0, Karabag 2, Steaua Bucharest 3. So time now to sit back and enjoy the action. This should be an absolute belter. It's Manchester United against Rangers in the Europa League with Neil McCann, Stephen Thompson and Liam McLeod.
Kenny, thank you. Good evening from Old Trafford. This is the Manchester United supporters in the Stretford end off to our left. Roll a banner along the bottom tier that says Dennis Law, the King, with an image of Law with his famous number 10 red shirt right bang in the middle of it. After the legend, one of, if not the best Scotland player, or Scottish footballer, to have graced the game, passed away last Friday. The fifth meeting between Manchester United and Rangers this evening. The other four came in Champions League group matches, and most recently in 2010 when Walter Smith's side frustrated Sir Alex Ferguson's men in a goalless draw. United would win the rematch at Ibrox with a late Wayne Rooney penalty. With the other two matches coming in the group stage in 2003, 1-0 in Glasgow, Manchester United won thanks to an early Phil Neville goal, the Van Nistelrooy double and a Forlan goal sealing a 3-0 home victory here more than 21 years ago now. The Rangers side this evening is Butland in goal, Tavernier, Balogun, Crawford and Jephte at the back, Barron and Raskin, Cherny, Bayrami, Yilmaz and Igaman. For the home team, Baynder, the Turk in goal, De Ligt, Martinez and Yoro at the back. Diallo, Collier, Eriksson, Dallo across the middle with Fernandes and Garnacho supporting Xerxes, the Dutch striker who's been coming in for some serious criticism. He came with a hefty price tag, having arrived from Bologna in the summer for £36 million, I think it was, that took him here. He's not lived up to that price tag as yet. Referee Eric Lambrechts from Belgium is just about ready to go. And a massive night yet again for Rangers in the Europa League. These two have dropped down the league in the wake of the results Kenny brought you just before he handed to us. As Rangers look to improve on a record of just one win in their 8 away games against English sides in all European competition, beating Leeds United 2-1, 92-93 Champions League. They haven't managed it since. And of course had a stab at Tottenham Hotspur last month on match day 6, 1-1 draw, which was still a decent point given where the opposition came from. Same league, English Premier League. Another team struggling in Manchester United as the Rangers kick off, all in blue, right to left as we watch from the main stand, high above the technical areas here, with the two managers down at the edge of them, down below us. Rangers going towards the Stretford end in this first half, defending the end where the visiting supporters are housed off to our right. It's a long ball forward into the United half where De Ligt heads it on, and now Amad Diallo picks up after that pretty poor spell really on loan at Ibrox a couple of seasons ago. Football for the home team down that left hand side as they pick it up with Garnacho moving towards the edge of the box, rolling it back to Bruno Fernandes, who was a thorn in Scotland's side, the meeting in Lisbon in the Nations League in the autumn. And down that left of Manchester United with Diogo Dallo featured in that game, indeed both games against Scotland as well in that tournament. Goes out for a throw-in ultimately for Rangers, which the returning James Tavernier is over, and Stephen Thompson so huge for Rangers, I guess, given they're without Diamonde suspended, given they're without Danilo, Hadji and Nizialo, who's broken into the team recently. To have Tavernier and Butland back in the side must be a massive bonus for him.
Yeah, I mean, I think Liam Kelly's done well in standing in for Butland, but he is the number one goalkeeper, and James Tavernier, the captain, he's been in these situations a number of times for Rangers over a long period of time. He knows what's required, but they are missing key players. However, the team they've got on the pitch is capable. It's a great opportunity for young Barron to get himself back in the team. He had a spell out the team after having such a promising start this season, so it's a big night for him as well.
Rangers trying to press with Cherny, but it's going to just be knocked back to his goalkeeper by Lisandro Martinez, who is a World Cup winner with Argentina and Qatar the end of 2022. As it's picked up the right side of the box, goes back to the goalkeeper Baynder, who Comes in for Onana, who's yet to really convince. And it's Manchester United on the ball with Fernandes dancing across the halfway line, shifting it to his left. He's going to be slipped down that left-hand side by Dallo for Garnacho. He's taking on Tavernier. He's away from him. He's away from Barron. He shoots at goal. The low effort's held on to. Down low there by Jack Butland. We played 2.5, nothing each. First sight of goal for the home team though.
Yeah, it could be a tough night for Tavernier defending against Garnacho. So as we trick, step over, cuts inside Tavernier, gets the shot away, it was straight down the throat of Jack Butland. It was never really going to test him, but an early sign, warning sign for Rangers.
Scored the Puskas goal last season. Garnacho with that quite astonishing overhead kick against Everton.
That was unbelievable.
Yeah. Jeff Day has a throw down on this near side level with the edge of the D of the Rangers box. In his own half, just bowling it up the line for Yilmaz. He's lost out. The referee happy with the challenge by Lenny Yoro. Now it's with Fernandes, loses out to Raskin. Now it's with Egaman, back the way to Bayrami. Long ball pinged out to that right hand side, cut out by Dallo, preventing it from getting through to Václav Černý. And it is the home team in possession. And it's up towards the halfway line there. The youngster Toby Collier. And decided to say youngster 21, that are younger in the game. We've made big impressions already, but Toby Collier, who made his debut in the Community Shield against Manchester City last year, is in from the start for Ruben Amorim as he tries to shake some life into a side that's lost 4 of its last 5 here at Old Trafford. And that's rolled back to Yoro, who joined the club last summer on a 5-year deal from Lille, and now it's shifted, switched out to the left, and Garnacho taking on Balogun. What a change of pace, tries to pull it back. Balogun slides in. It's really good defending. Rangers having to weather a red and white storm in the early stages of this game, in particular Alejandro Garnacho on that left.
Yeah, Tavernier just got caught out there a wee bit. He was trying to anticipate the ball. It was slipped in behind him. Garnacho driving at the defence. He takes a great touch past Balogun, but actually Balogun's recovery to get in and get the tackle and hook it away with his foot was a really good bit of defending. But you're right, Garnacho's looking as though he's well up for this one.
Tavernier heads away. Collier has it over on the far side, gets it onto the touchline, and Dallo shifts it infield. Garnacho finds Eriksson, the familiar figure of Christian Eriksen, the Denmark international, restored from the start this evening. Outside to Amad Diallo, taking on Jeff Day, back onto his left foot. He's actually their top scorer this season with 9. The absence of Rasmus Højlund in recent times. He's on the bench. Here's Eriksson down the right of the Rangers box, pulls it across and cleared by Balogun. They look like they mean business in the early exchanges here. United, they've been coming in for some severe criticism, and not least from their own manager in the wake of the defeat to Brighton here at the weekend.
Incredible, really. But yeah, their criticism is warranted. The performances are nowhere near the level you expect from a Manchester United team, especially here at Old Trafford, where over the years they've been so difficult to beat. Losing 4 of their last 5 at home is almost unthinkable for a club of this stature.
Well, last season they finished 8th, their lowest finish since 1990. And just to put that in perspective, they didn't finish outside the top 3 between 1991 and 2013, when Alec Ferguson retired. Having won the title since then, they've had to watch their neighbours Manchester City mop up. As Diallo picks up down the right, he's taking on Jeff Day, right hand side of the Rangers box, now level with the penalty spot. Rolls it back to Eriksson, pulls it towards the penalty spot, but Xerxes is back to goal and couldn't control, and Rangers are away on the counter here with Černý down the right hand side of the centre circle. Egaman ahead of him, still it is Černý. Bayrami in support as well, he can't find him though. The ball out to the left is cut out by Yoro, and Manchester United happy that he was there. And perhaps did Černý overcook it on that occasion?
Well, yeah, he was outnumbered, 2 or 3 players round about him. He didn't have that many options. Egaman makes a run to his right hand side, and Bayrami's trying to bust it up on the left, but eventually picked the pass and easily cut out.
It is Manchester United in possession over on the left hand side with Martinez. Shifts it forward, and now Garnacho on the turn down that left hand side. He comes again, Dallo to his left on the touchline, finds him looking for Garnacho, but Raskin will see it behind for the goal kick. And it stays Manchester United 0, Rangers 0, bang on the 7-minute mark.
He's quick, but he's not that quick. Again, though, he's been positive, getting the ball on the turn, making a run, trying to get in behind, but the pass was never going to find him there.
Yeah, they're having a poor time of it, obviously, at the moment, the home team, but they've actually got a pretty decent record in this competition. Generally speaking, Real Sociedad are the only visiting team to win a Europa League game at Old Trafford, going back to a knockout defeat in the hands of Athletic Bilbao in March 2012. 28 games, 1 defeat here, despite Rangers' optimism that they could potentially upset the odds and take all 3 points back to Glasgow, as that goes out for a throw-in to United on this near side of Dwayne Snyder on half.
His link-up play on the halfway line, really good, takes the touch, gets turned, then tries to fire it but outside of his right foot to Yilmaz, when actually he could have just slipped it sideways for Jefte, an easier pass, keep possession of the ball. His initial bit of play was good, but slack after that.
He's not playing tonight. Mazraoui, the Moroccan playing for Manchester United, was warning his teammates about the impact of Hamza Igman, his compatriot, who's in the Rangers starting 11 again this evening. Here come Manchester United down the left with Dalot, Garnacho in the underlap there. It's cut out by Tavernier though, and he smashes it clear. James Tavernier, top scorer in this tournament when Rangers reached the final in 2022. As Fernandes picks up and rolls it all the way back to his goalkeeper. Philippe Clement will want his Rangers players to test that goalkeeper. It's the 5th appearance of the season for Altay Bayindar, and he's played it short to Martinez. Still some fine footballers out there. Matthijs de Ligt on the ball here. There's another who's gone for multi-millions. They've given it away though cheaply, and Egerman's managed to pop it through to Raskin. He's in on the goalkeeper, he makes the save. Breaks to Yilmaz, it's a chip ball. He's tried to chip it towards the back post and drop it in underneath the crossbar, but it's over the bar, onto the roof of the net, and it stays United 0, Rangers 0. But the best chance of the game so far falls for Nicholas Raskin as he lost his footing just as he bore down on the goalkeeper.
It's a massive opportunity. It was really poor from Collier in the middle of the park. Igman slipping it through to Raskin, who made an excellent run. I think he doesn't mean to take the touch. It just, his first touch isn't actually the worst, and then an extra touch comes off his left foot in his kind of stride pattern that just takes it away from him. It's a massive opportunity. Yeah, he didn't mean to take that extra touch, and as soon as he did, it offered the goalkeeper an opportunity to come out. Massive chance.
There's Yilmaz on the follow-up, put it over as Czerny tries to flight it out to Yilmaz on the left, and just evades him, goes out for the throw-in. He has, Philippe Clement, reverted pretty much to the side that started against Spurs, save for a couple of alterations, including John Souttar, who's obviously unavailable.
Yeah, well, I mean, I think he was limited with what he could do this evening in terms of the players that they're missing. But yeah, I mean, the Spurs performance was a very strong one against an English Premier League side, so sticking with that kind of formula makes a lot of sense.
Euro with the big switch for the home team out to Dalot. It's a poor touch from him, and Tavernier pinches it off him. Czerny to the right, Bayrami through the middle. He's going to clip it towards Yilmaz, left hand side. He shoots, and it's saved by Bayindar. Breaks back to Yilmaz. What a fabulous ball that was from Tavernier. And Yilmaz took it well, but the keeper was equal to it as Egerman tries to shoot for goal. Bayindar will go out to the left of his goal to smother the loose ball, and it will stay Manchester United 0, Rangers 0, but Rangers threatening twice in the space of a couple of minutes.
Liam, that is another huge opportunity. Tavernier does ever so well, winning the ball, driving forward, clips it to Yilmaz. For me, he's got to put his laces through it. He's left-footed, it's on his stronger foot, it's sitting perfectly. He goes for the side foot, just absolutely smash it. Try and get it on target, but the side foot ended up being weak and straight at the goalkeeper. That's 2 huge chances. Rangers should have taken one of those, definitely.
It'll be really interesting to see the reaction of the home supporters here if Rangers were able to get the lead, given the troubles that Ruben Amorim and his players are having just now, and he's not the first Manchester United manager to run into trouble since Alex Ferguson retired 12 years ago now this year. Many have tried and failed, 6 full-time managers. Zirkzee handles Connor Barron's ball back towards his goalkeeper, and that will be a Rangers free kick, which Raskin will take. He and Yilmaz, the two who have had the opportunities for Rangers. It's still in the relative infancy of this game in match day 7 in the Europa League. Yeah, Moyes, Van Gaal, Mourinho, Solskjaer, Ten Hag, now Amorim. They're all having a go at replacing the great man, and it's just not happened for them.
I think the amount of money that's been spent in that time as well on players at this club, absolutely
astonishing,
incredible amounts.
And for, you know, the FA Cup last season, obviously, but that's small potatoes for a club like Manchester United.
No, it just shows you that money doesn't necessarily mean that you're going to be successful.
Rangers have it with Raskin on this near side. Amorim, as he tends to do, he's either walking around with his hands in his pockets or crouching down.
He likes that one. I saw him doing that earlier. Yeah.
It is Robin Proper. His brother, of course, was a relatively storied career at Brighton and Hove Albion. David Proper comes back the way to the edge of the Manchester United box. Yoro to De Ligt, and now Fernandes, Barron all over him. He's caught Connor Barron, and Fernandes gets the free kick.
He catches him a wee bit theatrical from Fernandes there.
It must stick in the throat of the supporters at this club, Stephen. Since they last won the title, it's been miserable. As Garnacho picks up left-hand side of the Rangers box after good work by Dallo. Level with the penalty spot. Back to Fernandes. Switches the play here for Yoro, who finds Diallo, who tries to step away from Jeff. He claims he was fouled. The referee and the linesman disagree, and that'll be a throw into Rangers.
Don't know why he stops.
Their own half.
No idea why he stops. You know, there might have been a slight pull from Shefty, but just keep going. He was
trying to influence the referee, isn't he? He's not managed.
He was past him. He was clear. Just keep going.
Yeah, since they last won it, Man City have won it 7 times, Chelsea twice, Liverpool and Leicester once each. Liverpool beautifully placed to do so this season. Must be tough for them when you consider the unbridled success that they had.
They were so used to winning, especially under Sir Alex Ferguson. So to see the club in the state that it's in now, I wonder whether they've get used to it now almost.
Yeah,
it's been that long. Kind of been average for a long period of time now.
Manchester United have a corner won by Diallo down this right just after he'd stopped running, thinking he was fouled. He gets the corner just after, and he's going to take it himself down on this near side. An in-swinger with the left foot, with the thousands of Rangers supporters bunched in behind him. In comes the corner, and it's headed away and just in front of Jack Butland, and out for a throw-in on this near side, about level with the Rangers 6-yard line. Yoro and De Ligt are in there. Going to get on the end of it, albeit I think they're both going to retreat back to their defensive postings now. There's Diallo getting it back from Eriksson. Diallo taking on by Rami, rolls it back to Eriksson. And Collier, not a great ball. It's going to be an easy clearance for Tavernier, but it breaks straight to Dallo. Out on the left-hand side, Garnacho drops the shoulder onto the right, looks for the spectacular for the top right corner. It's over the bar, it stays 0-0. We played 15.
Similar to his earlier effort in many ways. Rangers didn't really clear it all that well, and gets the ball at the edge of the box, cuts inside a couple of players. You can see what he's trying to do. He's going for that far top left-hand corner, way underneath it. It was about 2 metres over the bar. He's probably looked the brighter of the Manchester United players so far in the match.
Still only 20, Garnacho. Joined the Manchester United Youth Academy in 2020. As Yoro goes back to his goalkeeper, much to the frustration of the home supporters. Yoro has it again. It's a long ball up towards Xerxes, and he's been fouled by Proper. Manchester United free kick, level with the edge of the centre circle. Over on this right-hand side as they attack the goal to the right.
Proper's a wee bit unlucky there. I didn't see too much in that. Again, I think Xerxes was looking for the foul. Referee bought it. But I don't think Proper did too much wrong there. It's a young team, actually, the whole Manchester United team. Obviously they've got a couple in there, Eriksson, Fernandes, but you know, when you look at it, Yoro and Collier, Garnacho, as you said, Diallo, a lot of young players.
It is United on the ball here inside the centre circle with De Ligt, and he rolls it low out to this near side for Yoro. then the side foot ball for Lisandro Martinez. Strides up towards the edge of the centre circle, fires it to Eriksson, he spins and rolls it out wide right here for Diallo. Diallo now attacking the box up against Jefte. Steps away from a couple of challenges, his ball back towards the 18-yard line, cut out by Raskin. Diallo thinks he's getting a corner here, but it's actually going to end up just being a throw, which he takes quickly back to Yoro, who fancies his chances against Yilmaz. Down the right-hand side, level with the 6-yard line, the ball across, cut out by Jefte. Blocked by Eriksson, Jefte's clearance, and Eriksson wins it back and Yoro finds Diallo. Diallo rolls it to Bruno Fernandes, he's going to shoot here with the left, he's well off target. It stays United 0, Rangers 0, 17 and a half on the clock at Old Trafford.
Half chance it was, worked to Bruno Fernandes, is probably a good 20 yards out on his left, but you could tell as soon as he caught it actually reasonably well, but never going on target. Rangers will be happy if they're creating these half chances and shooting from distance. Not really managed to cut through Rangers.
Rangers have had the two best chances in the game.
Oh, by a mile.
Rami up the line, can't control. It's back by Collier. Diallo gives him it back on the near side. Collier on the turn, but facing his own goal, back towards the halfway line. Under pressure, he rolls it back to Yoro, who in turn goes back to his goalkeeper, Bayinder. Short ball now for Martinez. Once again the squat from Amarin down below us as he tries to speak to his team, cajoling them through the action here. Yoro, long ball, which is going to bounce all the way through to Jefte. He'll probably let it go behind for the goal kick here, which he does. And Philippe Clement's down there, he's talking about Amarim cajoling his team, he's doing likewise, clapping his hands, just offering encouragement. He'll be pretty happy.
I'd say so. Nearly 20 minutes into the game, they've created a couple of really good chances, not really been looked as though they've been opened up by Manchester United. Quite comfortable, I think.
I mean, a draw will be enough to confirm Rangers' place in at least the knockout playoff round. With eyes on the top 8. They won tonight, they wouldn't be slaying the giants of the past here. Still a massive club, obviously. As Martinez flights the ball high with the left foot out to the far side for Zirkzee, turns away from Balogun, driving forward, it's good play from the Dutchman, he rolls it low and it's his compatriot Proper who's in the way. He finds Tavernier, who wallops it clear up towards Hamza Igaman, can't control, and Matthijs de Ligt is there to turn it all the way back to his goalkeeper. He's almost on the 50 cap mark for the Netherlands, is de Ligt, former Bayern Munich, former Juventus. Through the Ajax academy as a kid, he's had some football background, and now at Manchester United.
I wonder if Tom English would think he'd be a top player.
Well, if you missed that earlier, it probably won't make the podcast, so you'll never hear it. There you go. It's United on the ball, shifting infield to Zirkzee. Sorry, Tom. This is Martinez. It's not a great ball, goes straight through to Czerny. He's able to pop it through to Igaman. He's got support out there with Bayrami, plays it to the Albanian, then back to Igaman, rolls it back to Barron. Barron getting it into his stride, side foot ball onto the touchline on the far side, and it's shifted in there to Igaman. Igaman looking to work it back to Bayrami, right hand side, pulls it back, looking for Czerny, but de Ligt is there, and he clears out into the Sir Alex Ferguson standover on the far side. It is goalless at Old Trafford as we get ever closer to the end of the first quarter of this one on match day 7 in the Europa League.
Decent play again by Rangers. Igman and Bayrami involved. Bayrami making another good run, gets in behind the Manchester United defence. Limited options by the time he got there. Looked for the cut back for Czerny, but it was cut out. But promising again.
Rangers have it. Sloppy play by the hosts over on the far side. Rangers deep inside enemy territory. Balogun did well. Now it's switched out to Jefte on the left. Find Yilmaz. Loose ball though. He's given it straight to Collier. Now it's out with Diallo on this near side. Amad Diallo, Ivory Coast international, 13 appearances it was for Rangers on loan at 21-22. He scored 3 goals, including on his debut in Dingwall against Ross County. He didn't set the heather on fire. That was the season Rangers reached the Europa League final. There's nothing each here.
it's incredible to see how much he's developed since that period in time, because I think I, like many others, didn't really think that he would be kicking on at Manchester United from his performances when he was at Rangers, but he certainly has done that. Got himself a new contract as well.
Here comes Garnacho driving down the left hand side, now level with the 18-yard line, rolls it forward, low to Diallo, breaks back to Garnacho and over the bar. It's gone behind for a corner. He took a nick just around about 7 yards from goal. Maybe, I think it might be Nicholas Raskin or Robin Cooper. Raskin, I think, got the final touch as it came off him. It was off his head actually at the end, and that'll be a corner to United. Going by Garnacho's reaction, I think he thinks it's going in if it's not taking the touch.
Well, yeah, they got a wee bit fortunate with the break of the ball. It bounces it into Garnacho off of Balogun, and he probably is right. It probably was going in the back of the net, but actually you've got to commend Raskin. It's a great wee flick, defensive header. Defend the corner now.
Diallo to take, in swinging again in front of the Rangers supporters, and it comes, it's headed in! Well, United have the ball in the net, De Ligt heads home the Diallo corner. 2 Rangers players down after a head knock. It's so simple. The corner comes in and De Ligt heads it down and into the right corner of the net, and it is Manchester United 1, Rangers 0, just beyond the first quarter.
Trying to work out here if the referee's blown for a foul or not. I mean, there was a push on the back. I think it was Yoro on Proper. He hits the deck. I think he's going to give a foul.
I think the goal has not been given. The header from De Ligt found the net. We're just getting a chance to see a replay of it. He's spoken to the VAR or what, but it doesn't look like there's much in that at all.
That is soft. If it's for this foul here on Proper from Yoro, let's just get a better look at it now.
It'll be interesting to see what the VAR make of this.
That's not a foul. That is not a foul.
So
does he blow before it hit the net? That's the question.
That could be why.
I think he might have blown.
It's not going to be overturned, this decision. The goal looked like it had been initially given there as De Ligt nodded it home.
That's Rangers got away with one there, I have to say.
Because when you can see directly from a corner, especially in a match of this magnitude, it's hugely disappointing for the manager. But it is, just to confirm, still Manchester United 0, Rangers 0.
Yeah, it is, but I mean, I think if you're a Manchester United player, manager, supporter, you're going to be raging with this. There's not enough to put Robin Proper on the ground there.
That's a terrible decision, as Stephen says. Rangers have dodged a bullet there. It's nothing each. 25th minute. Fernandes gets it to Eriksson. Now back with Fernandes, right hand side of the box, gets it back towards Xerxes, and his header is way wide, and that will be a goal kick to Rangers. Joshua Xerxes was a teammate of Lewis Ferguson at Bologna last season. He was a top scorer, scored 12 times, just a 4 and 31 for his new club.
It wasn't an easy header. The ball in from Fernandes is decent, but probably should be doing better than he did with it. Almost looked surprised when it came off his head.
He was subbed, I think it was just after the half hour against Newcastle here, booed by the home fans. Xerxes, you're not going to feel very good about yourself if that's happening.
You're not, and you know, when you're signed for big money and you come, there's an expectation level when you come to a club of this size. You know, if you don't get off to a flyer, it can be difficult, especially when the team's performance levels have been what they've been, not good enough where you are at the table. Fans are always going to look for somebody to pick, and unfortunately for him, he's been getting a wee bit of the brunt of it. I don't think many of the Manchester United players will escape that, given their performances.
Rangers unbeaten in 7 away from home in Europe. They were to avoid defeat this evening. That is a new Scottish record. And a foul over there on Collier. So United have a free kick which Fernandes is taking really quickly. Look at the spring Diallo. Jeff Day's back there defending it. But Diallo beats him to it, rolls it back to Eriksson at the right angle of the box. A little misunderstanding there between Eriksson and Diallo. It does break Diallo's way eventually. So he rolls it back to Fernandes. Then Yoro, Collier, and now Martinez, midway inside Rangers territory. Back to Collier, who squares it to Yoro. You're listening to Sports Sound here. Europa League action from Old Trafford. Goalless. Manchester United, Rangers live on BBC Radio Scotland FM and on Sounds. That ball is clipped out by Collier to the left-hand side for Dallo. Now down the line for Garnacho, taking on Czerny. He's got the cross, it's a clever ball there, and he's annoyed that 3 of his teammates weren't on the same wavelength as him, because he's done brilliantly to dig out the cross right along the 6-yard line, really, in the 6-yard box, and it stays goalless.
Yeah, they were all pretty much static. The players in the box. Eriksson was just hanging out at the 18. Diallo, for me, should be trying to get further in than he was towards the Rangers goal. You can't really blame Xerxes there, but the ball in was good.
In this away run, Rangers, they've beaten Betis, Malmo and Nice, drawn Sparta Prague, Benfica, Olympiacos and Dynamo Kiev. So that's good. That's good shooting
impressive.
away from home, that in Europe, isn't it?
Impressive, Liam. It really is. You know, getting any kind of result away from home in European football is very, very difficult, as it's been proven over the years, especially for Scottish clubs. So it's a brilliant run for them, and if they were to get something here tonight, which looks as though they're capable of doing, then a new record for the club.
Yeah, in the country. It goes out to play for a throw-in for Manchester United on the near side. They'll feel aggrieved they're not ahead. Matthijs de Ligt at the ball in the net. The goal had been given initially. The ref then pointed for a free kick. And it wasn't something that the VAR overturned, so Martinez for United as they build again. It's a loose ball. Been a good spell for the home team, but here come Rangers. They've had 2 glorious opportunities themselves so far. It's Czerny on the right hand side, knocks it forward to Ikeman, out to Tavernier. It's a poor ball, but Yilmaz might be able to keep it in. Oh, what a touch. At the byline, but the flag is up.
Yilmaz is getting so much joy down this left hand side because of the way that Manchester United are set up. Diallo's the one that's got to come back and fill in the wing back area. Diallo's staying up the pitch an awful lot, so it's something that Rangers really need to look at. It's where his chance came from as well. Obviously, man, you've got the back 3 there, but Yilmaz has found himself in really, really good areas, unmarked. Diallo's not really putting the shift in to get back and get to him, so I think that's probably Rangers' best outball or outlet that they've got in the game.
Stephen Thompson, their experience of hitting the post at Old Trafford.
Don't bring it up.
Listen, de Ligt found the net and it still didn't count, so but his was on target.
Inside of the post.
Still not on target.
Right.
Here's Czerny rolling it to the right, looking for the support there from Bayrami. It's cut out though, and the home team are able to come away with it, and they'll be knocked out here by Toby Collier to the right hand side. Here comes Yoro. Ball forward to Diallo, back towards Yoro, sliding in's proper. Jeffrey does well to dig it out, now it's with Yilmaz. Knocks it infield to Bayrami, forward to Ikeman. Ikeman then rolls it in the midfield here for Bayrami. He's going to bend it out to that right hand side for Czerny. He's in a bit of space here. Chance to attack Diogo Dallo. Level with the penalty spots. A weak ball across, but it comes off the Portuguese and behind for the corner. Manchester United 0, Rangers 0. We're on the half hour.
Yeah, let's see what Rangers can offer up from the set play. The delivery in from Diallo so far in the game in the Manchester United corners has been very good. Czerny's going to take this one out on the left hand side, in swinging corner, probably looking for a sort of similar type of delivery to what Diallo had for the goal that was chopped off.
Corner, Rangers, first of the evening, and Václav Czerny's over it. In swinger with the left foot, coming from the Rangers right as they attack the Stretford end off to our left. Into the 6-yard box it comes off a United head, across the face of goal, and bounces out for another corner
does he let it
on
go?
the near side, but Yoro's just let that go behind.
Yeah, I think he didn't realise it come off a Man U player. He could have got there and cleared it, but another corner for Rangers. This time it'll be Tavernier out in this opposite side. Another in-swinger, you'd imagine.
Regardless of the ills of the team here in the stadium, and I know there's been complaints about it recently, it's still such an impressive amphitheatre.
It really is. Pitch is absolutely immaculate as well.
Yeah, conditions are good, barely a breath of wind. Rain's gone off. In comes Tavernier's corner. It's flapped away there by Bayindar. There's just enough. Diallo trying to control, which he does. He's chopped to the ground by Yilmaz. Be a free kick. Yilmaz doing well to avoid a yellow card there.
Quite a cynical foul from Yilmaz. I think he was probably worried that Rangers were trying to get back into some sort of shape after the corner kick. Lovely touch from Diallo out of the sky.
Yeah, I mean, you kind of felt there was obviously something there when he was in a Rangers
you could
shirt.
see that he had ability, obviously, but I didn't see him breaking in at this level, with Manchester United. Just, I mean, by all accounts, his loan spell at Sunderland was far more impressive, and I think probably he'll have gained a lot of confidence in that period of time just by playing games and feeling good about himself. And I think that's part of the problem. When he was at Rangers, he probably wasn't feeling all that confident. Now he certainly is.
Yeah, delivered the long ball out to the far side, nodded back down for Garnacho by Dalot. Garnacho has it level with the edge of the D of the Rangers box, just rolling it back to Bruno Fernandes. Moves infield, he's got Collier at close quarters and finds him, and it's a low ball out to Amad Diallo on this right hand side, taking on Jeffrey and winning the throw in off Jeffrey, level with the Rangers 6-yard line on this near side.
Just feels though Manchester United lack a wee bit of tempo. That's what they're playing at a pace that kind of suits them, but they've got another level or two to go.
Well, here's Diallo trying to up the levels here as he runs in towards the box, but it's that route forwards blocked by Raskin. Plays it off Eriksson, breaks back to him, and the Belgian looking for Czerny, but it's read by Dalot, who finds his international teammate Fernandes, the United skipper. This ball out to the left, cut out as well, and the groans of discontent from the home fans. They're beginning to turn now, and that'll be music to the ears of Philippe Clement.
It will be. 33 minutes into the game, and apart from the set play goal, you can't really think of too many big opportunities for Manchester United.
There's Fernandes though. We're going to thread it through to Eriksson. It's cut out by Proper, who clears, and now it's with Sandro Martinez over on the far side. Little ball infield to Fernandes. We'll roll it back to Martinez. First time in field to Collier, to Martinez, and out to Fernandes on that left hand side.
Fernandes' vision is absolutely brilliant. He's a top player, but you can see he's already this season got 11 assists, 8 goals, but you can see when he gets the ball, he's always looking for that killer pass. The movement's good enough more often than not, he'll find it.
There's 76 caps, 25 goals for Portugal. One of those goals came against Scotland.
Yeah.
In September, the deluge in Lisbon. Diallo chases, he's never getting there, and it sails out for the Rangers throw-in on this near side. This match, the culmination of the European action this week. Celtic sealing a place in the knockout rounds of the Champions League, still with a shot at top 8. More likely they will be in the knockout playoff round. Rangers trying to do the same in the Europa League. They aim higher as well. Saturday on Sportside, Aberdeen, St Mirren, Celtic, Dundee, Hearts, Kilmarnock, Ross County, Hibs, St Johnstone, Motherwell. Sunday it's Dundee United, Rangers at midday. Sports scene highlights on both evenings. And next week it's the end of the league phase, the first league phase, and the two main UEFA competitions, the two bigger ones, the Champions League and the Europa League. Aston Villa, Celtic. Wednesday, Rangers wrap up against Union Saint-Gilloise at Ibrox a week tonight. Lots to look forward to on Sports Sound and BBC Radio Scotland. It is 0-0. We're in the final 10 minutes of the opening 45 at Old Trafford. Yoro out to Diallo, infield to Eriksson, back to Diallo. It's a lovely give and go. Diallo driving towards the box. His pass is behind Xerxes though. The Rangers able to clear. That's a big relief for the Rangers defence, that, because that was really positive play, and it's the injection of pace that Stephen Thompson felt was lacking in the side. As Fernandes looks to nick it through to Diallo, which he has done. Brilliantly saved by Butland's foot as he broke in just outside the 6-yard box, and he's denied by Jack Butland. And it stays Manchester United 0, Rangers 0.
That's exactly the sort of pass I was talking about with Fernandes. The movement's good from Diallo in front of him. He spots the ball, plays it, inch perfect pass in behind the Rangers defence. For me, Diallo's got to lift it. He goes too close to Butland, strikes it off. Good save from Butland in the end, but I think the wee dink was the answer there.
Jack Butland's kept one clean sheet. He's had one victory against Manchester United in his career. It all came during his time at Stoke City. Clean sheet and the win coming in the same game, a 2-0 victory back in 15-16. Getting on for a decade ago. And it's Fernandes for Manchester United. Having one of the little spells here. Rangers struggling to get up the pitch. Diallo picks up on this near side, faced by Jeffrey. Low ball infield to Fernandez, digs it out to the left of the box for Xerxes, it's headed away. Ericsson picks it up again, now it's with Garnacho to the edge of the D, finds Fernandez, right for the ball to the left, pull back, Xerxes shot saved, or blocked rather by Tavernier, eventually held on to by Butland in his 6-yard box. With 8 to play of the 45, it's Manchester United 0, Rangers 0.
Decent chance again. Fernandez with a lovely ball over the top, cut back to Xerxes, hits it first time. Rangers did well to get in the way and block it. Yeah, Manchester United seen a bit more of the ball and looking a bit more confident in these last stages of the first half. I've not been overly impressed with them, I have to say.
No, you can see why they're struggling. There'll be more money, they'll throw more money at it. They've got a new manager who'll want to throw more money at it. You want to make changes this month.
I think he's got to get players out as well.
Yeah.
Really, I mean, clearly he's not entirely over enamored with the squad that he's got.
It's about just under 72% possession for the home team at the moment. Jeffrey picks up for Rangers, he's in the United half, he's found Egaman, he's got a chance here to shoot from distance, it's deflected and pushed behind by the goalkeeper. Binder threw himself to his right, it will be a Rangers corner. And you heard Stephen there saying hit it, and it opened up so temptingly for Hamza Egaman.
It did. I mean, the back three of Manchester United just dropped. Eventually one of them comes out to him. He's still a good 23 yards out, but it did open up beautifully. Caught it okay, the deflection almost catching the goalkeeper out, turns it round for another corner to Rangers.
0-0 at Old Trafford. Rangers corner, their second of the evening. James Tavernier over it. In swinger coming up with the right boot, right in front of the famous Old Trafford tunnel, off to our left. In from Tavernier, it's a good delivery, it's headed behind for another corner though. And Rangers have the home side, penned back here, pinned back inside their own box. In fact, the hosts have taken everyone back to defend this, and pretty much every Manchester United player's in their 6-yard box here.
That's a busy old 6-yard box.
There's two that aren't. I think it's Collier or Garnacho and Diallo. The rest are all in there. Tavernier waits to take. And it comes for the back post, and the keeper has to claw it away because that might have been dropping under his bar by Inder, but it is a foul of the keeper anyway, so it wouldn't have counted. And it stays United 0, Rangers 0 as we approach the final 5 of the opening 45.
Brilliant delivery in from James Tavernier. I think he actually ends up colliding with his own player there, the goalkeeper. Not entirely sure the foul was made by a Rangers player, but as soon as generally if referees see goalkeepers going down under pressure like that, they usually give a foul, and that's what transpired. Let's see here, we've got a wee replay. Don't know if I saw a foul there. No foul for me.
Yeah, Leon Balogun is the closest player to the United keeper. Now he's taken a
clash with his own player. He clashed with Collier, but I didn't see a foul.
So nothing each. Closing stages of the first half. Stephen, how's Philippe Clement feeling about things just now?
I think he's buzzing. I think he really is. I think Rangers have done reasonably well in the game. He'll be ruining those missed opportunities. I mean, to get one and then another one pretty much straight after it of such high quality chances, to miss them both. They've ridden their luck with the goal that was chopped off, because for me there's no foul. The goal should have stood. The referee's got that one wrong, but by and large, alright, Manchester United possession wise, as you'd expect, have had more. By and large, they're not really been in too much trouble.
It's Fernandez though with a long ball. We're going to get Garnacho involved, but Balogun's there to knock it back to Butland, who clears it first time with the left foot out to the far side. Czerny trying to control, difficult one for him though. He's kept it in play. He gets a little bonus because Tavernier's managed to beat his opposite number to it, and now it's with Raskin who fires it forward. It's cut out, breaks to Conor Barron. His ball forward is blocked as he went in the challenge with De Ligt. Here is Fernandez into the Rangers half, left of the centre circle, moving forward, stopping and turning and finding Ericsson, who sweeps it out to Garnacho on the left, up against Tavernier. Garnacho on his right side, little back heel for Dallo, in comes the cross. Xerxes can't get onto it, flicked clear by Yilmaz. Ericsson picks up the scraps and finds Fernandes. Collier out to Diallo. The right angle of the Rangers box, just about. It's forced back the way by Jeffrey. Ball infield for Collier, forward to Fernandes, now to Collier again. And out to Diallo. Midway inside the Rangers half, gets it back from Fernandes. Diallo then guides the ball with the left foot out to the far side for Dallo. Level with the edge of the D of the Rangers box, rolls it back to Fernandes. Then out to the left again for Dallo. He's level with the penalty spot. Back to Fernandes again. All goes through him. Here's Lisandro Martinez, who forces a brilliant save out of Jack Butland from 19 yards left of the day. He got so much behind that to the Argentine. And Butland with a really good save puts it behind for the United corner. Nothing each.
He certainly did not miss this one, Liam. What a strike it is. I think Butland's always favourite to make the save. It's a decent enough save. Barron's down. He hurt himself in that challenge with the lit in the halfway line just about a minute or so ago, and at the time I thought he's hurt himself, but the play raged on and he had to kind of get back in, but he was limping heavily. I don't know if we would get a replay of it, but it looked a sore one at the time, and he's not the sort of player that could go down too easily, so it could be trouble for Rangers here.
They're down in numbers, aren't
they?
For several reasons.
Bench-wise, to come in that sitting midfield area.
But Tom Lawrence back on the bench, which is a
different type of
out for a while.
Different type of midfielder.
Yeah, he wouldn't be the one. Who do you think would be? Who would you be looking at?
If you'd look at young Bailey Rice, as an option, but yeah, Rangers could do without Barron being injured here. But yeah, I mean that shot there, Martinez hit it really, really well. Butland tipping it over behind for the corner. Rangers will need to defend this one better.
There's your replay.
Oh, aye. See, you can see him there. He kind of winces after the challenge.
He's jarred his knee maybe there.
Either knee or ankle ligaments, I'd say. But he's a brave young man, so I'd imagine he'll not come off easily.
It's walking off, so it could be, even if he's just
getting through to half-time. Aye, couple of minutes. It's going to be another in-swinger, and Diallo's deliveries so far decent. Obviously that disallowed goal came from every Manchester United player at the back post.
We're in the final minute of the 45. Find out what will be added shortly. Diallo to take this corner on the Manchester United right as they attack the goal to the right into the near post. This time Xerxes heads it back out, and that'll be a goal kick to Rangers. 0-0. We'll settle for that.
It's all right. Wasn't the world's worst ball. Xerxes probably just gets far too much on the header. He's looking to just get a slight bit of contact and flick it on, but in the end forces it behind for the goal kick. Yeah, and Rangers have been getting here now, a couple of minutes, hang in, half time 0-0. Very pleased with their opening 45 they'll be.
Haven't scored in the 4 previous meetings with Manchester United and Rangers, but as I said at the start, the last time they were here it was a goalless draw. Really stoic performance from Rangers that day. They frustrated a much better Manchester United team than this one. There's Jeffrey's header, 3 minutes being added. You can hear being confirmed in the background. Diallo goes back away to Yoro, up to halfway for Ericsson, masking all over him. And Christian Eriksen's been kept pretty quiet, I would have to say, so far. United, the ball forward to Garnacho, he can't control, but it's flicked forward there by Fernandes, straight to Tavernier. Little header from Czerny, goes straight to Fernandes, whips it up into the air out, looking for Dallo on the far side. He can't do anything with it. Czerny's done well to win a throw-in over on the far side. So we're in first half stoppage time. No goals, been chances. United with the ball in the net through the league. Rangers into opportunities for Raskin and Yilmaz, in the blink of an eye took neither. So Egeman, a deflected shot saved as well, and Butland's made a couple of saves up the other end. It's been not the worst goalless game I think we've ever seen. It's proper, rolls it out to Jeffrey on the near side, and with the throw-in of Diallo. It's another couple of minutes to negotiate for the visitors. A seamless passage through the Scottish Cup for them at the weekend. They've, the last couple of games at Ibrox, they've got to go to Tannadice on league business on Sunday. That's been the Achilles heel this season, those games, those ones like that. As Yilmaz picks up Rangers on the attack, and now it's Egeman looking for the break of the ball in the box. It's going to be cleared by Martinez. He was fouled by Egeman as well, and that will be the free kick. Yeah, it's been kind of, coming off the back of these European matches and going into away league games, they've been caught short. Not at Tannadice, because they won there earlier in the season. That's one of their three away.
It wasn't a great
wins.
performance.
No,
I was at the game, but yeah, they got the job done, I suppose. Back then, I felt as though Yilmaz might have been fouled in the build-up to that eventual foul by Egeman, but referee not buying it at all.
0-0 at Old Trafford, knocking on half-time. It's a long ball for Garnacho to chase down the left-hand side. He's kept it in as well, taking on Balogun. He just stands his ground, flicks out the foot, wins it back for Rangers. Only momentarily though, Xerxes battling for it on the far side. He can't keep it in, and it's out for a throw-in, and it's looking like a goalless half-time scoreline at Old Trafford.
It is. Rangers with another wee slight injury worry here. Balogun again in that tackle with Garnacho there, similar to the Barron one. Just caught his ankle, I think. Again, he's not the sort of player that would go down easily. Seems to be in a bit of distress, and again, this is an area of the pitch that Rangers could do without losing a player.
Yeah, Leon Balogun, he's had his injury problems, of course, in the veteran stage of his career, but he does seem to be Clement's favourite choice as centre-back partner with Robin Cropper in the continued absence of John Souttar, who is here tonight with no sign of a return yet. For Souttar, the Rangers bench is bare of numbers. I mentioned the different reasons they're keeping different players out. Diamande suspended, Souttar one of the injured, of course the ineligible Danilo, Hadji, Niziala. I was going to say actually Balogun and Proper, but it's been Niziala, hasn't it, the last few?
Yeah, he's looked good as well.
Yeah,
been really impressed with him so far.
I've seen a replay of the problem for Balogun. It's just when he went in with that challenge on Xerxes. He's okay to come back on. There might be another they need to tend to at the break, along with Conor Barron. So that's bowled back into the Manchester United half for Martinez. With an added time. We've just about finished a fourth minute. 3 were added. This is Fernandes. He rolls it into the centre circle, and Collier out to Diallo as the referee in Belgium brings the first half to a close. Plenty of action to talk about, plenty of incidents to talk about. Deleted the ball in the net. It was ruled out for a push, but when you look at the replays, it looks like an extremely harsh decision on the home team. We feel aggrieved to not be going in at half-time. A goal to the good. Rangers have threatened themselves though. A deflected Egeman shot was saved. There was opportunities for Raskin and for Yilmaz as well before that. And the first two opportunities for Yilmaz and for Raskin, you kind of feel that they'll both regret the fact they haven't taken them, because they were potentially in the gilt-edged category. Jack Butland's made a couple of saves as well, most notably from Martinez and Garnacho. But at half-time at Old Trafford, it's so far so good for Rangers. It's goalless.
Rangers in the Europa League.
Live on Sports Sound from BBC Radio Scotland.
There's no substitute. On BBC Sounds.
Scotcast is a brand new podcast taking you beyond the headlines.
For many people, this is an issue of equality.
You know, there's several reasons why we get so animated about this discussion.
Join us through the week as we chat about the biggest stories in Scotland.
Is this the start, basically, of the 2026 election?
Stories that affect this country, that affect you, who we are, how we live.
What does it mean for, like you said, people's pockets?
It's the podcast covering current affairs along with the big moments in culture, entertainment and sport.
Scotcast with Martin Geisler. Listen now on BBC Sounds.
You're listening to European Sports Sound on BBC Radio Scotland. Rangers in Europa League action at Old Trafford. Half-time Manchester United 0, Rangers 0. Neil McCann is alongside me in the studio. First of all, Neil, just your overall thoughts on that first half.
I think Rangers are relatively comfortable. Well, Jack Butland's had 1 or 2 saves to make, but Rangers, for me, but for that Diallo chance, having the two best chances, I agree with Tomo. They're asking one. Unfortunately, it just catches a second touch when it's close to him, and he can't quite dig it out. It might have been better just shifting it to the side and going round the keeper rather than taking it on. But the Yilmaz chance is a massive opportunity, and I agree with Stevie that he should have just laced that one back across the keeper. Tries to go safe probably. Maybe that's a left back being in an advanced position that he's not used to being in that situation, not comfortable enough, so he goes with the bigger contact area, which is the instep, rather than the top of the boot. But overall, I think it's been good. There's definitely areas of Manchester United setup that Rangers can be probably a little bit more aggressive with. And this is a hat trick for Tomo here, but he's pointed out Diallo's defensive qualities are not exceptional. I think he's definitely one that Rangers can pick on. I would like to see Efty getting a little bit closer in Manchester United's build-up, just really tight to him, so when they do try and play it to his side, that he can maybe try and steal one, because Efty's really quick, Kenny.
Yeah.
So anything over the top, you just have to be aware of that. Proper can cover the channel, but I don't think Diallo is going to spin and outrun Efty because of the pace that he has. So I'd like to see him being a wee bit more aggressive, and that means that Euro or maybe De Ligt might take more chances, try to penetrate through the middle, because I think when they've done that, Rangers set up there, because they're playing narrow, has been good, and they might get more opportunities. But so far so good. You can really see, I said to you during the game, you can really see and understand why Manchester United fans are sitting week by week and thinking, what we're watching here. I know you don't want to hark back to the great times, but there's a lack of tempo. When they do increase the speed of play, then they still look a threat. Garnacho in particular, Diallo, as I said, Eriksen's always picking up little pockets, but Zirkzee up top looks, he just looks totally isolated at times, and not really that fearsome if you're looking at Balogun and Proper in terms of a centre forward to play against.
Tom English is alongside our commentary team at Old Trafford. Tom, what have you made of the first half?
I think, for the first time tonight, I'm going to agree with Neil.
Brilliant, Tom. Again.
See, he's moonwalking now because he's scared. You're in his head. You're in his head, Neil.
We got there in the end, Neil. I totally agree with everything that he said. And Man United they're dominating the game in terms of possession, but they've only really got in behind once with Diallo saved by Butland. Look, they should have had a goal. Fair play. That should have probably stood. But the rest of their opportunities have been from distance. From a long way out. And they're not really. The Celtic or Rangers defence concentration level is very good. Discipline very good. They look confident in this game so far. Rangers. Man United lack quality to break them down at the moment. But Rangers, when they go forward, they look threatening. Tavernier has put two brilliant corners in from the left-hand side, which have caused trouble for Man United. Ingemann is very physical up front. He's putting it about. He looks dangerous enough when he gets it. So they have a little bit of a threat going forward, Rangers. It's an intriguing game. It's not like the greatest game in the world, but I think it's finely poised. And the question is, are Man United good enough to break Rangers down? And as the game goes on and it's 0-0, how desperate Man United become, and how vulnerable will they leave themselves at the back for Rangers? It's intriguing, really.
Philippe Clement, Tomo's got to be delighted with that first half performance. He'll be very, very happy, and nothing for him to look to be changing, certainly at the start of the second half.
No, but I think clearly young Conor Barron and Balogun both took knocks there, so they'll need to monitor that at half time. I'd imagine they're both the type of character that will not want to come off, so I'd imagine you'll see them at the start of the second half, but it is a slight concern for Rangers.
Balogun limped off, didn't he?
Yeah.
And Clement went over to him.
Yeah, so you just wonder about that, and looking at the bench, it's not too strong in terms of cover, but Rangers, he's got to be really, really pleased with the first half performance. Worrying about a fast start from Manchester United didn't really transpire. They've had some shots from distance that have been okay. Obviously, the Martin has won the best of those. They've not really cut Rangers open. The one ball from Fernandes in behind for Diallo, he hits it low. I felt as though he could have just lifted it over Butland. That's been their kind of biggest moment of quality. But Rangers, by and large, have defended well. They've looked comfortable. Clearly, they've not got a lot of the ball. But when Manchester United have had the ball, I feel as though their tempo hasn't been quite there. You know, there's no injection of pace. Garnacho a wee bit sometimes. Diallo down the right here, and they're doing a decent job, Yilmaz and Shefty, of doubling up on him. More often than not, he's having to kind of cut back and look for passes into Eriksen or Fernandes rather than kind of breaching and going past either one of the two left-sided players of Rangers. So he's going to be pleased. I mean, just the bugbear of not having done better with those opportunities, because they weren't half chances. Those were big chances, and you just don't know how many you're going to get in an away game at a big club like Manchester United. So I think Tom's right to point out that there's a chance that Manchester United might get a wee bit desperate and start forcing things, which would leave space for Rangers as the game goes on. But it's important that they'd remain in the game up until that point. In this second half, I wouldn't change a single thing. I think it's been a good performance from Rangers in that first half. I don't think there's much to worry about for them going in at half time, so I don't think Philippe Clement will be looking to make any changes.
Tom, what's the atmosphere been like in and around the home fans?
It's been fairly quiet, Kenny.
Yeah.
The noise you hear is coming from Rangers fans. Some noises you wouldn't want to hear from them, but anyway. The home fans have been fairly hushed, I have to say. They haven't had a whole lot to get their teeth into now, and I think they are displaying all the signs of a support that really is fed up watching this team. You know, fed up with the poor results, fed up the predictability of it, and this is not an intimidating stadium to play in the slightest. There's not a lot of noise coming from these home fans.
Yeah, it does sound actually quite quiet coming through the airwaves, Neil. I want just to speak about Yefty. We speak a lot about the potential of Egan, we can all see that. Yefty has just turned 21. Talk to us about the quality you see in him and the progression that could happen with the right coaching and a degree of luck in the injury front.
Speed's a wonderful commodity to have in the game. Really fit. He's got a brilliant engine, Kenny, as well.
Yeah.
Go box to box really quickly. I think from box to box is where he sees best work. But the most important work is actually from what happens from 20 yards out.
So where do you prefer him?
So I think he's got a lot to learn in terms of his defensive situations, where I think he's starting to learn as a left back, when the ball's on the opposite side, to tuck in towards the back post. I think he's getting better at that. I think 1v1, because he's so fast, that's what I mean, as a fullback, it's a brilliant blessing to have, because you can actually show somebody the line, even if they're an out-and-out right winger, and think, right, you're not going to run me. So you can overshow on the outside. You don't want to open up on the inside. You always want to show down the line anyway as a fullback. So in that respect, he's comfortable. But I want to see a lot more quality in the final third, because he does get wonderful opportunities. I think he is improving. But all that takes is repetition and practice, and making sure that your teammates understand that if you're in certain positions, that sometimes when you're running that fast, Kenny, it's really difficult to pick someone out, because you've got to get a head up, you've got to make sure you're aware that the ball's moved another yard or so by the time you put that head up, and then to pick someone out. So invariably you can hit first men or whatever. So I always found that when I was growing up in that position, getting into those areas, I would always practice my crossing from areas from 20 yards out, and it was about hitting areas. So then it wasn't so much that you were picking, it looked like you're picking some guys out, and if you get time you can do it, and if the ball is like actually just standing somebody up and just shifting it, you can pick areas. But more often than not, it's about the understanding of midfielders coming in at the back post. If you're going to the byline, it's a wee stand up towards in between the 6 yard and the penalty spot. So that's the areas that he can improve in. But I mean, I think his biggest attribute is his pace, and then his secondary one after that is his ability to keep going from start to finish of a football match and don't look tired. So if you can add in the little most important things, which is making sure you're good defensively, which I think he's getting better at, but more importantly, if you the way Rangers are playing, and particularly when they're talking about that away form, if you're getting into good areas, it's so important then that your quality is of a top standard.
I want to pick out another Rangers player in just a minute. First of all, I'll run through the half-time scores and the 8 o'clock kickoffs in the Europa League. Elfsberg 0, Nice 0, Eintracht Frankfurt 0, Ferencváros 0, Lazio 3, Real Sociedad 0, Sociedad down to 10 men, Ludogorets 0, Midtjylland 1, Man United 0, Rangers 0, PAOK 1, Slavia Prague 0, RFS 0, Ajax 0, Union Saint-Gilloise, of course, who Rangers will face next week, 0, Braga 1. Stephen, talk to us about Robin Proper. Are we seeing now the benefit of someone getting a run of games? Because there is no doubt at all he struggled in his early days at Rangers, particularly I think with the physicality.
Yeah, I think he's definitely improved in this most recent spell that he's had in the team. Good. But I have to admit, I wasn't having him when he first arrived.
No.
I'm just looking down on the pitch. Ross McCausland and young Bailey Rice are both stripped and kind of doing a different warm-up to everybody else, which would almost suggest that they might be coming on here at half-time, which would mean obviously Barron must be struggling if it's going to be Rice coming on. Not sure about the McCausland one though, who would come off for him, but interesting to see that. But no, I think he has improved. Do I think he's the answer long term? Probably not.
Because right now you think, Neil, if everyone is fit, Suter and Balogun is your top central defensive partnership.
I don't think for Philippe Clement, no. I don't.
What do you think?
I think they'll play. I think if everybody was fit, he'd play Suter and Proper.
Would you agree with that?
Not necessarily, no, because I like Balogun's pace, and I think he's a really good 1v1 defender.
He's aggressive as well, isn't he?
I think most importantly, he's really aggressive when the ball comes up. I don't think Proper has enjoyed that aerial side of the game over here, where they need to be really combative and physical. I think he looks a good footballer, but on that side of it, and I think you need to give a boy maybe a wee bit of leeway in terms of it. He's said it many. He's been really vocal in saying it though about having to play this different style of football. He must have known what it was going to be like, so he needs to just be a wee bit more aggressive, and I think after I don't know how many months that is he's been here now, he should be getting up to speed with it, but I still think that it isn't his strong suit as a centre back.
Philippe Clement, Tom, as we've been saying, delighted with how things are going right now. Do you think he'd be happy with a point, or do you think he'll feel there is very much there's a great chance of taking all three in this game tonight, given what we've seen from United in the first half, and also what we heard from the manager before the game, that if they go behind United, they really struggle?
I think if you were to offer him a 0-0 now, he would take it and get up the road.
Yeah.
And it'd be a very, very good result for them, especially with the injuries in this team. Just looking here, and there's probably going to be a few changes. 0-0 would be an outstanding result for him. If they were to get a win, then that would be just off the scale. That would be otherworldly for Clement. But this is going to be a tough 45 minutes. A couple of subs coming on, a couple of injuries. This could be difficult for Rangers now.
Yeah, just see the teams coming back out. Saw there Alex Ray, the assistant, having a long chat with Ross McCausland on the pitch there. So as Tom said, there will be changes. Let's find out about them now from our commentary team, Stephen Thompson and Liam McLeod.
It's going to be a change for Manchester United as well. Harry Maguire, the England international, is going to come on. Don't know who for as yet. It looks as though, in fact, it will be De Ligt. Yeah, De Ligt's not come back.
I wonder if it was that same challenge that he had with Barron.
Could have been, yeah. No sign of Barron. He's going to be replaced by Bailey Rice, who makes his third Rangers appearance of the season. 2 sub appearances against Nice in this competition, and at the weekend against Fraserburgh. 18-year-old wearing the number 49 waits to come on at Old Trafford against Manchester United. What a moment it is for him, and for Ross McCausland, who will be on as well.
Yilmaz off.
Yeah, well, no, Yilmaz is here. Yilmaz is over on this side talking to
I'll tell you what's happened.
James Tavernier's
going to right-sided centre half. Balogun's off.
Yeah.
Yilmaz is going to right back.
That's what it is. And there are the changes. 2 for Rangers, 1 for Manchester United. A big 45 minutes coming up here as Rangers try and get themselves
Now that is a makeshift back four. Now when you're looking at that, got a left back playing right back, and you've now got James Tavernier playing right of a two at centre half, which I can't say he's done that often. So that's going to add the pressure to Rangers, no doubt. Interesting, because Balogun and Barry are not the types of players that are going to be coming off the pitch unless they're injured badly.
Yeah, United get the second half underway, shooting right to left towards the Stretford end. Rangers in the all blue, the hosts in their red and white, and Rangers have a free kick for a barge there, pretty much directly from the kick-off. 76th meeting between a Scottish and English club in European competition, and just a second in just over a month. Rangers played Spurs at Ibrox, that 1-1 draw. English clubs well ahead as that's dumped behind for a real needless corner by Diogo Dalot. Rangers corner, opening minute of the second half here.
Strange bit of play there from Dalot. I mean, it's so needless, it's unbelievable. It really is, putting his team under pressure. You could hear the supporters weren't overly pleased with it either. It's going to be Czerny with the in-swinger now in front of all these Rangers fans just behind them.
14 Scottish wins to 37 for English sides. As Czerny takes the corner, it wasn't the worst delivery, but it's headed away by Fernandez on the 6-yard line. Yilmaz goes back to Jefty and then out to Yilmaz on this near side. He's played right back a lot recently, so it won't faze him here. The stink ball forwards cut out though, and the home team have it with Garnacho on this near side. Harry Maguire now the centre point of the back three. Here's Bailey Rice, first touch for him. Out to the left for Jefty. Jefty looking to switch for Czerny. He's off target with the pass though. It's behind the check and out for a throw in to United right in front of Philippe Clement down below us. And watch Rangers going left to right, shooting towards their own fans in this second half. And Diogo Dalot is over the throw. His countryman and manager behind him. Ruben Amorim arrived from Sporting Club. It's been a difficult start. Most difficult start, I think, of any Manchester United manager. It's the 5 victories up to press. As Maguire picks up, long ball with the right foot, out to the far side, onto the chest of Diallo. Diallo infield to Eriksson. Back to Diallo. Right hand side of the box, works it back in the reverse to Eriksson. He'll pull it across towards the Rangers goal, and it's put behind for the corner. It's good play by Christian Eriksson down that right along with Diallo. Good interchanging.
Yeah, they combined really well, the pair of them. Gets to the byline, Eriksson flashes it across the face, and actually Tavernier does really well, puts himself in a really good position to get the block in at the expense of the corner.
Corner United over on the far side. Diallo over it, in swinger with the left foot coming up. Rangers have everyone back, and it comes to the back post. It was missed by Butland, but not by the Rangers defender who was there, and it was Ikeman who was on the goal line to head clear. The right place at the other end of the pitch, Hamza Ikeman. Here's Czerny dancing away from Eriksson in the centre circle, rolls it low out to the left hand side. Rangers looking to hit a counter here. Roll to the left of the box, Jefty pulls it back, and Bailey Rice is leaning over it, and it goes over the bar. What a good bit of play from Rangers down the left, and Rice was in a decent position. I mean, he's got loads to do to score from there. It would be a really fine goal if he was managing to score that, but he's kind of ballooned it high.
He'll
over
be disappointed with himself, Liam. It's actually, I mean, I get the technique's difficult, but it's only 18 yards out, and just get your body over it and keep it down, leaning back a wee bit. You'd be disappointed with that, but it was good play from Rangers, as you rightly pointed out, down the left hand side, initially by Czerny, keeping the ball, taking a wee run in the centre of the pitch before spinning it out to the left hand side. But I think you'd be a wee bit disappointed with that one, Bailey Rice, even though it wasn't a particularly easy opportunity.
Saw a replay of Ikeman's header away off the line there. He had to be there because Fernandez was going to head into an empty net. Rangers have it here, and Rice driving across the halfway line, eager to impress. Out to Czerny on this near side. Cherny's got some movement from McCausland. The pass doesn't come. Cherny shoots himself, and the goalkeeper goes down and makes a relatively comfortable save. Binder remains nothing each.
Ross McCausland had made a great run. You're right, Cherny again cutting in the pitch. McCausland makes a lovely wee dart in behind the Manchester United defence, but Cherny, as we see so often, cutting in on the left, getting the shot away. It wasn't a bad strike, down low to the goalkeeper's left hand side, but a comfortable save for Ayanda.
United have it with Martinez. He's playing it short to Maguire. It's another who's come in for intense criticism both with the national team and with his club side here. The most expensive defender in transfer history, Harry Maguire. The next is Josko Gvardiol. When you come with that big price tag as he did from Leicester City a good few years ago now,
gets a hard time of it for me.
He does.
I think he's better than what people think.
It's on for the second half here. It's back with Jack Butland, who clips the ball out to this near side for Yilmaz. Controls with the right foot, the ball with the left's not good though. And a chance here perhaps for United. It's slipped through by Eriksson towards Xerxes. It's cut out, but it breaks back to Eriksson. Almost managed to smuggle it through to Garnacho, left hand side of the box. Then Yilmaz goes down all too easily. Fernandez, the disguised ball. Garnacho, he's going for the byline, pulls it back. Fernandez's efforts deflected over the bar. Well, that might have been going for the top, the bottom right corner there. But they're not taking the touch off the Rangers defender. It might well have been nestling in the bottom right. It stays 0-0 on 51 and a half.
Yilmaz has had 45 seconds to forget there. Really poor from him. Good play down the left hand side. The cut back, Fernandez catches. I don't know whether it was going in target. Might have just kind of curled past the post, but the deflection takes it over the bar corner to defend.
Eriksson takes this one in front of the tunnel and on top of Butland. He's made a mess of it and it's in! Manchester United in front. The corner from Eriksson. Butland came. The fist got a touch, but it went behind him and agonisingly into the net. And it's Manchester United 1, Rangers 0, just 7 after the break.
Of all the ways to lose a goal, you know, Rangers had started the half quite brightly, and again it comes from the Yilmaz error, forces the corner, the ball comes in, Butland comes out. I mean, he's not played in a while, but it's a punch that he really should be doing an awful lot better with. Catches the top of his knuckles and spins back away into his own net. And all the good work that Rangers have done has been undone by that goalkeeping error.
That's an absolute nightmare.
It really is.
For Jack Butland. They got away with one in the first half when they conceded directly from the corner. Butland has got that all wrong. You'll have to carry on though. You'll have to forget that.
Well, he will, but I mean, it's how Rangers respond now. It really is. It's so frustrating from a Rangers point of view to have been in the game and defending well, and especially with a makeshift back four like they've got, to lose a goal so cheaply from an error.
Yeah. Oh, Philippe Clement is furious down there when that hit the net. Because they're in the game at 0-0.
Yeah,
they're looking at winning the match. They're still in the match, of course. They're just one down, but that was a nightmarish goal to concede. And both times Manchester United have had the ball in the net. It's come directly from a corner.
Yeah.
And it's Lisandro Martinez forward to Xerxes, pushes it back to Fernandez and then back to Maguire. It's outside the centre circle. Moving away from Igaman, low ball, Xerxes onto it, now Fernandez. Fernandez with the right foot out to the left here for Dallo. Back to Bruno Fernandez. Little delicate ball, he's found Diallo, what a ball it was, and Diallo with the acrobatic effort over the bar. He's offside anyway. That's a wonderful ball from Bruno Fernandez, and that is the quality that he possesses.
It most certainly is, Liam. I mean, we've seen him do it 3 or 4 times this evening. The quality of the pass is outrageous. Diallo, I think it's gone way too early and tries the spectacular overhead kick after taking a poor first touch, but his vision, he just sees things. He just sees the picture. Diallo's a good metre and a half offside.
Yeah, I mean, okay, that makes the pass look a bit better, doesn't it? But it was a fabulous attempt by Fernandez.
Man U fans have woken up, I see.
Yeah, We'll be hearing that across the airwaves here on Sports Sound, BBC Radio Scotland FM and on Sounds. Rangers behind at Old Trafford. United are going to bring on Tyrrell Malacia here. Former Feyenoord player, 9 times capped Dutch international. He was in the squad for the World Cup in Qatar. And he is going to come on. And he's going to replace Lenny Yoro. Is the change. Manchester United number 12 comes on. Played for Feyenoord in the Conference League final when they lost 1-0 to Roma in the inaugural Conference League. And Malacia is on. So Ruben Amorim will be feeling a bit better now down there. There's threatening to be another evening of woe here in front of their own fans. I mean, they're still here in ginormous numbers. We know the reach of Manchester United, of course, but despite the results, they still pack this place out every other week. It is Martinez, throws it back the way, and it's cleared by Dallo. It's not a great ball, but it does find Eriksen's happy accident in that. It's now with Bailey Rice in the centre circle for Rangers. Rolls it out low to Yilmaz. Down the line for Czerny. Czerny's looking for Nadim Bayrami. We've not really seen in the game, to be honest.
No, he's been quiet. I mean, so is Igman, to be honest with you. Not had a lot of service. Looking a bit frustrated out there.
United have a throw-in down on this near side. That will have set Rangers back, that goal going in there off Butland. They need to react to it, but it's United who are playing the ball about with confidence. Fernandes, not a great touch by Diallo as he sprayed it out to the right, and Jeffney clears. And he touched back here to Harry Maguire. Side football forward to Fernandes. He goes back to Maguire. Just absolute confirmation that it's a Jack Butland own goal has come through. Tomo says, spun off his knuckles, and agonising for him, isn't it? Just going back the way into his own net. Just
coming back into the team as well after being out.
Liam Kelly performed pretty well, hadn't he?
He did. I think
his absence.
I think Liam did really well. I think his kicking is probably his best attribute. His distribution's absolutely superb. But it'd been good for him to get a run in the team and a taste of it.
Jack Butland's fit, and he's played here before, and all that experience as well, but then he can still make the mistakes, and that was a real blunder. The Rangers number 1 and his team are behind, and Philip Clement wants to make another change here. And again, it's another youngster coming on in Findlay Curtis.
He did well at the weekend when he came on against Fraser-Borough, looked really bright. I know Neil liked his performance, I heard him say that. So what an opportunity for this young man.
It's an immense opportunity. Come and play at Old Trafford in Europe in a competitive fixture.
Certainly never forget this night. Oh, Czerny's down, so it must be for Czerny.
It was his Rangers debut against Fraser-Borough, and he's got a second appearance. He's going to be here.
Not bad going, eh?
It's a blow here for Rangers again, though. Václav Czerny. And
I tell you what, if they're going into the weekend's game, Czerny, Balogun, I suppose the one bonus for them is that they'll have Nsiala to pick, Hadji to pick. So
Diamonde will be back as well.
Diamonde, yeah. So it's maybe not that bad, but not ideal for Rangers. But a brilliant moment for this young man coming onto the pitch. Join his teammate Bailey Rice as well.
Yeah, another 18-year-old, and I know that's a source of frustration going down the years. It's 1-0 Manchester United here, 58.5. We're just beyond that now. I know it's a source of frustration for many people that the pathway at the bigger clubs, you know, it's more difficult for the youngsters to make the breakthrough, make the transition from the youth team to the first team.
That is, but you've got to be given the opportunity, and I just think that there's been a lack of opportunities for young players. Rangers invest millions and millions of pounds into their academy. And they've got a lot of talented young players in the academy, but they just don't seem to, over the years, have been given the opportunities. You're never going to know if they're good enough until you put them in.
Well, Man United 1, Rangers 0 here. There will be a free kick here, and it's going to be Maguire. Just rolls it to his right for Dalot, who's moved to right centre back, having played over at left back in the first half, which is his accustomed position. And it's rolled all the way back to Bayindir. First time from the goalkeeper, along with the right foot. Underneath it is Tavernier. Fernandes beats Rice in the jump. Gets it back. Fernandes, lovely little flick with the right foot out to the left there. Malacia, now Garnacho. Garnacho attacking the Rangers box. There's no space to shoot, lays it back to Fernandes. He just dinks it to his right for Dalot. Got a good understanding, those two. Eriksson takes over, now Diallo. He's in the Rangers box, hits the byline, tries to pull it back, does so. Garnacho blocked on the line. Oh, he's got to score. I mean, I think he's ended up flicking it with the outside of the boot towards the far corner. There were two Rangers players on that post.
It was really strange, Liam, how he manages to, like, it's maybe coming up a bit.
It's actually his left foot.
He's a bit quick to take it first time, maybe, and then he takes a touch. I think his touch moves it onto his left foot, but he kind of goes to the opposite side of the goal.
There's Garnacho again, left hand side of the box, pulls it back, cut out. Rangers clear. It's been difficult since the break. They did well in the first half, Rangers, but they're flailing a little bit at this precise moment in time. As it stands, Europa League table has them 14th. In hopes of top 8 will all but evaporate tonight if they lose this game. Manchester United up to 4th in the table, with only Lazio, Eintracht Frankfurt and Athletic Club ahead of them. Rangers clear the lines towards halfway. Still obviously in a strong position to ensure that they've got European football in the spring. That's what they want.
Just make next week's game all that bigger, massive game now if Rangers don't get anything from this one.
Union Saint-Gilloise up next for Rangers. They've still got plenty of time in this one. Still about a third of this match to go, so far from out of it, but it is it's not quite a scratch Rangers team that's out there. It's not far off it.
Yeah.
There's Tavernier very deep inside his own half. He's given it straight to Garnacho though. Garnacho down with the corner flag. Foul by Tavernier. Free kick as good as a corner down this near side. It is 1-0 Manchester United on 62.
That was a wee bit harsh on Tavernier there. He gave the ball away initially, but then entirely sure he maybe just catches Garnacho's foot. Yeah, you're right. This will be an in-swinger again. It looks like Eriksson's over the top of it. See if Butland comes to try and punch this one.
He'll be looking at this nervously. His own goal on 52, separating the teams right now at Old Trafford. Eriksson with his free kick. It's I said it was as good as a corner. It's level with the 6-yard line. Eriksson over it. Rangers leave have everyone back bar McCausland. In from Eriksson, right footed towards the back post. Butland gets his fingertips to it and tips it behind for the corner on the other side of the goal.
Yeah, I wasn't sure if he would come for another one after what happened the last time, but he comes, gets enough on it, can only put it behind for a corner, right enough.
Manchester United corner from their right hand side as they attack the goal to the left, the Stretford end. And an in-swinger from Amad Diallo. Looking to punish his old team. Bit of movement from Dalot, a couple of others, Maguire's in there, and it comes, and Butland punches away, this time decisively. A foul by Eriksson and McCausland. It might well have been, but I think he has actually given it for that one. There was another foul straight after that.
I think he was trying to play a wee bit of advantage there, Liam, because it kind of broke to a Rangers player, but yeah, there was 2 fouls in there. Definitely a foul from Eriksson on McCausland. Rangers struggled to get kind of up the pitch in the last 10 or so minutes, not really looking a threat anymore in the game.
No, they're not getting into dangerous positions as they were in the first half. Wouldn't say it was regularly in the first half, but they were getting the odd moment, weren't they, in the final third?
They were, and at the start of the half they had a couple of wee sniffs as well, but it's gone a wee bit stale.
It's 3 wins in 12 games for Manchester United. Their Europa League record here is very good. 1 defeat since 2012, albeit a few seasons in the Champions League in that time. It is with Lisandro Martinez. He picks up and then rolls it back the way to Harry Maguire. Martinez is an interesting character. He was in the Argentina victorious World Cup squad. He was an unused substitute in the final. As he's played out to Garnacho on the left, he goes down, and that's going to be a United free kick, level with the edge of the D of the Rangers box on this main stand side.
They just faced Yilmaz up. Get a wee look at the replay here. Not entirely sure that Yilmaz does anything there. Look, they've got the free kick. Not too dissimilar from the last one they had. It'll be Eriksson again. I imagine it put it right in on top of Butland into that kind of penalty spot area.
Eriksson again is almost out in the touchline, maybe just a foot away from it on this near side. Eriksson from the big men in there. Xerxes, Maguire. A second goal you would think would kill the game. 65 and a half played, United 1-0 up, and it comes as a free header wide from Maguire. What a chance! I mean, he just has to score and finish this game as a contest. Stays Manchester United 1, Rangers 0.
It's a sitter, and the delivery is absolutely magnificent from Eriksson. Maguire 7 yards out, free header, nobody had picked him up. Just kind of skiffs it off the side of his head and wide of the post. Big chance.
If somebody had found you at Old Trafford with a ball like that, you wouldn't be hitting the post, you'd be hitting the net.
Yeah, that was an easier chance than the one I hit the post with. Yes,
of course it was.
Yes.
Of course it was.
Let off for Rangers, because at 2-0, there's no way back.
Yeah, it would have been game over. Unbeaten away, run over. They're still alive, but here come United again, and it's Diallo driving down the right hand side. It breaks to Eriksson, clip ball in, headed away by Tavernier, helped on its way by Rice, picked up by Malacia on this near side. He's turning away from his man and rolling it back into his own half for Harry Maguire. We'll hope that miss isn't costly. Big number 5 picks up right in the centre circle, guiding it out to that right touchline for Diallo. You can see that, well, this is a team that's massive confidence that Diallo certainly is. He's the one who's had the swagger. Him and Bruno Fernandes have been pretty consistent in recent times, even if the others haven't been. Maguire plays it short to Martinez on this near side. Ball forward for Garnacho on the turn, away from Yilmaz into the centre circle. It's a dreadful ball there by Collier, picked up by McCausland, and now he's got Egeman away down the left hand side. Egeman's not been able to get into the game, but he's beyond the midway point of the United half as he plays it in field here, and an opportunity for Curtis to get a touch on the ball, but it wouldn't fall for him.
Yeah, it wasn't the best pass from Egeman. His movement was good to get on the ball in the first case, the pass from Ross McCausland out to him, but then he kind of lacked conviction as he was cutting in the pitch, and the pass eventually into young Curtis was a poor one. He's having to stretch for it. That's the first time I can remember in the last 10-15 minutes that Rangers have actually been in a position with possession of the ball high up in Manchester United's half.
There is a campaign to get one of the stands here named after Dennis Law. They've already got Bobby Charlton and Alec Ferguson up on the top of the stands. You can see Sir Alec Ferguson's name as the ball comes in from the left, headed away by Jefty. Breaks to Fernandes, the edge of the Rangers box, looking for Diallo, cut out well by McCausland. And now it's Proper who rolls it to Raskin, flicks it down the line for Bayrami. Cyril Dessers is going to be on shortly for Rangers. Does he put him in there with Egeman, or does he?
Well, yeah, Neil was suggesting that before the game, wasn't he? Bayrami's had a really quiet evening, so it wouldn't be a daft idea to put Dessers up top and just have Bayrami playing, Egeman playing off Dessers, especially now that they need a goal.
Fernandes looking for Xerxes, who slips, and now it is Tavernier. Tavernier now marauding forward up towards the edge of the United box, pulls it back to Rice, out to Curtis on this near side, level with the United penalty spot. It is Curtis, gets it back to Rice. Rice looks up, spots McCausland, left hand side of the 6-yard box, but his header's tame, and it comes right through to Bayindir, who holds on. It's Manchester United 1, Rangers 0, almost on 70 minutes here. Desser's coming on.
Yeah, it was a decent enough ball from Rice to the back post, but McCausland couldn't get any purchase on the header. He was leaning away. It may have been better trying to just take a touch, but yeah, bringing Dessers on, he'll be in confident mood after his hat-trick at the weekend.
Yeah, I would have thought so. First Rangers hat-trick it was for Dessers, took his tally for the season to 16.
It's good going. I mean, for a guy that's kind of
slaughtered,
continually criticised, 16 goals in January, I'd certainly have taken that.
There's no certainty he's going to be a Rangers player from the end of the next week, isn't it?
Been linked with a few clubs already this week. Let's just see who's coming off here.
So Dessers is coming on for
Abbey. Yeah, it had to be. It's been a difficult evening for him. He's not had an influence in the game. He's worked hard, but really struggled to get on the ball and be a creative force for Rangers. I wonder whether Dessers will just go right up top with Egeman as a 2.
Yeah, well, Manchester United, it may be that they're the better side in the match. They've got a 1-0 lead, but there's a weakness there. As Tavernier picks up, driving towards the edge of the box, rolls it with the right to Egeman. It's a dink ball in, it's clever, looking for Raskin, he gets the header, couldn't quite find Dessers in the 6-yard box. Dallo got in the way, poor touch by Xerxes, he's knocked forward there, and it goes right through to Bayindir, who holds on. Rangers trailing 1-0, what have they got?
That was a wee half chance, Dinked ball in was decent. Raskin trying to head it back across goals to where Dessers was. At least the Rangers have had a couple of half sniffs in this last 5 minutes, pushing up a wee bit.
There'll be a double change for the home team shortly. Kobe Menu, the England international, is going to come on. He dropped out of the starting 11. And he will be on in just a moment. There's going to be a double change, but it eventually ggets back from Yilmaz to Butland. He was the coolest man in Old Trafford there, Yilmaz, because that looked like he was putting his goalkeeper under all kinds of trouble. The other change is the Uruguayan Manuel Ugarte. We'll find out who they are replacing shortly. It is Raskin for Rangers, back to the edge of the centre circle for Proper, switches it to the right of it for Tavernier. Well, having Dessers on gives them another option. It allows Egeman to perhaps go into little pockets that he wasn't getting into before.
Yeah, he's been kind of star of the service tonight. Is Egeman. First half he had a couple of shots, maybe half opportunities, but
look at a foul.
It did look a barge in the back.
It was Malassia's challenge.
It did look a barge in the back. Referee didn't buy it. Linesman neither. He was right beside it. There's a Man U subs.
Yeah, Collier's coming off. Seen as much of him in the second half as we did the first. Ugarte will come on for him. Remember, he arrived last summer. He came from PSG. Signed a 5-year contract, £50 million. Another example of the money that they're spending on players, and to precious little in the way of major honours. Again, FA Cup last season, but Eriksson comes off, is replaced by Menu. The amount of money they've been spending is eye-watering.
That is, and I've been watching Zuxi this evening.
There is a player playing with no confidence,
leading the line, and you're just wondering what is it that he's bringing to this Manchester United team. He's the main striker, and I've not seen an awful lot.
Yeah, absolutely. Think of some of the United strikers going back down the years: Hughes and Cantona, Cole, Van Nistelrooy, Rooney. Xerxes is not in that category. Here come Rangers. He comes back to the edge of the box. Jeffrey takes a touch and shoots, but it's straight to the goalkeeper, who holds on. It stays Manchester United 1, Rangers 0, almost on 74.
It was a good cutback from Egeman, gets to the byline. Every Manchester United player misses it, comes to the edge of the box. Jeffrey's there. I thought as though he could have hit it first time, might have been difficult. He takes the touch. You can see he's trying to get the dip and volley away, but didn't get the purchase on it that he was looking for. But again, it's another small chance for Rangers. They're coming back into the game in terms of creating opportunities. Nothing really massively clear cut though.
Well, Union San Gilmas to come next week. That was a game when the fixtures were released that they earmarked for 3 points. This one not so much. Anything they get out of it's a bonus. And if they want top 8, they need something out of this. And here's Egaman driving forward, but he waits too long when it breaks the way of Curtis, but it's a weak effort, side foot with the left, and it comes harmlessly through to Bayindar. It stays 1-0 to the home team.
Egaman picked up the ball there in a really good position, starts driving forward. Dessers had made reasonable movement to his left hand side. The slip ball was in early, but he just takes touch after touch after touch and eventually sounded out.
To come on Saturday, Aberdeen St Mirren, Celtic Dundee, Hearts Kilmarnock, Ross County Hibs, St Johnstone Motherwell. Highlights in the evening. Dundee United Rangers on Sunday, midday kick-off at Tannadice. Highlights in the evening again. Next Wednesday, Aston Villa Celtic, the Champions League. And that game between Rangers and the Belgians on Thursdays, Dessers goes down, but the referee's not interested in the protests from both he and the Rangers supporters. He thinks his jersey's been pulled a little bit there. It's just a goal kick to Manchester United, and it stays 1-0 to them.
Yeah, he's got previous for this. Dessers, when he goes down in the box, he's always looking for telling the referee that his jersey's been pulled. I think it was maybe just out-muscled there by Harry Maguire. We'll get a wee look at it here. Maguire's certainly all over him, gets a grip of his arm, but it's not enough in it for me.
He's grabbing Maguire's shirt as well, isn't he?
There's not enough in it.
Yeah.
Should have done better actually once he'd got his body in front there, Dessers.
It's Malacia on this near side. Keeps it in play, finds Maguire in field. Maguire out to this left-hand side. Menu knocks it back to Malacia. Now with Martinez. He goes back to his keeper. The draw for the next stage of this in the Champions League. Conference League as well, but of course Scottish interest is gone from that tournament. Next Friday, with the conclusion of the league phase, the top 2-tier competitions. This is match day 7, penultimate games in both the Champions League and Europa League this week. There's a long ball forward looking for Diallo. Cropper's made a mess of it, and now it's a chance here, and Diallo, he lashes it, slashes it well wide, and it stays 1-0 Manchester United.
Big long diagonal ball over the top. Cropper should deal with it a lot better than he does. Diallo, I mean, he's really just tried to absolutely hammer that, got it all wrong, 16 yards out, really should be hitting the target, goes for power and just slashes it wildly into the Stretford end.
So now with Martinez, Rangers' long ball is easily eaten up, and now Menu rolls it out to Garnacho on the left, taking on Yilmaz. He did get the overlap, but it's back with Menu now to Fernandez. A little touch there from Ugarte, and back to Martinez, rolls it out to the left, Malacia, now Garnacho in field. It's a lovely turn by Ugarte, but sticking to his task there was Raskin. Rangers have it back now. Dessers is stretching his legs, coming up towards the halfway line. Pure ball by Dessers, he was looking for Curtis. Rangers lose out in the midfield, the ref blows the whistle. Manchester United free kick just inside their own half. I mean, it's got to be better from Dessers.
Yeah, I mean, he broke quite well, but then he's got on his left-hand side the option of McCausland, I think it was, and then on the right-hand side he's two options. Just seemed to get it stuck under his foot before he went to make the pass, and it was actually a really decent opportunity. Rangers had 3-4 men breaking with him. Got to do better.
Harry Maguire, midway point of his own half, fires it forward with the right foot to Fernandez. Back it comes, Ugarte. Now it's with Menu. The home team looking for the goal that would seal the points, and in all likelihood a top 8 place. Menu with the right foot out to the left hand side here. Malacia into Menu. Field for Fernandez. Fernandez under pressure, but he gets it back to Malacia. Now it's with Garnacho, left angle of the Rangers box. They attack the goal to our left. It's with Fernandez taking it infield, stabbing it back the way to Dalot, and out to Diallo, taking on Jeffrey, going down and winning the free kick. Jeffrey's going into the book here. Yellow card for Jeffrey.
Looked a foul, not sure it's worth a yellow unless it's for kind of totting up fouls throughout the game, but I can't think of him making that many. Definite foul right enough.
I don't think the ref liked it, and he's straight to his pocket. He wasn't even thinking about it. Jeffrey yellow carded. And Manchester United have a free kick just about at the right angle of the Rangers box. And we are about to head into the final 10 minutes. Jeffrey booked. Might be a sight of Rasmus Højlund shortly for Manchester United. He has been out of the side. Fernandez waits to take this free kick. Rangers cannot afford to concede again, or it is game over. Fernandez is over it. Right through the delivery's a good one. Xerxes, I think, might got the final touch. Ugarte was in there too, and the goalkeeper saves. And it stays United 1, Rangers 0.
I tell you what, the quality of the ball is sensational, but the save, I think, is a brilliant reaction save. I think it might be
Ugarte.
Yeah, it is. And again, it's only 6 yards out. He gets enough pace in the header. Butland does really well to kind of scramble it round the side of his post. Didn't have hardly any time to react.
And the Dane Højlund will be on momentarily. Manchester United corner from that Butland save. As it comes, Diallo again, it's headed away by Ikeman, who was at the back post again, and the referee blows the whistle.
What a header that was from Ikeman. He got about 25 yards on that header there. He's done well with that actually at the back post. Done his job well defensively.
Comes the change.
Substitution for United, replacing Joshua
Xerxes, much maligned Xerxes, makes his way off.
At least he's getting a
special, there'll be a special cheer for Højlund here. I think that's mainly
for Højlund.
The cheers are for.
All right, okay.
In comes Højlund, 7 goals this season. Former Atalanta player. He was top scorer here last season with 16, one more than Bruno Fernandes. And of course a certain Scott McTominay was up the goal scoring charts as well. And quite frankly, when you see this United team, you just wonder why on earth did they sell him.
Yeah, considering how well he's doing in his new job.
He was underappreciated here, wasn't he?
I'd say so.
Perhaps better off out of it than he is. He's loving life in Naples.
Top of the Serie A.
Yeah.
Sunshine.
Oh, absolutely.
Amalfi Coast.
Yeah.
Not bad.
Lovely. There's Garnacho for Manchester United. Infield to Malacia, deep inside his own half. Thinks it up the line, cut out, breaks back to Rangers with Yilmaz. Not a great touch, but he gets the break of the ball. Does Curtis, and now it's Rice. He's got it through towards Dessers! Oh, so close! It bounces off the post. He's won a corner, he's not getting it. Well, I thought that was in. I thought that was an equaliser. And there are United fans to our left absolutely furious that they've given Rangers a sight of goal. Has the goalkeeper got a touch on that?
I'm not entirely sure.
I think Dessers thinks he has.
Yeah, he does, but I'm not sure there's much more Dessers can do. He does really well. The ball in, I think it was young Bailey Rice with the wee clip over the top. Was
lovely, isn't it?
A lovely wee pass. He would have been offside anyway, by the looks of things.
Yeah, he's on the line there. Yeah, the defender is at the 18-yard line.
He was offside. He just lifts it over the goalkeeper. We'll see here if he gets a touch in this replay. Nah, I don't think he does.
No, doesn't look like it.
He's really unlucky. Comes off the post, but I wouldn't have stood anyway. Offside. Good pass from young Rice.
Well, it hasn't resulted in a goal, but Clermont will be very happy to have seen that from Bailey Rice, the youngster. Tavernier goes back to his goalkeeper. Rangers running out of time. We are deep into the 84th minute. 1-0 Manchester United. Rangers absolutely would have signed up for a draw before kick-off, and they've still potentially got a chance in them to get that.
You've got to say Philippe Clermont's been brave. Basically playing a 4-4-2 now with 2 wingers. He's brought on 2 kids at 18 years old as well. I don't think this is a lineup he would have envisaged in his head when the draw was made for this game, but he can't be accused of not having a go for it.
Here's Menu for Manchester United, just rolls it infield to Fernandes, midway inside the Rangers half. To the right for Diallo. Diallo forward to Menu, now with Fernandes, good play, right hand side to the byline, pulls it back, blocked. And Rangers clear to Rice out the far side. It'll be a throw in to the hosts. We lead 1-0. Diallo has it, infield to Fernandes. And back the way to Dallo. Into the centre circle now. As United tried to take the sting out of it. With the Garnacho on the touchline. And back down the line for Malacia, who flicks it back to Harry Maguire. Rangers have 5 minutes plus stoppages left to try and save this. It's a long ball, Hoyland's giving chase. Hoyland doesn't get through the defender, neither does Malacia, and Rangers clear through Yilmaz. Out for a Manchester United throw-in on the left-hand side, but level with the edge of the D of the Rangers box.
Just been break for a Manchester United player. Ball in over the back of the Rangers defence. Hoyland was trying to get onto it, just wouldn't sit for him.
It's with Lisandro Martinez, just across the halfway line he goes, down the left. Shifts it infield there, it's not a great touch, and McCausland might be onto it, but did enough there, Ugarte, just to work it back to Dallo. There's Diallo on the far side. The pace of Amad Diallo, he goes down, he's not getting a free kick though.
Slack.
Ball out of defence is poor from Raskin. Ikeman trying to win it back, but he's been beaten to it by Malacia.
It's got to be a foul.
Here's Menu, Ikeman looking at the heavens, he's not getting a free kick. Here comes Garnacho, he's at the edge of the box, he shoots and Butland saves. Throws himself to his left. Jeffney battling with Diallo on the far side. It remains 1-0 Manchester United.
Come on,
Rangers still have time.
Dessers got to link the play better there. You're getting into the last moments of the match. The ball's played up to him. It's an easy one to control, and he does a first time flick round the corner and gives possession away. Just take your touch, secure the ball. He had options facing him, he had options to his right hand side. It's got to be better.
We've seen a replay of Garnacho's effort. He got plenty behind. It's a good save by Butland.
Yeah,
but this is the thing. This is the problem for Rangers, is that they're going to be left thinking what might have been those two glorious chances for Raskin and Yilmaz in the first half, and the fact that right now they are losing to a Jack Butland own goal directly from a corner. That's what's going to be the source of frustration for Philippe Clement tonight. If they don't find an equaliser.
100%, Liam. You know, because it's not as if, well, I suppose you could look at the Maguire header, the other header,
De Ligt one that found the net in the first half, which was ruled out.
A couple of saves from Butland. They have looked the more likely in this second half. If that mistake hadn't happened, there's nothing to say Rangers wouldn't have just held on.
Zach Lovelace is going to come on for the closing stages. 2.5 of the 90 left. Back with Butland. Rangers still very much in the battle, even if they lose this game. Ikeman was clearly being fouled by Harry Maguire there inside his own half. Rangers free kick. Philippe Clement wants to make the change, the next break in play. Rangers have it in play, and it's Tavernier. Long ball looking for Dessers. And Maguire's made a mess of it, and Dessers scores! Dessers scores! Right in front of the Rangers supporters, who erupt here at Old Trafford. A sensational moment for Cyril Dessers. What a finish it was! A blunder from Maguire, and Dessers has finished that handsome. And Rangers hopes of a top 8 finish and alive and kicking here. An incredible moment with 2 to play. Manchester United 1, Rangers 1. Step forward, Cyril Dessers.
I'm just wondering whether he's offside or not. I hope not. We'll see in a minute once we get a replay of that. But I tell you something, his first touch and finish here are right out of the top drawer. Absolutely sensational. For a guy that gets slaughtered, the quality of this touch and finish are incredible. Let's just see. I think he's onside. What a goal from Cyril Dessers. I'm telling you, that is of the highest quality.
Yeah, And all of a sudden, Zach Lovelace has been told to put his trackie back on, and Leon King, centre back, is told to come on. Well, Maguire has made a mess of it. Dessers, though, still got to do the work there to give himself the opportunity. I mean, it is honking from Maguire, but Dessers, wow, what a touch and turn and finish.
Liam, that is seriously good. I mean, the ball over the top is a ball that normally you'd expect a defender to deal with. You're right, Maguire does not do well, but after that there is still so much to do for Dessers, and the first touch makes it for him, and then to hit it on the half volley and keep it low into the corner, I'm telling you, what a goal.
17 for the season. Well, we remember his goal in Greece against Olympiacos. It was of the highest quality as well. He's got it in him. Yilmaz off, King on. 1-1. Dessers onside. He's right on the line, and it's just a wonderful finish. And with 5 minutes of stoppage time to go, Rangers have it again down the left-hand side with the goal scorer, Dessers. Rolls it to McCausland, away from one. Can this get even better for Rangers? Poor touch by Dessers in the box, though. United come away with it. King steps in, knocks it forward to the edge of the United box where Maguire clears. Garnacho with a touch, driving at Tavernier. Tavernier reacts brilliantly. Wins it back, just brushes Garnacho off the ball, and back it comes to Butland.
He absolutely had to make that challenge as well, because King had been caught higher up the pitch. Tavernier was coming out into the right hand side area from right centre half. He had to make that tackle. Really good defending.
Rangers with Raskin, ball forward, the little cushion header by Curtis, couldn't find Dessers. United clear by Maguire. It's not a great tackle by Raskin, it's going to be a United free kick inside the centre circle. Now, that goal has taken Rangers up from 14th to 11th in the table. They started this week in the top 8, but they'd be on 12 points, and just a point behind 8th place Galatasaray going into the final match next week against Union San-Gilwaz. Still work to do here. Both these teams will think they can win this.
Oh, 100% now, aye.
And Rangers going up against a vulnerable Manchester United side who will be flooding forward looking for a winner themselves.
So you've got to give credit to the manager. As I said, a wee bit ago, sticking the two up top and going for it.
Not over yet. Martinez, what a ball! It's in! Manchester United score! Rangers thought they were getting out with a point, but Bruno Fernandes has just lashed it home. It's an absolutely wonderful ball in by Lisandro Martinez, and Fernandes thumps it past Butland, and it is now all of a sudden Manchester United 2, Rangers 1. Heartbreaking for the visitors.
Honestly, you're thinking Rangers are coming out here with a point. It's an unbelievable result, a brilliant goal. Dessers is just shaking his head, but the ball in is sensational. The finish is brilliant, but Rangers defensively sleeping at the back post. Nobody aware that Bruno Fernandes had ghosted in. I don't know whether it was proper, that should have been looking behind him or not. I'll need to see the replay, but really poor goal to lose from Rangers' point of view. Just keep it tight. You've got the result. You're getting into the last seconds in a match. You see it here, the ball coming in is brilliant. It's Jefty. Jefty is at fault there. Just goes to sleep. Fernandes comes inside him, tucks the ball away home. A good finish from him, but Jefty has got to do better there. It's heartbreaking for Rangers, because to score a goal so late on in the game, and what a goal it was, you're thinking, what a result. You can get out of here with a point, and down the road if you're Rangers, then it's a sensational result, but this shows you one moment of lapse of concentration and a bit of quality.
Well, I mean, you take your eyes off Bruno Fernandes at your peril. And they're away again here, the home team. They've got 2 minutes left here, Rangers, to try and launch salvage mission 2.0. And a broad smile in the face of Sir Alec Ferguson in the standoff to our left. It's been a tough time supporting Man United these days since the great man stepped down from his managerial position here in 2013. And they're smiling now, Fernandes with the goal, and Ruben Amorim will hope that that is the goal that sparks their season. That's a lovely touch by Diallo as they come again down the right hand side. Diallo against Jefty, into the box, Diallo, and Raskin nicks it off him and then manages to flick it out to McCausland, who rolls it back. Free kick's been given at the edge of the Rangers box for the visitors. Will they get one last chance?
Well, how long's left? I mean,
a minute. There'll be some added.
Here.
There'll be time added because of the Fernandes goal as well.
Yeah. They just need to get it forward now, Rangers.
We think probably just under 2 minutes from here, but we shall see. Long ball for Rangers. Desser's beaten in the jump by Maguire. He'll be breathing a sigh of relief that Fernandes has bailed him out. For his error, there's a foul by Raskin in the centre circle, and United have a free kick as he brings Rasmus Højlund crashing to the deck.
Yeah, it was a foul. They both kind of sandwiched him. It's not what Rangers need. Man U will just take their time over this.
This is not a happy camp. They're singing just now, but when that Desser's ball in the net there,
it's funny how
guys
it
off to our
changes,
left were furious. Here's Diallo on the right, dancing into the penalty area. Good pace. Diallo running forward, cut out by Proper. Prevents the corner. United have the ball exactly where they want it, deep inside Rangers half, as Fernandes slides it behind for the goal kick. We've played the 5 minutes, and now we wait and see how much more time the Belgian referee will allow this to continue. Long ball Tavernier. Egeman controls in the chest. Infield it comes. Rice now to Curtis. Curtis driving forward. Egeman's on the overlap. Curtis, a poor decision. He's given it straight to Maguire. He was looking for Dessers. Egeman had made a good run down the right of the Manchester United box, and instead the home team are able to take it clear. Curtis wins it back, but how long have Rangers got? Rice with a long ball, looking for Dessers, flicked away by Martinez, who it was set up Fernandes for the goal. It looks to be the winner. It is the Portuguese midfielder on the ball. He's such a class act.
Yeah, really top player.
He's a joy to watch.
Yeah,
when you see him and Bernardo Silva in the same Portuguese team, which we saw against Scotland, it's two fabulous players, both plying their trade in this city.
Yeah, he just sees the game. It just looks so easy for him.
Gallo down the right. We've played 6 minutes, 5 are added. Last chance is going to come United's way by the look of it. It is Fernandes. The referee blows for full time. Late heartache for Clement as he exchanges handshakes with Amorim. Down below us, it looked like Cyril Dessers, for all the money in the world, had secured a point for Rangers tonight as he cancelled out the Butland own goal, which came early in the second half after a goalless first half. Despite the fact deleted the ball in the net for United, it didn't count. Rangers spurned chances through Yilmaz and Raskin. Then came the own goal from Butland. It was awful for the goalkeeper. But Desser's salvo right in front of the Rangers supporters looked to have seen them pick up a famous away result again. But just a couple of minutes later, 2 moments of quality. The first from Lisandro Martinez with the ball into the box, and the second from Bruno Fernandes, who lashed home. And it means Rangers still have work to do when they welcome Union Saint-Gilloise to Glasgow a week tonight on the final match day of the league phase. It finished here at Old Trafford. Manchester United 2, Rangers 1.
Rangers in the Europa League.
Live on Sports Sound from BBC Radio Scotland.
There's no substitute.
You're listening to Sports Sound on BBC Radio Scotland. Incredible drama right at the death there at Old Trafford. All the reaction to come on Sports Sound. I'll run through all the scores for you, the full-time scores in the Europa League. AZ Alkmaar 1, AS Roma 0, Bodo Glimt 3, Maccabi Tel Aviv 1, FC Porto 0, Olympiacos 1, Fenerbahce 0, Lyon 0, Hoffenheim 2, Tottenham Hotspur 3, Malmo 2, 23. Victoria Pilsen 2, Anderlecht 0, Karabag 2, Steaua Bucharest 3, Elfsborg 1, Nice 0, Frankfurt 2, Ferencváros 0, Lazio 3, Real Sociedad 1, Ludogorets 0, Midtjylland 2, Manchester United 2, Rangers 1, PAOK 2, Slavia Prague 0, RFS Riga 1, Ajax 0. And this is an interesting one. Union Saint-Gilloise, who Rangers will place next Thursday in their final game in the group stage of the Europa League. They came from behind to beat Braga by 2-1. So some hope for them there, and perhaps a bigger challenge than we thought for Rangers next Thursday evening. Neil McCann is alongside me in the studio. Neil, we can see the Rangers players getting a big reception from the travelling support down there at Old Trafford. Your overall thoughts on the game tonight?
I don't think it was a brilliant game to watch. I thought Rangers were superb in their discipline. Their work rate was really, really good against a poor, in comparison to what we've seen in the past, what we've known in the past, Manchester United team. But when Dessers scores that goal, I mean, that's dream stuff. Not only for the boy, but for Rangers to go to Old Trafford and pick up such a valuable point. And then, Kenny, look, you asked me about Yefte, about where is he at in terms of a player, what does he need to work on, and I said about both boxes, and there you are, case in point. All he needs to do is be aware of the situation, either block the run or make sure that he gets inside and clears that ball. He switches off.
Talk us through, Neil, just a bit more detail, what you saw develop there.
Well, when Martinez has got the ball on the left foot, he has to stay connected to his left centre-back and always be aware. You always have to be on the open your shoulders up and see what's coming from behind you. Now, if you're aware of a run coming sharp, he has a couple of looks, but he doesn't properly open up. If you can see a run coming, you need to be inside, or you need to drop and just say, right, I'm just going to make sure I'm on the flight of the ball. He doesn't. He reacts too late, and of course United score, and that is a sucker punch right at the death to rob Rangers, which would have been a brilliant point. And again, it's fine margins, you can say about defending, but it's good finish, great ball. It's a poor bit of defending from Harry Maguire, but a sensational goal from Dessers. So you can always pick faults and good goals. From Manchester United point of view, that was a wee bit of Man U of old, maybe digging into that element of Old Trafford where you're scoring late goals. But it's so disappointing because I felt that Rangers were going to come away with a brilliant point into that last game next week. But unfortunately not all their efforts are in vain.
Yeah, so just looking at the league table, Rangers have dropped down to 13th, so they're on 11 points. So for those that will go through to the playoff matches, Besiktas currently occupy 24th, they're on 9 points, so it's still very much all to play for Rangers next week. It's so tight there. Rangers on 11, AZ Alkmaar on 11, Union Saint-Gilloise now on 11 points, Ajax 10, PAOK 10, Sociedad 10. It's very, very tight at the top of the table. Lazio, a great win for them this evening against 10-man Real Sociedad. They are clear, 19 points.
Did you say Union were on 11 there, Kenny?
Yeah, just looking down on it again here, Neil, just Union Saint-Gilloise 11 points.
Same as Rangers. Wow, what a game that is next week.
Yeah, that's going to be an absolute beauty next week at Ibrox. Full coverage, of course, right here on Sports Sound on Thursday evening. Of course, we'll have Celtic away to Aston Villa in the Champions League for you also next midweek on Sports Sound. Just seeing the pictures there of Cyril Dessers, Stephen, real heartbreak for him at the end. There's such a fantastic moment, scoring a great goal, and then to be, to have the huge disappointment. Actually, the two goals that Rangers lost tonight were pretty dreadful, weren't they?
Yeah, I mean, the first obviously is an individual error from Jack Butland, and it's such a cheap goal to lose. The second, sometimes that happens when you've had the euphoria of scoring a goal, and then kind of everything's frantic.
Lose concentration,
Tomo. Just switching off. You see it happen quite a lot, and you're right. And Jefty's got to do better defensively. I thought Fernandes was excellent throughout the match. I thought he looked a real class act.
I did hear you say top player at one
I'm
point.
Just trying to get it into Tom, yeah. So, I mean, it would have been a phenomenal result for Rangers to come down here and get a draw. Manchester United on chances created probably deserved the victory, but I think the Rangers did a lot right tonight. And then in the adversity of having your main centre half coming off injured, one of your sitting midfielders coming off injured, I thought the young boys carried themselves really well when they come on. It was great to see them. What experience for them coming onto the pitch here at Old Trafford to play in a European tie, something they'll never forget. And Dessers as well, he's, as much as he's lost the game and he'll be absolutely spewing, his goal will live with him forever. It was a sensational goal. The take out the air was just so good. And this is the thing about the guy, you know, he goes from the sublime to the ridiculous. But, you know, it's 17 goals now. 17 goals the guy scored. And he's an enigma.
Should Rangers be hanging on to him, Steve? We know there's been a lot of transfer speculation around him in recent weeks.
It depends what kind of offer that we're getting. If it's decent money, if they manage to get the money back that they spent on him, then it might be worth it. But, you know, when you've got a player like he is just now, a hat-trick at the weekend and scoring at Old Trafford tonight, and 17 goals for the season, you know, you'd be tempted to hang on to him till the summer unless you had somebody coming in that you knew was going to guarantee you goals as well. So it's a kind of difficult one for Rangers, what they're going to do with Dessers, really.
You wanted him to start, of course, tonight, Neil. I asked you to pick your team just after 6 o'clock, and you quite fancied Dessers up top with Eagleman just playing in behind.
Yep, I just think his running power is better than Eagleman. And hindsight's a wonderful thing, but his finish there is, I mean, it was a sensational touch just to kill it, but it's the finish. It's not like the touch is good, the finish eclipses that because it's so instinctive. It's body over, it's slightly on the half volley, and you think, wow. But I mean, during the game, Philippe Clement had decisions to make. Again, you're sort of sitting there and looking through stuff. I felt Finlay Curtis did look fantastic against Fraserburgh.
Yes.
Looked really sharp as a young kid. I just felt that putting Dessers on at that moment in time, and putting Bayrami to the left where he started the season, and putting McCausland, which is where he normally plays, out on the right, would have been probably more effective, giving you a wee bit more experience, I suppose, in that environment.
Where else would you question the team selection from the manager tonight?
Listen, it's difficult because he's got so many players that you probably pick and say there, Tomo's, you're losing Balogun, so you need to shuffle again, and then you lose young Connor Barron in the middle of the park, which he's got that experience over Bailey Rice. But I thought Bailey Rice looked good tonight. He looked as if he can pick a pass. Again, it's down to the manager now to see, you know, what he's got in his makeup. That can he hold down a position, and can he develop him in the team? But I mean, I wouldn't be too critical. That's the changes. I've told you about my starting lineup up top.
Yeah, you did.
And I've told you what I'd have done when you're losing Cherney. That's the changes I would have made. So different to Philippe. But when you grab that goal late on in the game, that's just when you just focus the mind. And Tomo's right, the euphoria of scoring, thinking, right, we've nabbed a point here, it's a brilliant point. That's when you really need to kind of settle your group and say, right, we don't lose this game now. We keep this point, we go up the road, and we just we feed off of that. And it's those moments. Listen, Bruno Fernandes, he played much of the game from the central areas, but it just shows you how good a player he is and the risk that he's willing to take, that he's coming in at the back post area where Diallo is playing off and he gets the winner for Manchester United. And it's just those moments that you're talking about, your fullbacks, you can't get done at the back post. See if it goes over your head, then there's no danger there. You can just shepherd the man out towards the corner flag, but make sure that nobody's getting round the back of you to score the winner.
James Tavernier was going off his head, wasn't he, when that happened? He was really frustrated, wasn't he?
I mean, it's hard to portray on
he was trying to show Jesse what he should have done.
Gesticulating where you're bringing your hands in as if to say, get in here, and that's what I mean. You must be tied to your left centre back and say, right, I'm going to be tucked in, nobody's going to get in there, I'm going to open my shoulders up and make sure that I'm not going to be done round the back here. If it's round the back, you're in a better position if you're in first to then go out. But I mean, the quality of the ball is superb.
Yes.
The finish is just about making sure it's on target. Tomo's spot on. I think Manchester United in the balance of play in the second half deserve to win. It's a horrendous error from Jack Butland for the first, and that's gut-wrenching enough, but then to have a point robbed at the latter stages. I mean, we're looking at images here of Amarin. He'll be delighted that his team are now continued that. I mean, they would have stayed unbeaten had they drawn the game, of course, but to win right on, puts him in a wonderful position, doesn't it, in the group?
Stephen, we were chatting during the game in here just about the lack of height, the lack of physicality, particularly to get Balogun out in this Rangers team. You think that's something the manager's got to address?
Are you talking defensively or across?
Just actually, we're just looking. So there's a shot there of the whole, the whole Rangers team. We're thinking there's not an awful lot there. Look a bit vulnerable, a bit weak at set pieces.
Yeah, tonight they did. We never talked about it at half time. What was your take on the disallowed goal?
I don't think it should have been disallowed, Tom. No, I don't think there's enough in it. There's a little bump from Euro, but
not enough.
I mean, nowhere near enough.
No. It's not something I've given an awful lot of thought to, I have to admit, Kerry.
Just Neil was pointing out, Stephen, when we're watching the game, they're just saying, is it something that maybe the manager will have to look at? There wasn't. It just seemed to lack a bit of height. Is that fair?
Well, Fernandez, a new signing, will come in. Whether I don't know what's up with how far. What's Balogun's situation? Is he going to be carrying an injury where it's going to mean that he's missing a weekend? But there's certainly a concern there for me, Kenny. Coming up against the next two sides, Ross County. You've got your Union game on Thursday night.
Dundee United,
which is a real concern now, because suddenly from being in a brilliant position in the group or the league, then that's a real precarious one now. Dundee United, physical team.
Yes.
So, I mean, it's something he can't just. He's not going to pull money out of thin air and be able to buy in height all of a sudden. So you need to come up with a game plan to combat an aerial threat against opposition. But yeah, they're not a big side.
Talk to us, Stephen. Then you mentioned it a bit earlier on about the experience for these youngsters that got their chance in that fantastic arena tonight.
Yeah, it's phenomenal. It really is. I mean, to play at Old Trafford is something in itself, but to do it in a European tie, it would have just been all that much better for them if they managed to hold on those last couple of minutes and come out of here with a result. But it's the experience, playing against Tom English is gone, so I can say top players. Playing against top players in itself just accelerates your development, and I thought they handled themselves well. I felt as though Bailey Rice didn't look out of place, and at that point in time, Rangers were Manchester United were outnumbering Rangers in midfield areas. Rangers had gone kind of almost 4-4-2, two wingers, so it was a right shift for them as well in there. And I thought they handled themselves really well, and it's good because Liam brought it up in commentary, but Rangers do spend an awful lot of money on that academy, as do Celtic, and there has not been enough young players coming through into the team. So he's obviously got a trust in them there, because you don't just chuck them on. He could have looked to his bench, and he could have looked. I'm just looking just now. He could have gone with Dowell or Lawrence in the midfield area. He could have put them on. He didn't. He chose to put the young players on, and I think that's. If you're a young player in that academy and you're seeing that the manager is now starting to give opportunities to these guys, it gives you such a boost, thinking maybe this isn't as far away as I thought, or maybe there is a chance for me here. And that's it's something that has to happen more. But delighted for the two young guys that got on tonight.
Yeah, we're just watching a replay in the studio here of that opening goal, and the thing is, Neil, that they weren't under any great pressure in the game at that point, and we're watching it again. I remember Butland against Motherwell, but the goal got chopped off. He came for it. Just when we're seeing it there in a slow motion replay, it was really, really poor, wasn't it?
It was, aye. I mean, his punch, arms almost extended, and then it's like a little jab, and I mean, it's just a horrendous mistake, and he knows it himself. I don't think it's a real flaw in his game. I know you're talking about the Motherwell thing there. He's maybe a wee bit rusty for having been out injured, because one of the ones where Rigaman does brilliantly at the back post under real pressure, he misjudged the flight of that ball as well and gets it all wrong. But he'll hate himself tonight sitting in the dressing room. He'll blame himself tonight sitting in the dressing room. I don't think he can do anything with the winner because it's smashed straight at him, goes through his legs. Just watching the rerun of Dessers.
How good is it? Have you ever seen when you're managing? Because Stephen touched on it there, the two sides of Cyril Dessers. For a manager, that must be so difficult to look after a player like that. You just don't know what you're going to get week in, week out.
We had Sufi and Musa who got 13 in his first season with me. But the Opta stats came out, and I think Boydie finished top goal scorer that year again. But he finished top goal scorer that year, and Musa had more chances, clean cut chances than Boydie that season.
Wow.
But didn't take them. And as a manager, it is the most frustrating thing in the world. Because his all-round game for us at the time was decent in terms of what we were trying to get from hold-up and linking and then getting himself in the box. It was just a finishing touch, just let him down, and that's why you pay most money for strikers generally these days, and in my time and before, because it is the most coveted position on the pitch, because that's the ones that generally win you football matches. Defences can do the job of keeping the clean sheets, but effectively, if you're not scoring goals, you're only going to maybe get a point. But it's so frustrating, because as Tomo said there, he's such it's so difficult to work him out, because he scores goals like tonight. He doesn't seem an out-and-out natural goal scorer to me, in terms of he scores instinctive things at times, but then misses the easiest chances. And it's funny, because after the game at the weekend, he was saying, well, it's not just me, it's not just, it's no serial dessers, it's a striker. You live and die by missing and scoring goals, scoring chances. He's such a likeable guy. I mean, I can't dislike him in terms of annoyed him, because he works so hard. Genuinely, Tavernier looked really delighted that he got the match ball at the weekend, because he's clearly a good teammate in the dressing room. He works hard on the pitch, but he does miss chances. But tonight's finish was brilliant. It's a nightmare. But equally, you get as frustrated with him as you do your left back tonight, because that's his job.
I mean, I think back to the Aberdeen game. He came on there and he scored. It was a really nice goal there that midweek night as well, and he got a terrific reception from the Union Bears behind the goal there, Stephen. I'm just wondering, from a manager's perspective and the coaching staff, do you think there's anything more they can do? Is there stuff they could coach into him or out of him to make him more of an all-round striker, to make him less unpredictable?
I think he's got qualities. As Neil said, he's a powerful runner. I think
his movement's good, Tom.
His movement's
really
decent.
Movement.
I think his link-up play at times could be better for the size of him.
100%.
I think that's maybe something he could work on. But finishing, you can work in finishing. But the top finishers, it's instinct, and it's just they've just got it. He scores the harder goals and misses the easier chances. And I don't think that's something you can really practice. I think when he's got time to think about something, and he's maybe in a situation where he's got a good chance, he kind of has a tendency to maybe overthink things or take an extra touch. Or when he's been instinctive like he was tonight, he took that touch and he just thought, I'm hitting this. That's when he's at his best.
I think people should get off his back. I think this guy has been pelted with flack from the minute he's arrived into Scotland. He scored more than 20 goals last season. He'll score more than 20 goals again this season, the way he's going. He's only 3 more to get to that mark. I'd say over the last 25 to 30 years, you could maybe have 5, maybe 6, no more than that, Rangers strikers who've gone back-to-back seasons 20 goals in the top flight. You're talking Morelos, obviously. You're talking Boyd,
Kenny Miller,
Rod Wallace did it.
Nacho,
maybe.
You sat down with him, Tom, didn't you? He's
a terrific guy.
Yeah, he's a great guy.
He's a terrific guy. He spoke so. He said that Rangers fans wrote him off before he'd unpacked his furniture. He said that he was kind of made to feel that he was the worst striker in Rangers history. That's now, his perception is his reality. That is how he felt. So with all that negativity, and pretty much every time we speak about Dessers, it's all the chances he misses. We rarely give him credit for the ones he takes. Yes, he misses chances, but he's operating at a club that's very demanding, where every mistake is poured over endlessly by everybody, and yet he keeps bounces back. I think there's a huge amount steel in this guy.
There is.
Huge amount.
Massive.
Because I've struggled to think of, there are plenty of Rangers and Celtic players who've been bombarded with negativity over the years. But this guy is one of them. And yet, 21, 22 goals, whatever it was last season, 17 already this season. Give the guy some credit.
Yeah. Do you know what? Someone sent me a message here saying that he believes Rangers have actually qualified for the knockout stage. So Porto, in 25th, are the only team who can catch Rangers outside of that setup at the moment, the 24th place. So Porto could get to 11 points, which Rangers are on. FC 20, Braga, they're below. They can only get to 10 points. But the suggestion here is, we'll need to check this one out, that Midtjylland play Fenerbahce in the last league game, and therefore it's impossible for both to finish ahead of Rangers. So arithmetic is not my strong point, but if we just have a look at that, so Porto, so he's right in the first instance. Porto, the only side that could get in and overtake Rangers. They're the only ones that could get on to 11 points, which Rangers have right now.
Right.
And Ferencváros play Midtjylland in the final game. Midtjylland,
you've lost Tomo.
You had me at hello.
Right, I know, right. So Midtjylland are in the top 24. They're 19th with 10 points. Ferencváros are in 22nd with 9 points. So whoever...
Where's this going?
I'm all in, Tomo. I'm all in. I'm convinced. It's true,
convinced.
Though. Well, Tom, have you got the table in front of you?
I don't know.
Right. So, Porto, the fact is, Porto are the only side outside the top 24 that can match Rangers on 11 points. They've got 8. The teams below Porto have got 7 points. Okay, so
surely the manager will be aware of that. Then somebody will make him aware of that.
Exactly, they will.
Midtjylland and Ferencváros play each other. Now, if either one of these, if there's a victor in that game, they would go above Rangers if Rangers lost at home to Union Saint-Gilloise. But obviously they both can't win, and therefore one of these teams would still be left below Rangers on points. If it was a draw in that game and Rangers lost, Midtjylland would go to 11 points, equal with Rangers. Ferencváros would only move on to 10. So,
okay,
I'm sure Philippe Clement...
You're calling it.
I'm calling it. I'm going early, Tom. Just for you on a Saturday with your score predictions. I'm all in.
I'll tell you. Okay, well, if that's tremendous news. If that pans out. Just another point. Like, we talk about Clement and up and down. He does very well in Europe, but he drops points all over the place domestically. You look at what he's trying to do here, right? I'm going to list the players: Yilmaz, Insiala, Jefti, Raskin, Igeman, Diomande, Barron, McCausland, Curtis, Rice. That is 10 players, I think, all aged between 18 and 23. Getting plenty of games now, all of those guys. And the 2 young boys come on tonight. He's trying to create a younger Rangers, because he can't afford to go out and buy ready-made players because they don't have the money. This, it kind of, part of that, when you have young players, they're going to be a little bit inconsistent. They're going to be a bit flaky. You're going to drop points. He's dropping too many points. But I can see what he's trying to do here, can't we? He's trying to build a young, vibrant team. And a lot of those guys, Igeman has come on a ton. Diomande, Insiala has started very well. Curtis and Rice are obviously good players. I'm fascinated to see how they get on. Raskin has come on a ton. I can see it. Like, it's just a question of, are the Rangers fans going to cut him enough slack for him to carry on into next season?
But are these players, as much as they have improved and stuff, are they going to be good enough to challenge Celtic with this team?
I don't know.
In its current form?
We don't know.
I'm not sure.
At the moment, obviously not. But if you put another season into them, maybe. And you find a couple of gems. Like, you have to say it's unlikely. But what else can they do, Tomo? They can't go out and spend 11 million like Celtic did with Engels, or 9 million with Ida, and 6 million on Trusty. They don't have the money. So this is the only way they can try to do it. It might not work, but I think it's the only avenue available to them.
Neil, your thoughts on that? Can you see what the manager is trying to do? A manager that is under huge pressure.
Well, he's talking about trying to bring the average age down. Fair enough, but the Curtis and the Bailey Rice one doesn't compute just now, because they've come on tonight and against Fraserburgh at the weekend. Yefty's a young fullback. Yilmaz, I don't consider as an out and out young player. I think he's an experienced boy now. I think he's reduced the age of the group, but it doesn't excuse not winning games or how many points that they've chucked away, Tom. I still think they should be good enough.
No, I agree with that.
I think this Rangers squad should be and is good enough to beat everyone else in the league. And then when it comes to Celtic, your job is then to compete against them. Going toe to toe with them at the start of the season was a mistake. They got battered. But I think slowly but surely, I think the tactical approach was much better in the League Cup final, and it was much better. It was a carbon copy at Ibrox come the next league game, and we know how that one turned out. So I understand what you're saying there about trying to reduce the age group. I think that's coaches. I think you have to have dynamism in your team. You have to be. You're talking about saleable assets. Within the group is important to have. So I think their improvement is clear there in Yefty, but you look at that, there's still much more to come from him in his position, which is really important. And Ikeman is a player that's vastly improved, but he's going to need help up top. So I know what you're saying, but it doesn't excuse the fact that Rangers fans still want success, Tom.
They do, and
they need success, and they should be getting success.
I wouldn't say should be getting success.
Well, I think
no divine right to success.
No. I'm just saying that's the benchmark is to get success, to get a trophy in the cabinet. He did it last year with the League Cup.
Yeah.
And I think they've got himself into a position last year, Philippe Clement, in the league where effectively they came up short in those two games. That's what killed it for them. But this season, they're left with the Scottish Cup, because even if they go on an unbeaten run just now, Celtic won't drop any more points outside. You can't see enough points outside the Rangers games that will allow Rangers to get back into the title race. But the target is reduce that gap and win the Scottish Cup.
The infuriating thing, and again, I think part of this, it's not all on this, but part of it is that there's, he's trying to build a younger team. Is they're dropping points that they shouldn't be dropping. Even allowing for that, trying to make the average age younger. Celtic haven't really in the league. Celtic haven't been their problem. Problem have been dropping points to loads of other teams.
Mm-hmm.
That shouldn't. I can understand maybe it might happen a couple of times, but it's happened way too many times this season. But I wouldn't be one of these that has the pitchfork out for Clement. I'd give him time and see what happens. I'd give him time. This is a guy who's won 3 leagues in Belgium. He's won them a cup, Rangers. He's got them, Kenny thinks, into the last round of the Europa League.
Someone else has messaged me, Tom, saying they're not quite sure I'm right, so keep going.
All right, okay.
I'm glad you spent 5 minutes.
Yeah. So he's got into the cusp of qualification. Can we say that? So I think
yes.
I think while we, understandably, you look at all the daft points that they've dropped and the weakness that they've showed in these games. Like, this is an experienced manager, and I think he's doing okay. I think the project, if you want to use that word, is I see improvement in it.
What do you think the board of Tom need to see? What would make them convinced that he is the man to take the club forward?
They need to stop dropping points to teams below them.
Right. Cut the gap to Celtic at the end of the season. I'll not go back to the Scottish Cup, but a good Scottish Cup run.
Yeah,
I'm just wondering what it would look like from a Rangers board when they're sitting down saying, right, he is the man to take us forward next season.
I think they need to win the vast majority of league games. Take Celtic out of it against the rest. Win the vast majority of those games. and play well. Where the performances are convincing. You know what I mean? Where you can see progression. And if that means winning the Scottish Cup, brilliant for them. If it doesn't, I still wouldn't call it a disastrous season. If they started to clean up all of these matches where they're losing points and they start to win all these and win them convincingly, which they should be doing, but they're not been doing it. They can do all of that and they still finish X number of points behind Celtic and don't win the Scottish Cup. Yeah, it's disappointing because Rangers want to win trophies. But I could see progression in that if it played out that way.
Right, we'll hear from Philippe Clement shortly on Sports Sound. I can just see the Man United manager Ruben Amorim taking his seat in front of the media pack down there in Manchester. So we'll hear from him just shortly. They're all getting their mics in place and the recorders on the table in front of him. He's certainly been very entertaining in his recent media conferences. The Manchester United manager could see what it meant to him with that late winner against Rangers this evening. So I think we are just about ready to go. Here we go, Ruben Amorim.
What do you make of that when you go from one emotion to another emotion so drastically at the end?
Yes, it's hard to deal. We didn't deserve it, that draw at the moment, and then I think it was fair for us to win a game that we already know was tough. In this moment, we start well. I think the pace of the game helped us because it's different and you can feel it. We try to do things. We were better with the ball. Sometimes we control well in the beginning, and then we lost the control for 7 minutes because of some bad passes and some transitions. But then I think we create the best chances to win the game, and I think we deserve to win.
Hi Ruben. Alejandro Garnacho was one of United's most dangerous players. Obviously there's been lots of reports about interest from Napoli, from Chelsea. Is there a possibility that tonight this is his last game at Old Trafford?
No, I'm focused on the games, and this year this player for Manchester United was really important for us today. Let's see the next days.
Ruben, about Alejandro, you talk about how hard he's been working in training. You can see on the pitch today how hard he was working. How close is he to getting back to his best, and how important is he to this team?
I think he's improving in every aspect of the game. He was better today playing inside, also outside, changing positions. He's improving the recovering position. You can see it until 90 minutes. He's always there, recovering and helping. Sometimes showing some frustration, and that is really good because he wants more. I think he has potential to be so much better in every situation of the game. So what I can say is that he understood what I was trying to do and was really clear. I just want to help them, and but in the end is them that do the job.
Yeah. You had a goal disallowed in the first half. What did you make of that incident? It looked soft to us.
Yeah, if it was Premier League, it will be different, but we have to accept that. The best thing is that we did it again in the second half. We are improving set pieces. We have an intensive course here in the Premier League with set pieces, and we can use it in Europe. Sometimes the rule is a little bit different. In Premier League, you can do a little bit more to score a goal, but was in that aspect was a good performance.
I think the only defeat you suffered in Europe when you were Braga coach was against Rangers. Does that feel like a bit of revenge for yourself personally?
No, it was a long time ago. It was really strange in that the two matches. We were winning the first one 2-0, and then Gerard and his team changed the things. No, I was not thinking about that. It was just a victory that we truly needed in this moment.
So, given everything that you've said over the last few days about your players, I understand what you mean about the window's open and you don't know what is going to happen. But would it help you to at least get a player or a couple of players who you have chosen rather than having to work with other managers' players?
It is not other manager players, is now they are my players. Then you know the situation of the club, and then we have to before doing anything we have to think what brought us to this moment and to this situation. So we have to be really clear on everything. So my focus is on the next game. I understand the question, but they are my players at the moment.
Okay, we'll leave it there. We'll now take some questions to preview our Premier League game against Fulham on Sunday.
Right, we'll leave that there for now. We'll wait for Philippe Clement come in to speak with the media. Tom, it seemed a very fair assessment there from the Manchester United manager.
Yeah, and I think he sounds pretty relieved. I mean, honestly, this place, when Dester scored, this place went berserk. Nobody saw it. We didn't see it coming. Man United fans didn't see it coming. So I think he's relieved that he's got out of Dodge, and they deserved to win the game. I think they had a lot of chances. They didn't take them. He'll be a bit concerned that they had so many chances and they didn't take them. But I think it was fair enough what he said.
Let's go back to Rangers then, Stephen, before we hear from the Rangers manager. How much of an overhaul, and we don't know how much money he's going to have to spend, if indeed it is Philippe Clement that's making these decisions in the summer, how much of an overhaul is required of that squad to make them competitive in a title race?
It's a decent question, because there's always people that leave in the windows, and in the summer it'll be the same. The $1 million question is how much money has he got to invest in the squad? And Tom's right to point out that he has been having to fish in a different pond, pick up younger players that he thinks maybe have potential, and you wonder whether or not that'll be the same again come the summer. He's going to have to do similar things, but what maybe has gone against him this year is that he kept on saying, we're a new group, we have to build. You don't have time to drop the points and build and become a team in December or January. He's got to make sure that whoever comes in knits in quickly and can be a valuable part of the team, ready to go at the start of the season, because you can't start dropping points. So that's going to be a big thing for him in the summer. I don't really know, to be honest with you. I think you could probably improve in a lot of positions throughout the team, and obviously some players are getting on. Balogun, Tavernier aren't getting any younger, so maybe look at that. I know that they brought in a young player, a defender, just a couple of days ago.
That's right. 22 or something.
Yeah, so I think they're a bit off Celtic just now. So to be able to match Celtic's squad for depth and quality is going to take investment that I don't think that they've got.
And that's the thing, Tom. You could see what he was trying to do tonight, but it's highly unlikely he's going to get the time if things, as you say, don't improve, particularly away from home domestically.
Well, we don't know that because we don't know what the Rangers board are thinking. I'd like to see him get the time, to be honest. I think Rangers have gone through too many managers and the situation doesn't get any better. This guy has won leagues in Belgium. He's a proven manager. Are they going to get anyone that's better, has a better CV than him? I don't know. So I think he deserves time. I think the Rangers board are determined to give it to him, but they need to hold their nerve. And they're going to have an awful lot of people. If results don't, if they start, keep dropping points domestically, the heat is going to come on that board. We've seen it already in a major way, and they're going to have to be tough men to withstand that and back their manager. That's if the results don't improve domestically. If they do, then he's fine, and there's not going to be a concern. He will be there next season.
I think what they need to look at. I think the board over the last number of years have been incredible in terms of making funds available. The money that's been spent, right? Yeah. Talk about recruitment. There's been some serious cash, Tom. I mean, Danilo and I mean, you can get right through the squad. There's been plenty of money being made available, right? So that you've got Kieran Dowell sitting on the bench, and I know what you're saying, Tom, about what he's trying to do here. But I think if Philippe Clement had his way, you look at the Celtic team, the team that played Celtic, I think they're not overly young in terms of, I think it would suit our 28, proper 31. Yefty would definitely be his first choice left back. I think you've got Tavernier at 33, you've got Sterling 25, and then you've got the two slightly younger ones in Diamonde and Raskin, both 23. His front line, I think Czerny's first choice, 27, Bayrami 25, Hadji 26, and then you've got Egaman 22. So they're not a young team. Tonight you could see Curtis coming on. Bailey Rice absolutely could be developed into a top class kid. But is he going to play him ahead of Diamondi? Is he going to play him ahead of Raskin? Probably not. It's games like this that come up, but in the ways of finding cash, you've got Matondo, Dowell, Tom Lawrence, Danilo, Dessers. Those players there, I mean, those will be big earners. Talking about Dessers, if you get £3 million for him, could you sell Cyril Dessers? And I agree with Tomo, you've got to find somebody else to find some goals, because you can't just give up in this season. You can't. You're a Rangers manager. You must chip away at Celtic, go and beat them in the next couple of games you've got, and win the Scottish Cup. Now, you can't let Dessers just wander out the door because of his goals return, as Tom pointed out there. It's pretty good return still, right?
Yeah.
So who do you go and get? Do you go and get a proven goal scorer and try and recoup some of that money? Kieran Dowell, can you move him on? Because for me, Kieran's a nice boy, good left foot, typical central midfielder. You get Bailey Rice is every bit as good as him. Develop him, let Dowell go. Tom Lawrence, are you going to play him in a 10 role? Probably not, because Bayrami looks good in there.
You've all said it, that's not his natural position.
No,
he was doing better in it before he got injured. Guys, let's now hear from the Rangers manager, Philippe Clement.
End of the game there, elation and then disappointment. What's your take on it?
The same what I said in the dressing room. So I saw everybody got it in the dressing room, disappointed that we lost after playing that kind of game. So I'm also clearly, because you want to win, you want to take the points that you deserve also. But on the other side, and that's maybe stronger now, I'm also very proud what the team did today. So about sticking to the plan, following the tactics all the way, also with really young players coming on the pitch, staying like that. So we had to make 2 changes in halftime, putting players in position that they normally not play. There were so many circumstances, but the team stayed compact, they stayed well organized, and they stayed brave on the ball because we created enough chances. I think in the first half we had the best chances to take the lead, and in the second half we go behind when Manchester was playing better than us. But we didn't stop having the belief, and we continued playing and going for this goal, what we made in a really good way. So then it's really disappointing to take the second goal at the end. But a lot of positive also with this young group, with 8 players who could be starting 11 who were not here today, with really young lads coming on the pitch and throwing themselves for the colors of the club. And also the other experienced guys around them, supporting them all the way. So those are very positive signs also.
How disappointing are the goals that you've lost tonight?
Yeah, they're disappointing, but I think Manchester will say the same, that they will be disappointed about the goal they take today. So yeah, those were 2 actions that we can do better, or we should do better. On the other side, Jack saved us also a few times in the second half. So that's life of a goalkeeper. So I'm not going to be focused solely on that. I think there are so many positive points what the team did also with the ball, playing at Manchester United in the circumstances that we are for the moment, and to be that brave on the ball also and creating that much, I think it's a very positive sign also.
Cyril looked especially distraught at the end. It looked as if he had this big moment.
Yeah,
for him.
Yeah, of course, because he did really well, and he showed again his great mentality. What he showed for every second that I've been in the building, I never saw a different Cyril in any circumstances. So of course you know you score a very good goal. And then you see that it's not the decisive one. Otherwise, he would have been the hero. And we spoke about that. People could become heroes today. So he was really close to become a hero.
You've got another 2 or 3 injuries tonight. That must be a concern for you, just the number of bodies that are starting to pile up again in terms of...
Yeah, but what can I do if players get tackled and they get injuries? So, yeah, you cannot do much about it. It's about working hard with the medical staff to get them back. and to see the next days to make a good assessment towards the weekend or the weeks after. So those are things I don't have any control over. So we need to work really hard with the medical department to get the players back, and I need to be focused on the players who are here and integrate also new players or integrate players in different positions and to prepare them well, that they know what to do in those positions. That's my part of the job.
Will you be especially proud of the way that Bailey and Curtis performed, getting thrown into the circumstances?
It's a huge experience for them. So they're only 18 years old. They never played at the highest level. To come on this pitch and also to be brave. So yeah, a lot of congratulations towards them, but also towards the staff who prepared them the last weeks, months, years in the club, and also to the senior players who create a very good environment for the young guys to come on the pitch, that they are not afraid, that they feel they are helped, secured, coached by the others, and that they can express their qualities. So it's a massive experience for them. They're both, for me, very talented players for the future of Rangers. They're not ready yet to be starting 11 all the time. That's also clear, but they have the right mentality, and they're going to make a good evolution the next years, that they will become starting 11 players for the future, I think.
We don't know if you've had a chance to look at the table tonight. It's always changing, but how do you assess the general situation in the Europa League going into the final 10?
I looked, because it's my job also that I know you always come with interesting questions. No, it's not a joke. It's serious. So what's the situation? That to get in top 8, we need to do a big effort against Union, and we need luck with the other results. To be in top 24, what was the ambition before starting? That we are very close, but not there yet. So it's about focusing on getting points against Union and doing the things we have to do for this club, and then to be ambitious in every game to go full for the victory. For that, also a very positive point today were our fans. I need to say that also. Before the game, the atmosphere that they brought during the game and also after the game, how they supported the team and how they were happy what the team has performed and with the mentality of the team. So that's also a very positive point.
Okay, thank you guys.
Please.
Safe trip home, everyone.
The Rangers manager, Philippe Clement, there. Next up for him, a trip to Tannadice on Sunday. Full coverage of that one on Sportsound from 11:45 on Sunday morning. We are back with you on Saturday. 5 games in the top flight and some really interesting looking ties in the Championship that day as well. So plenty to come on Sportsound across the weekend. Thanks to all the guys who have been part of the programme this evening. From all of us here, good night. And we'll now rejoin listeners who are tuned in to Natasha Raskin-Sharp.